Well, a very good afternoon to you, or Borodar, if you're listening from over the other side of the Severn Bridge. And Nick Webb's in the background, shaking his head at me. Oh, Panaunda, apparently. So I apologise. First mistake in the first 5 seconds. My name's Dan Whiting, and I'm joined today by Blake Bint. Very good afternoon to you, Blake.
Good afternoon, Dan. Thank you for having me on what I'm sure is the sunnier side of the bridge as well. Yeah,
the Severn-side derby, a day-night game. It's going to be under the lights in the second innings, and the news here is that Gloucestershire have won the toss and they have elected to bowl. Gloucestershire have made one side from Sunday, with Graham Van Buren coming in for Joe Phillips. So Jack Taylor, Cameron Bancroft, James Bracey, Ollie Price, Ben Charlesworth, Graham Van Buren, Tommy Borman, who finished off that game in spectacular style against Leicestershire, Zaman Akhtar, Josh Shaw, Matt Taylor and Craig Miles. What's Glamorgan looking like, Blake?
For Glamorgan, there's just the one change as well. James Harris is in for the young spinner Romano Franco. So Eddie Byron and Asa Tribe will, I'm sure, lead off their batting innings. Sam North East, Kieran Carlson, the captain. Will Smale, fresh off the back of his maiden professional 100. Zainul Hassan, Dan Douthwaite, Alex Horton, the keeper. Andy Gorvin, James Harris and Ned Leonard on his 23rd birthday.
Yeah, well, happy birthday to Ned, and a big happy birthday to Jack Russell as well, who often listens into the stream. So if you are listening in, Jack, hope you're well. And, you know, you're still a young man at heart. We know you, Jack, we know you. Umpires today are Ian Blackwell and Sue Redfern. Redfern looks like she's taking the pavilion end, with Blackwell at the Ashley Down Road end. And we are playing quite a long way over towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, aren't we, Blake?
We are, yeah. So we're looking at a shorter boundary towards the car park, with the boundary brought in a fair way on the other side of the ground. What's the stand
it's
called?
The mound stand.
The mound stand.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, always short as well, towards the flats and towards us as well.
Yeah, well, Josh Shaw is going to take us away from the Ashley Down Road end, and he picked up 3 early wickets in the game on Sunday against Leicestershire, reduced them for 22 for 3, although they did recover thanks to a Peter Hanscom century to 285, which Gloucestershire got. Won by 3 wickets, and they got it with about 6 balls to spare, 7 balls to spare, something like that. It was a cracking game of cricket in the sunshine, and I love the Metro Bank, Blake. I've got Metro Bank fever.
Metro Bank fever. Well, I'm sure anyone watching from Glamorgan will not be having Metro Bank fever this year, because they're currently sat 8th and winless, and if they want any chance of qualification for the knockout stages, they'll have to get up and running today against the unbeaten Gloucesters. Josh Shaw to take the first over then from the Ashley Down Road end. He's got a couple of slips. Ollie Price, one of them, and the other one Cam Bancroft. Byron just tentatively starting with a misfield at mid-on to start as well, which not what Craig Miles would have wanted to see. Fielder mops up, coming round on the boundary, what is probably the longest part of the ground today, towards that cow corner, and Glamorgan are off and running with a 3.
That is a long old boundary, and this outfield, I think, is the quickest in the country. There are a few who are quick.
Don't get much rain.
Well, there are a few who are quick around at the moment, but this is lightning. Guildford looked very quick.
Yeah, good to see some high-scoring games already at the start of this competition as well around the grounds.
Yeah, most games have started at 11 o'clock this morning, so I think we're the only day-nighter, aren't we?
No, there's a couple. I can't remember where the other one is, but we'll keep an eye on those as we go. As Asa Tribe is just getting ready to face up Lancashire Sussex, that's the other one. Tribe looking to cut first up. Crowd filling up, and I'm sure we'll see it fill up a lot more later on as well on this Friday afternoon, as we said, going into the evening as well in this day-nighter.
Tribe's an interesting character, isn't he? He's from Jersey, Cardiff University, with Joe Phillips, and who's the other one you said earlier?
Tommy Borman. Henry Hurl as well.
Yeah.
Who's not in this Glamorgan side, but in the squad. Yeah, there's a few of those. Ben Morris recently graduated as well. Yeah, he's really come into his own this year, Tribe, as a red ball opener, particularly where he's found his feet, and then a little bit in the T20 Blast as well, batting at 6, often coming in and recovering the innings with players like Dan Douthwaite, who had a couple of big partnerships together for the sort of crucial 6th wicket at times.
Yeah, he got 63 here in the Blast.
That's Nick Webb you can hear behind doing updates. And Tribe looking to drive, slightly fortunate to find his pad and not chop onto the stumps, but already finding a bit of movement is Josh Shaw.
Yeah, Tribe was playing a little bit for a club called Crouch End in the Middlesex County Premier League as well a couple of years ago, so he's certainly have bat will travel.
Yeah, he's still a young man, 21 years of age. Asa Tribe did play a little bit, I think, trialling for Middlesex and Surrey in sort of under 18 sort of age group. And that's a lovely shot through the offside, and that will be the first boundary of the day, and it's come courtesy of the young Jerseyman.
Yeah, a little bit too much width on offer there from Josh, and Tribe climbing into it and just didn't really smash it, just stroked it, placed it into the gap, didn't he, and let the outfield do the rest.
Yeah, there is that fast outfield you were talking about, Dan. Hopefully we can expect to see a nice high-scoring competitive game from both sides. And there's that same shot again, this time cut off by Zaman Akhtar at backward point. Good work, diving to his right.
Yeah, I think it's going to be high scoring. Sunday was more in the middle of the square, and it was a 285, 290 job. I think this might be a 320, 330.
With the mixed boundary lengths, it'd be interesting to see how sort of right-hand, left-hand combinations come into play, and the tactics of bowling your particular bowlers from the correct end. Glamorgan finished the first one 7 without loss.
Yeah, and Matt Taylor is going to take us away from the pavilion end. Bowling to the left-handed Byron.
Yeah, tricky customer, Matt Taylor, when he gets it right, so I'm sure plenty of Gloucestershire fans will be happy to see him.
Here he comes, over the wicket, past Sue Redfern. And that's been punched off the back foot to Borman, extra cover. Sorry if any listeners heard me clearing my throat in the background. I was in danger of going all Sean Dyche on you, so I do apologise. Full from Taylor and driven by Byron. Byron, he started off at Somerset, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He's made his way over the water. Struggled to find his feet, really. Hasn't had a lot of game time this season, not in the first 11 at least. Did start the season as the opener before Tribe came in the red ball, had a few starts, but unfortunately just struggled to kick on.
Oh, that's looking to push that one through the covers. And Taylor, as he often does, just getting the ball to keep low. He's got quite a skiddy action. I think his arm changes how high it comes over the shoulder. And sometimes he gets that extra nip, and other times he gets one just to stay a little bit low. Lovely day here in the West Country. Few clouds in the distance, but it's going to be 28, 29 degrees. Our producer James Healy's got his speedos out. Taylor. full and driven up to Van Buren, who has a shy at the stumps, and Byron was tight there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see a replay. I think that could have been a tough one to call for Redfern.
She got into a good position. I think he was gone. He was gone. Yeah.
Taking risks early.
Yeah, you don't want to be running yourself out. It's a waste of a wicket, isn't it?
Particularly in the second over of the innings. So these two would have batted together a fair bit. Probably a lot in the second 11 when Tribe was coming through, and now obviously in the first team together as well.
Full and out. Tribe pushes hard at it, attempted drive, and it wasn't quite there to drive. And a good low diving catch by Graham Van Buren at mid-off. And that is the end of Asa Tribe. Matt Taylor strikes in his first over, and that is just exactly what the Gloucestershire doctor ordered.
Yeah, unlike Tribe to play that way so early on, talking earlier about how much of a proper red ball opener he's found himself as this year. So unusual for him to play so forward pushing early on, but nonetheless, it's well bowled by Taylor. It's drawn him in, and Van Buren back into the side and already straight back into the action with a good low catch.
Yeah, do you know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of when you go to indoor nets pre-season, you're playing on plastic coated surfaces and you're just going through the line on the drive, and you go out there first game of the season in April, ball stops on you and you just chip one to mid-off straight away. And I'm sure whatever side of the Severn Bridge you're listening on, you're all nodding your heads at home, because I think we've all been there, we've all done it. As Sam Northeast walks out to the middle, and what a fine player this guy is.
Yeah, Glamorgan have got a lot of experience at positions 3 and 4, so two relatively unexposed players at the top. Byron has been around a long time, but not played a great deal of cricket, hampered by injuries and stuck in the second 11. And obviously Tribe, we've mentioned, being a newcomer, but Northeast and Carlson is where a lot of the dependency lies in this Glamorgan side.
Taylor, Northeast, watches that all the way onto the bat and pushes it out into the covers. Into the second over, 8 for 1, and Gloucestershire will be glad to see the back of Asa Tribe. As I said, he got runs through in the T20, and he kept peppering the seats in the Jack Russell and the Marker Lane stands down at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, and he looked a very good player, a very good white ball player anyway.
Yeah, he can be damaging if he gets going, Tribe. As I say, it has been his breakout year, really. Has struggled in this competition thus far. A top score of just 16 in the third game that Glamorgan have played. And Byron running off the face. I'm not sure if it was fully intended, but it's safely enough down to deep third with just the one slip in.
Now, Glamorgan had quite an interesting game the other day at the Oval, didn't they? Where I didn't think in a month of Sundays that Surrey were going to get anywhere near it after needing, what was it, 130 off 11?
Yeah, so a rain delay came after Glamorgan's full first innings. And I think Glamorgan managed to get in 6 or 7 overs as well. Northeast, as he does, leaves and then rehearses the shot. Yeah, so a long rain delay threatened the game being called off altogether, but they managed to get back on. Good ground work down at the Oval, and left Surrey chasing 146 in 16 overs, which of course they'd already had a few of those overs, already lost Rory Burns. But then Ben Folkes played a magnificent innings when Surrey needed to go at 12s.
And Josh Blake as well.
And Josh Blake, yeah. pushing northeast. But yeah, they got rid of the dangerous Ollie Sykes, Glamorgan, which you felt could have been the wicket that wins the game. You know, Ben Folkes not a typical sort of T20 player, which is effectively what the game became. And yeah, still managed to take it away. Some sort of interesting bowling decisions, I suppose you could say, from Glamorgan. Not particularly executing their plans brilliantly, a couple of the bowlers, but take nothing away from Surrey. And northeast pushing for a quick single.
But the rain seems to have followed Glamorgan around. You had one washed out at Neath.
Yeah, one washed out at Neath as well. So and then that one as well. So
go to London, where we haven't hardly had any rain all summer in London. Glamorgan arrive and it hammers it down.
The Welsh county, isn't it? He's always going to follow them. Yeah, so.
Well, I can tell you've been living in Cardiff for a while, because even though it's going to be 29 degrees today, you brought a jumper. So.
Oh, Byron looking to drive expansively. Short, sends one across him. Yeah, you can never be too safe.
No.
I've already experienced that a couple of times at Sophia Gardens this year. Can never be too safe. Bring a jumper.
Well, I've rocked up here for the weekend and just a pair of shorts and a couple of tops.
Yeah, Gloucestershire women at home tomorrow.
They are.
And you'll be working on the PA?
I will, yeah.
Already just working to the fielders on the boundary. Here's Eddie Byron. And that concludes Josh Shaw's second over. An economical one at that. 11 for 1.
Yeah, good start. Now, we love you getting in touch with us. Please feel free to drop us a line, whether you're listening on the Welsh side of the bridge or the English side of the bridge. We want to hear from you. Our email address is there on your screen, commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk. And I was thinking on the way up of strange places that I bumped into professional cricketers. As Matt Taylor comes in. Oh, and drops the ball. Is that a dead ball? It is a dead ball. He wasn't quite in his action there. So, yeah, Sue Redfern calling a dead ball. Yeah, I was once on holiday in Wales, actually, up in the north, a lovely little beach called Llanbedrog, up on the Llyn Peninsula. And I saw Nasser Hussain there. Yeah, which was bizarre, you know. It was very odd. Full from Taylor and dug out by Byron. So we want to know, you know, have you bumped into Andy Brassington at B&Q at all on your travels? Have you bumped into, did you ever bump into Rodney Ontong back in the day for Glamorgan in St Mary Street? Let us know who and where you bumped into a cricketing celebrity, and the email address is commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Full from Taylor and angled down through the gully, but a good stop there from Zaman Akhtar. Saves the single. He's going to get a little pat from Tommy Borman.
Yes, where Byron likes to score. He tends to look to cut and run off the face to deep third, so don't be surprised if you see more of that.
I think Taylor's got to go off stump here with that short Kennington Avenue boundary. Again, pushed into the covers, pushed to Akhtar at backward point. No run.
A few people up on the flats, looking on.
Yeah.
Best seat in the house.
Apart from ours. Apart from ours, yeah.
Of course.
They don't get to sit next to James Healy, our producer. I mean, you know. Covered up there by Byron. Taylor doing what Matt Taylor does, just bowling wicket to wicket. He's only gone for 1 run so far of 10 balls. Had a very good blast last year. Both these sides have got white ball pedigree. Gloucestershire won the Blast, Glamorgan won the Metro Bank last year. Just to add, they both beat Somerset in the final, but we won't like to mention that. We don't like to talk about that on this stream. Full driven nicely. Oh, great stop by Van Byron. That had 4 runs written all over it. And the little South African goes right across and cuts off the boundary.
Yeah, great work. He's already been well involved. See him just come spearing into the screen.
Taylor. Just onto the pads, but pushing it out to mid-wicket where already Price goes sprawling across to his left, stops the single, and that's a maiden for Matt Taylor. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1, and a great start for the Gloucestershire left armour.
Yeah, Glamorgan 11 for 1 in a steady start, steady in the slow sense, not in the steady in the progressive sense. You can see Josh Shaw continue, and the second slip comes back into place. He's got a fielder at deep square leg and deep third. As this one is well taken down the leg side by James Bracey, recent guest on the Being Glorious podcast with Dan Whiting himself.
Yeah, he was very good value actually, Brace. He's had a good start to this campaign. Got 96 against Leicestershire on Sunday and 83 against Derbyshire at Cheltenham.
Yeah, 203 runs already to his name. Hope to see some more from him later on, the wicketkeeper batter. He'll be at the top of the order for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, he's gone back there, and Gloucestershire have got, as James said on the podcast, there's a number of people who could fulfil that role for Gloucestershire. Ben Charlesworth could do it, Tommy Borman could do it, Joe Phillips could do it. There are a number of candidates, possibly Miles Hammond if he returns back from the 100.
Slightly shorter from Shaw, and northeast looking to drive. Fell just short of backward point, who's ringing his fingers, Amanakta.
Yeah,
would have taken a spectacular catch, but yeah, good stop in the end.
Yeah. So there are a number of people, but Bracey was up there a couple of years ago. He got 200 against Somerset here opening in this competition, opening the batting, and then I think last year he was down at sort of number 4, so he's back at the top of the order.
Driving northeast, again just can't pierce that relatively open offside field. There is just the backward point, the cover and the mid-off, but well positioned is Tommy Borman with 71 on his back, the youngster, making a name for himself in this competition.
Yeah, at the beginning I thought this might be a 330, 340, but I'm not sure it's coming on that well.
Yeah, I think we've already seen that with that one northeast, hit uppishly to backward point. And there's one dug in slightly again by Shaw, just back of a length, northeast, happy to take the single in the leg side. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Dan, and potentially we were overly critical of Tribe's dismissal, because if it's doing so from both ends, it might have been a similar case, just one slightly stopped on him when he was caught at mid-off for just 4.
But Gloucestershire won the toss and bowled, and Sunday's wicket I thought got better and better as the game went on.
Byron looking to pull, and this one not in control because Matt Taylor, short fine leg, was interested, but they managed to scamper through. Shaw's had a decent start here, as has Matt Taylor, of course, who got the wicket of Tribe.
Decent crown building up. If you're watching in Bristol, want to come down, or any part of Gloucestershire really, there are tickets available on the club website for an after 5 o'clock entry.
Shaw goes slightly wider on the crease. Just trying to mix it up. It results in a dot nonetheless. 14 for 1 after 5. Glamorgan after being inserted.
Yeah, I think there's something like 11 or 12 quid, something like that, to come in after 11, I think they are. But have a look on the glosscricket.co.uk website and further details. But if you do want to come down, it's going to be a lovely warm evening. Come and watch the Gloucestershire Chase under lights. Nice cold Thatchers in your hand. Friday night, no work tomorrow.
Bob's your uncle.
Après-moi la deluge, as Del Boy used to say. Here's Matt Taylor. Driven by Byron, but only picking out Tommy Borman. Borman was fantastic, finishing that game against Leicestershire. It was touch and go for a while. Yeah, he got 33 not out, but he was superb, I thought. Real calmness for a youngster. And he's been getting a lot of runs in the second 11 in white ball cricket. And he's been given his opportunity. It's just played again with that open face out to point.
He did have an appearance in the Blast as well, didn't he, Borman? I think he had one towards the back
yes,
end
he did
of the
at
competition.
Somerset. I think he scored a 6 with his first scoring shot.
Yeah,
actually.
that's why I think it was in my head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, a bit of X factor about him, and he's the finisher in this Gloucestershire lineup as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll end up at the top of the order, you know, but obviously a 20-year-old coming into the side. That's a good stop round the corner. Craig Miles at short fine leg, cutting off an almost certain boundary down to what's known locally as Klinger Corner, after that area of the ground was so favoured by the Australian. Full, driven to Van Buren.
I think Eddie Byron won't mind that though. He's getting his head in a good position when he's looking to drive. He's driven nicely a couple of times to mid-on and mid-off, albeit for no run on the majority of those occasions. Saw Van Buren with a good stop as well in the previous over from Taylor.
Again, driven to Van Buren, but Gloucestershire will be pleased with this start. Power play, only 2 fielders allowed outside the inner circle. You've got Charlesworth out at deep square and Josh Shaw down at third. But Matt Taylor, he's 1 ball shy of his third over and he's 1 for 1. And he's going to complete another maiden. 6 overs gone, 14 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant start by Matt Taylor. There's plenty of bowling options Gloucestershire do have for this power play. You've got Craig Miles, Salmon Actor, other seamers in the side, and then when the power play ends after 10 overs, you're looking at a combination of Van Buren, Ben Charlesworth, Ollie Price.
Glamorgan have had a very good middle part of the season, haven't they, in all competitions. They're sitting second in Division 2 in the County Championship. They've usurped Derbyshire, who've been on Leicestershire's tails, and they could be looking like they're going to go up.
Yeah, they're looking good. Obviously, we'll see what happens with the ECB ruling, whether promotion exists. But yeah, I think everyone on the Welsh side of the bridge will be very happy with their red ball success. Slightly squared up northeast, but safely enough. Gets it out to backward point, where MATCHDAY is all action with the dive to his left-hand side.
Richard Dawson, once of this parish, doing a fine job.
Yeah, he is. He's got Ian Harvey as one of his accomplices as well, who is also on this side of the bridge. Jonathan Trott has been there doing a bit of work, and also David Harrison, who's been an assistant coach for a long time and actually leading the one-day cup side while Dawson is away in the other competition that goes on in August. Shaw just continuing to hit a good area, giving northeast nothing. The experienced batter is just going through his paces.
I think Harrison was part of that side that won the county championship in, was it 97?
No, that's too early for him. He wouldn't want to hear you saying that.
Was it too early?
Too early for him.
Okay.
I think he might have won a one-day competition in 2003 or 4. I should really know that, but yeah, he was a Glamorgan servant and has now won the one-day cup as head coach. Punched nicely. This time he does find the gap in the covers. Pursuit is on. And will be cut off. We're going to see another 3 from Glamorgan. We saw one in the first over towards that area of the ground, and we've just seen another northeast with that one moving to 5.
Yeah, that was a good side that won the county championship under Duncan Fletcher. Matt Maynard, Steve James.
Yeah, a few players that were lurking around the England side at the time.
Robert Croft, yeah.
Steve Watkin.
Yeah.
Yeah, good side.
Wakar Yunis, I think, was the overseas,
yeah, he
wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good side.
Hugh Morris as well had a good season.
Yeah.
The glory days for Glamorgan. Hopefully they'll be back in Division 1 next year for their perspective.
Oh.
Played beautifully by Byron through the extra cover region. Carbon copy to Sam Northeast, but mirrored.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's not even a half volley. And he's just gone through the line there and elegantly stroked it towards Klinger corner.
Yeah, playing it on the up. Just let the hands do the work, Eddie Byron. Nicely played.
Yeah, I was just thinking Byron might be in danger of getting stuck, but he's proved me wrong with that shot.
Shaw opting to go round the wicket now, and there's another beautiful drive by Byron. Spoke about a couple that have been cut off at mid-on and mid-off, but he was getting in good positions, and, well, he's played that one beautifully just past the stumps.
He's definitely proved me wrong now, hasn't he?
Back-to-back boundaries.
Moves on to 15 from 23 balls. When you're on sort of 7 of 21, you sort of, especially in the power play, but I think sides are being a little bit more conservative. Gloucestershire did it the other day against Leicestershire, where they were, Bancroft and Bracey had a look and they didn't panic in the power play at all. So,
oh, that's a beautiful comeback from Josh Shaw, who just runs through with a bit more intent and finishes the over well after those back-to-back boundaries from Eddie Byron. Glamorgan 25 for 1 after 7.
yeah, I don't think Josh enjoyed going for a couple of boundaries there, and comes back and bowls an absolute corker. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting. I'm with Blake Bint. No Ian Randall today. He's got some family stuff going on, so if you are listening at home, Ian, we hope you're well, and we hope that matters sort themselves out, and sending a big man hug to you, Ian. Sending a big man hug your way up in Gloucester. Matt Taylor. Driven by Northeast, but picking out Matt's brother, Gloucestershire skipper Jack.
Yeah, obviously Phil is not the pitch for catching in the cordon, because they've gone from 2 slips to none in absolutely no time, packing the offside instead. And got the deep third and the short fine leg in place as well now.
That's a good length from Matt Taylor. North East not sure whether to go forward or back there, but I think with these white balls, after about 10 to 15 overs, they become very easy to bat against.
Obviously, there is a new one at either end, though.
Yeah. Oh, North East has gone big there, and he's got 6 runs over the longest boundary at the ground. You can't keep him quiet for long, can you? That was an immense pickup, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic for North East, really, but he must have just trusted the swing. Knows Taylor's going to be hitting that there or thereabouts area. You see that again. That is wonderfully picked up by the red ball skipper.
But that's a big old boundary over there and went about 15 yards over it. And that's lovely cover drive. Pierces the covers and goes away to the boundary. Taylor just overcompensating there and giving North East a little bit of width, which he gets his arms through. And the ball rattles into the boundary boards.
Well, there's the other side of North East, isn't it? It was overpitched, but well put away.
Yeah. Oh, that's in the air, just past the diving Charlesworth, a backward point, leading edge. And North East scrambles a couple, but that wasn't a million miles away from Charlesworth. Here's the replay. Just out of reach. Charlesworth 6'4" as well. Big lad. Just back of a length. So Matt Taylor's figures slightly ruined in that with 12 off the over, but he's still 1 for 13 off 4. Glamorgan 37 for 1 at the end of the 8th. Ace the Tribe, the man out, chipped one to Graham Van Buren at mid-off the bowling of Matt Taylor. That was when the score was on 8. And we also want to hear from you on the emails as well. We want to know where you've seen cricketing celebrities in unusual places.
Well, I've got an anecdote.
Go on, go on.
I'm not quite sure it's a celebrity yet. I mean, you know, well, we'll let him judge it. But Zainal Hassan, current Glamorgan player,
yeah,
I saw him doing his shopping in a supermarket. He was at the till.
Oh.
But that, you know, when you live in Cardiff and you know you're covering the sides, you sort of know roughly where they're going to be. Change of bowling then. Craig Miles round the wicket and Eddie Byron punching one back. Was that a bump ball?
Yeah, I think so.
Already Miles finding his areas. But yeah, there you go, Zainal Hassan.
Where does Zainal Hassan shop? You're not on the BBC.
Am I allowed to drop names?
Yeah, you can say. Yeah.
This was in Lidl in Cathays. So if anyone wants to see Zainal Hassan, go do your shopping at Lidl in Cathays. This was when I was a student, the big student area in Cardiff. And yeah, Zainal Hassan with his initialed Glamorgan backpack.
See, that tells a story. The Surrey players all shop at Marks and Spencer's and Waitrose.
There's that shot again from Byron. Back in between North East and the stumps. And he gets 4 more. He's in fluent rhythm. Here is the Zimbabwean Irish Englishman.
Yeah, he when he was at Somerset, Jack Brooks told me a story. They used to call him Eddie the Mute because he was quite a quiet individual. And on a pre-season tour one year, he went and got the mute symbol tattooed on his derriere.
Miles' comeback is a good one, just allowing Byron to fend outside off stump. Yeah, I must add to the Ul Hassan story as well that this was when he'd not long joined Glamorgan. So you talk about Surrey players shopping at Marks and Spencer's. Maybe he's gone up in the sort of budget supermarket world.
Yeah.
Maybe to Asda or something now.
Maybe.
Or the co-op. There's a few co-ops. Around by Sapphire Gardens. Good to see Miles back in a Gloucestershire shirt. And round the wicket he is receiving the bump ball. Bit of a crowd catch.
Yeah, he's just seamlessly fitted back in, Craig Miles.
And you'd feel he's going to have a big role to play next year, of course, with the departures already of Singdale, Akhtar, Archie Bailey.
Yeah, Price and Goodman.
Price and Goodman, of course, as well.
Yeah, but
flicked by Byron uppishly, and the two batters consider a run before Taylor collects cleanly.
Yeah, but Miles with the bat as well the other day. He scored the winning 6 against Leicestershire, and he can get some useful runs lower down the order as well.
Yeah, I suppose you'd like him in the opposite side to potentially someone like James Harris. Would that be too unforgiving? This one's just straying slightly. You can tell he's trying to keep it straight as Miles with the longer leg side boundary. He doesn't want to give any width, and he's just overcompensated that.
Yeah, Harris was, well, he was the boy wonder, wasn't he? He came in,
yeah.
I think he was 15 or 16 when he made his debut.
I think 16. I think the second 11 at 14.
Wow.
Yeah, but I think 16 on debut.
Yeah. Went to Middlesex.
Chased the Test dream and returned. Short and pulled. Probably not the length for Miles, but he's got the protection out there. It's well done by Zaman Akhtar on the boundary. Cutting to just 1, so concludes Miles's first over, going for just 6. Glamorgan 43 for 1, with 1 over left in the first power play.
Yeah, I worked with James Harris last year, actually. I covered Glamorgan v Surrey in the T20 on a Friday night, and got to be said that I was looked after so well in Cardiff. The food, just the sort of the welcome, everyone was absolutely lovely, and working with Nick Webb and James Harris, and I think it was a family night or whatever. Marnus Labuschagne stayed until every kid had a photo or every autograph was signed. Oh, that's a good delivery. Matt Taylor to Byron. Yeah, credit to Marnus. He stayed until every kid, and there was a long queue as well, and I think he was probably out there close on an hour after the game.
Highly thought of in Cardiff. Shame he's not been there too much the last couple of years, just 2 games this season where he struggled a little bit. Hopefully he'll be back.
Taylor. Byron again opens the face, runs it to backward point.
Yes, a new approach this game for Glamorgan. Thus far in the matches that they have played, 2 losses and 1 no result, but they've often opened their innings rather aggressively and then left it to the lower order to just chip away. But it looks like they're going to work in reverse this time.
Again, Taylor just back of a length. Yeah, they're going to sort of end up 43 to 50, aren't they, at the end of the power play? He'll be quite pleased with that. Only lost 1 wicket.
Yeah, relatively so. Like the opening game, though, against Hampshire down at Neath, they were 6 down after 25 overs, but going at 7. So it was a real paradox of however you take it, really.
Short, pulled, and 6, just over the head of Ben Charlesworth. and can't really bowl there to a short boundary. Byron picks the length, latches onto it quickly. I thought he'd put it down his throat there for a second, but the ball just sailed on and on and on, and a few cars there in danger of having to visit a West Country panel beater.
Yeah, we could see a couple go that way today, so if you are parked in that car park, beware.
Yeah, mine's round the back. Full, 4 runs. Beats the despairing dive of Jack Taylor. And that's the Glamorgan 50 up as well. 1 ball shy of 10 overs. And Byron down the ground looks in fine fettle.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about his scoring areas tend to be backward point and deep third. Well, he's proven complete opposite today, driving very handsomely.
Short, pulled. That's another 6. That's again over the head of Charlesworth. And I said 45 to 50. That's the 50 partnership, by the way, between those two. Scores on 59. Byron's got 32 of those. Northeast 17. And it's come off 49 balls in just over half an hour. And Glamorgan are motoring.
Yeah, an expensive 2 overs for Matt Taylor. 1 for 1 after 3. And now 1 for 29 after 5. So those last 2 overs costing 28 between them. You could tell he was obviously looking for that surprise short ball because he had the tallest fielder on the pitch out there. And nearly worked to the plan both times, but that's the risk reward of dropping a short one to a short boundary. Either they are going to put it down the fielder's throat or it's going to just chip over their heads. Northeast on the on-driving fashion now. Not quite as straight as Byram's finding the boundary. You notice though, in professional cricket compared to club cricket, the mid-on and mid-off fielders are always a lot wider.
Yeah, they are.
So if you can get it between the bowler and mid-off, chances are it's going to be 4, and that is a big gap. I suppose you can say they're trying to compensate for having only 1 fielder in the covers, can't you? So with no extra cover, the mid-off's trying to do 2 roles, really.
Yeah, Northeast, born in Ashford in Kent, grew up in Walmer, which is down sort of right near, down towards Dover. Went to school in Broadstairs, which same school as Graham Cowdrey went to.
Still lives in Kent, you know.
Does he?
Northeast, yeah, so I'll continue after this ball. Clipped nicely. There's a fielder out there though as we're into the second power play now. So just 1 run. Yeah, he missed the first couple of one-day cup games this year. Well, only 1 in the end because there was a no result as well. But yeah, he's recently had the birth of his 2nd child, so congratulations to him. So he was just spending some time with the family.
I think you're a man of Kent, aren't you, if you're from down there? Depends on what side of the Medway you were born.
Yeah, spent some time at Hampshire as well. So I'm not sure where he resided when he was there. Again, Miles just slightly straying, looking to give no width and goes the other way, gives away a wide. Out of contract this year as well, Northeast. Rumours be had that he returns home. I'm sure all will be uncovered in years to come. Months to come, rather. Miles wheeling around. Byron just nicely tucked off the body. He's looking good here. After getting a couple of starts already this season, it'd be nice for Eddie Byron to go on to make a big one.
Jess and Simon Dowd have been in touch all the way from Adelaide in South Australia, and their cricket celebrity spotting was Tommy Borman playing for Sturt, which is their local cricket club in Adelaide, during the last Aussie summer. Great to hear from you, Jess. And Simon.
Just nipping back Craig Miles on the money to northeast.
I think, are they Sturt Blues? Maybe Jess or Simon can confirm that. Are they Sturt Blues?
I do find a lot of players, particularly the younger, sort of up-and-coming first-class players, do like to spend their winters enjoying summer in the southern hemisphere, don't they? Slightly short and wide from Miles. Northeast not in full control, but does cut safely enough for a single out to Actor at deep cover. End of another over. 63 for 1 after 11 overs. The first over of power play 2 is done.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit of spin here. And I think we're going to see Ollie Price. I think it's time to take the pace off the ball. Often Zaman Akhtar comes on at this time, just after the power play, but I think Jack Taylor, seeing Byron, likes it coming onto the bat. It's time to take the pace off the ball. He's got the option of 3 spinners. He's got himself, he's got Graham van Buren, but he's opted for the off spin of Ollie Price.
He's bowling to the short leg side boundary. I know he's, well, sorry, when Byron's on strike.
Yeah.
I know he's turning the ball away from him, which is probably the plan of why he's bowling from this end, so he can bowl towards the longer boundary with the spin, but I'm sure Byron won't mind heaving across the line to the shorter side. We'll soon see.
Yeah, Jess was in touch the other day, actually. Big Tommy Borman fan. I think we all are, Jess and Simon. I think we're all Tommy Borman fans. Here's Price. It's driven up to mid-off. Yes, they are the Sturt Blues. Jess has confirmed. There you go, my knowledge of grade cricket in Australia. I think we were going to get a guy from there, played for us actually, a few years back. It's just tickled into the leg side. That's up in the air, that could be out. Zaman Akhtar's under it and makes, oh, he takes it over the boundary but throws the ball back in. He went over the boundary but managed to keep the ball in and then tries to catch it on the second attempt, and it's just out of his grasp, but fantastic fielding from Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, he took it within the boundary quite comfortably and then just lost his balance, I think.
He knew he was close to the rope. He's a wonderful fielder. There he goes, and it's just out of his grasp.
Great athletic work though, isn't it? The dive on the way back. He thought he had it. Well, a life for Northeast. I'm sure he'll think twice about doing that again.
Price around the wicket to Byron. Forward defensive. No real sign of turn yet. Oh, that's just squared Byron up. Looking to drive a lot straighter, and the ball goes out to Bancroft to extra cover. Price just angling that one into the pads. Byron tickling it into the leg side. Completes the 12th, 65 for 1 here at the Seat Unique. 7-side derby. Decent crowd, starting to fill up as well. I think we'll see a few more after work today.
Yeah, a fair few sat beneath us, enjoying the Thatcher's bar, I'm sure.
There's a group of gentlemen down below us on Sunday who certainly enjoyed themselves there.
I'd say, where's the effects mic placed? We've got to be careful.
They had them all stacked up.
Miles continuing on his return to the West Country. Athletically stopped by Cam Bancroft at mid-wicket, setting the standards, the Aussie international. Glamorgan without an international, or an overseas player rather, in their one-day cup campaign, with Colin Ingram on the coaching staff in a first assistant coaching role.
That will please a lot of bowlers around the country.
No, I'm sure.
He's a good player.
Byron's looking to drive straight as the way he's shaped up and found the outside half of the bat.
And Chris Cook, where's he?
Yeah, I think he's just having a bit of time to rest. Played the first bulk of the T20 Blast and of course is a mainstay in the red ball side, and he's not getting any younger, so plenty of young keepers in the Glamorgan ranks. Horton, Smale and Henry Hurl as well, who's not in the side today. Pulled by Byron. Didn't get all of it, but got enough to get it over mid-wicket. 4 runs, too short from Craig Miles. Byron moving along nicely, 42 from 43.
We were talking before we came on air, Blake, weren't we, about the similarities between these two grounds, in they're both quite short straight boundaries and quite long square. You have to bowl differently in that sort of environment. You have to go into the pitch a little bit more, don't you?
Yeah, you do. I think both pitches tend to be slower pitches as well. You know, you notice a lot of games find draws there, particularly in the Kookaburra rounds. So when you're trying to bowl middle of the pitch, you've got time. Yeah, you've got time to pull and cut. However, the other side of it is, it can be a little bit stoppy at times. Someone like Gorvin in the second innings potentially could be one we see get a bit of life out of it with his cutters.
Yeah, varies his pace, doesn't he?
I think it'd be interesting to see Zaman Akhtar bowl on this as well, because he's probably the enforcer most of anyone, isn't he, out of this Gloucestershire side. Short again from Miles, and the into the pitch ploy not working again. Same area for Byron to pull over mid-wicket. Comfortably 4 runs. And the run rate moving up above 5.5.
I think it might be time to take the pace off the ball at both ends.
Ben Charlesworth can bowl a little bit of dibbly-dobblies with the keeper up, can't he?
He's a bit quick. No, he's quicker than that. He's quicker than that. He's golden arm as well.
I thought he might be with white ball. You tend to see, obviously, like medium paces like to bowl with a keeper up. But nicely played by Byron. It's that shot that's brought him so much in this innings so far, and that's the one that takes him to 50, fittingly so. It's taken just 46 balls for his first half century of the campaign. He's played nicely so far, and how we'd love to kick on now. 7 4s and 2 6s.
He's been excellent. He's anything too full, he's driven down the ground. Anything slightly short, he's picked the length and pulled vigorously. And Gloucestershire could do with a wicket here. Well, they could do with a couple of maidens at the very least.
Partnership worth 69 now. As the run rate creeps up about towards a runner ball.
Nick Webb has popped in, do his update to BBC Wales, and it'll be a very happy update as well, I believe, as Price comes in. And it's just played into the leg side, but well fielded by Borman. People of Wales will be quite happy with this start from the visitors.
well, it's a much needed win for Glamorgan today.
Driven to Van Buren, no run. Morgan the Dragon has been in touch. The Glamorgan mascot. Tossed up by Price, well bowled. It's watching all the way from glorious Swansea Bay, opposite the world famous St Helens ground. Come on, you Glammy, Morgan says. Oh, is that in the air? Reverse sweep attempt by Northeast and gets a top edge, but the ball falls short of short third. St Helens obviously the home of the first time 6 sixes and an over.
Yeah, it'd be a shame no cricket at St Helens after this year.
It's just played into the leg side. Bancroft does the fielding. Have the rugby
being turned to rugby, I think.
Yeah,
Mr. Webb will be the man who knows. I think, yes.
A lot of history there. A lot of history. Driven again. Picks out Bancroft. That's a maiden for Ollie Price, and that's just what Jack Taylor wanted from him, just to stem the flow. He's gone 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. There's the Manhattan, or as we like to say, the town centre of Basildon. And there's the worm on your screen.
You can see that run rate has increased pretty rapidly after early signs. Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw kept it tight. He's just freed up slightly, and we're going to see another change. Just the 3 over spell from Craig Miles, going for 22. And Zaman Akhtar is the next man who's going to be bowling to, well, the short leg side boundary for the right-hander, but it's Byron he's got to bowl to first. See where his protection is. Deep third, deep cover, deep square leg, and a fine leg as well. Over the wicket, and cut by Byron in front of square, but well cut off by Ben Charlesworth, patrolling the short boundary with all his height. If anyone's going to get an aerial catch to the short side, I suppose that's the man you'd want.
Yeah, Swansea's got a lovely beach actually, very nice beach. Mr. Sobers peppered it a couple of times off the bowling of Malcolm Nash all those years ago.
Yeah, nice part of the country. Clipped fine by Northeast. Zaman Akhtar just straying as he looks to find his way into his first over, and that won't help him. Northeast won't miss out on those with all his experience. 4 runs.
Yeah, some very nice beaches as you go down the Gower as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Rosilly and the Worm's Head and
Mumbles, lovely area.
Yeah, very nice part of the world. So Morgan, hope you're well.
Yeah, it'll be a shame to see St Helens not have any cricket anymore, but at least we're still getting some sporting use out of it. It'll be the new home of the Ospreys.
Morgan not Colwyn Bay at all these days?
No, not played there since Nye Donald whacked the record fastest double 100, I believe, in 2017. That's a guess, by the way. The women did play up there earlier this year, though.
Did they?
Women played at Colwyn Bay, yeah.
Well, there was a Gloucestershire record set in Wales.
Oh, I know the one, I think. Flicked by Northeast, just into the pitch. This one from Akhtar, settle for 1.
The lovely Abergavenny.
Yeah, is this Andrew Simons?
Yeah, most 6, or he called the record, I think, didn't he?
I think it's been overtaken now, though.
Has it been?
Ben Stokes, I believe, a couple of years ago.
Against Worcestershire.
I think so, yeah, when he hit the late Josh Baker for 5 sixes in an over, I think on his debut as well, so it's not the way to settle into professional cricket. Short from Actor, Byron just pulling out of the pull shot. Won't want to throw it away, hooking to the long leg side boundary when you've done all the hard work to get to 51.
Yeah, Glamorgan have played a few outgrounds.
Yeah, Neath is the latest of the last couple of years. Shame to have one of those washed out last week. Little fiddle from Byron. He's disappointed with playing at that one, but end of the over. Actor will be happy with the way he's started nonetheless, despite the boundary. Gone for 6, 83 for 1 after 15.
Yeah, a lot of people love the outgrounds, obviously. There's some very nice ones being used. Gloucestershire played at Cheltenham College last week. Rugby School's being used at the moment.
Repton School as well.
Repton School, Guildford. There's been some lovely venues, and people like to make a weekend of it, going away for the weekend. And I've never been there, but if you took the missus to the oil refinery ground at BP Llandarcy, I'm not sure you're going to remain married for long. Just conjures up images. Price around the wicket, tossed up. That's 4 runs, beautifully placed by North East. He looks ominous from a Gloucestershire point of view. Moves on to 29 off 36 balls.
Can I just go through some scores around the grounds, Dan?
Yeah, go on.
Right, I'll try to be as
Let's
quick
go
as
to the end of the over.
Yeah, end of the over,
quick,
end of the over.
He's quite quick
yeah,
through
spinner.
them. Turned into the leg side for a single. A lot of the games started at 11 o'clock this morning, so they'll be further advanced than this one.
A lot of them second innings just getting underway. The other day-night games, Lancashire, Sussex.
Price, Byron again, just turns that one to Charlesworth. Coming in from deep square. Another single. This has been a fine start from the visitors though. And that's paddle swept. He's going to get 4 runs there, North East. Going right across his stumps. And gets it fine. And the ball runs away between the Marker Lane and the Jack Russell stands for 4 runs.
Yeah, he plays that shot well, North East. For someone who's not a typically destructive white ball player, he does find his ways to keep the run rate nice and high, and his strike rate is healthy.
Price again, angling it into his legs, and he'll just stroll through for a single. Glamorgan on to 94. Gloucestershire looking a little ragged here. Fielding's not quite been up to the standards they've set in the first 3 games. Again, turned around the corner, and they'll pick up a single. $95 for 1, sorry, at the end of the 16th. Go on, Blake, what's happening around the country?
Right, rapid fire score roundup with Blake Bint. So, Derbyshire against Worcestershire at Repton School. Derbyshire scored 315 all out. Worcestershire are 11 for 2 after just 3.2 overs in their response. Durham against Northamptonshire. Northants at 321 for 8 in the first innings. Durham in the second over are 4 for 1. Essex piled on 417 for 6 against Surrey. Curtis Camphor with 100 there. The Irish international, Surrey are 8 for no loss in their reply. Leicestershire 252 all out against Hampshire. Hampshire 3 for no loss after 2 overs there. At Rugby School, Middlesex were 217 all out. Warwickshire 35 for 1 after just 6 overs in their reply. And the other day night game, Lancashire against Sussex. That one is down on the south coast. And Lancashire are 110 for no loss after 16 and a half overs. So that is what's going on in the Metrobank. Full and driven by Byron nicely through the covers, finds the gap and finds the boundary towards Klinger corner. He's moving along nicely, as are Glamorgan, 99 for 1.
Yeah, Curtis Camphor had a little spell here last year in the Metrobank. I'll be covering that game next week, actually. Essex versus Glamorgan. I think it's on Wednesday at Chelmsford.
Yeah, so if you want to hear dulcet tones from Dan Whiting.
Yeah, so sorry if you're listening in from over the other side. The bridge is stuck with me for 2 games running. So I apologise.
Yeah, surprised you don't see more Irish, Scottish players playing this competition, because they obviously don't class as overseas. Michael Jones, of course, at Lancashire. He's one of the ones piling on the runs against Sussex at the moment. Byron just being tucked up, happy to defend. That's, I would say, more what Byron's known for, digging in, but he's scored relatively quickly so far, 57 from 55.
Yeah, there's an Irish bloke bowling from this end, though. A chap called O'Price.
Well, Eddie Byram's eligible for Ireland. Running off the face to take Glamorgan to 3 figures is that Zimbabwean-born Irish qualified opener. And a polite ripple comes from the Welsh contingent in the ground here.
Yeah, I think the locals as well, they're a good crowd here. They acknowledge good cricket, whoever it comes from. You know, they're not like going to certain grounds around the country where it's very parochial.
A northeast struck on the pad. Umpire thinks about it. Blackwell. And northeast looking for the run.
That's got to be close, hasn't it?
Well, I think he was.
Has he got bat on that?
I think he was slightly advancing. It looked like it was angling. Well, slightly squared up, potentially a bit of height.
Maybe a little bit high, maybe a little bit going down as well.
I think enough to justify, yeah, but a good shout.
It might be one of those umpires call
for a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's a good end to the over by Zaman Akhtar and gives something for Gloucestershire to at least get a bit of life about. 100 for 1 after 17.
Morgan going at 6 and over here, though. His Price comes in, and that's played down the ground with an element of bottom hand by Byron out to Graham Fenn-Byron.
He's not afraid to toss it up, is he?
No, he's not. He's not, and I think this might be one of those wickets where the slower you bowl it, the harder it is to hit. Tickled round the corner, they're going to take a run. And North East had to get his skates on there. So Redfern covered the Gloucestershire v Middlesex game at Cheltenham. A bit of turn there for Ollie Price.
Did you enjoy your time at Cheltenham? Dan?
Oh, I love Cheltenham. How Cheltenham looks in the future with all the restructuring remains to be seen, as that's driven to Bancroft. It remains to be seen, but whilst it's there, cherish it, love it, It's fantastic. Anyone involved with Gloucestershire loves Cheltenham. As that's one out to deep square. I think what it does as well, it produces good cricket, Cheltenham. A bit more pace in the wicket than there is here at Bristol. And big crowds. T20 was sold out against Sussex. 5,500. As North East adds another one to his total. Byron thinks about a second, but Matt Taylor gets the throw in quickly. In the over, 104 for one. Yeah, I think even in the first Metro Bank game that we had there against Derbyshire, it's probably 3,500, 4,000, which, you know, is decent, and it's atmospheric. The chapel at one end, the spires of the pavilion on the side, and yeah, it's just one of those venues. 153 years that festival's been going.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's seen a lot of very good players go through.
Surprised.
Kane Williamson there this year, Jimmy Anderson there this year.
Actor digging in a Yorker, which North East has to fend.
And you think of the likes of Zahir Abbas and W.G. Grace and Wally Hammond, who've all played there. Serious names in the game.
Must feel like a privilege for the players that are playing there for the first time in the recent years when they think about that. Clipped nicely. Just a single as Glamorgan continue to just build this innings nicely.
I believe Zahir was here on Sunday as well. I missed him. What a cricketer. Over 2,000 runs in a season twice for Gloucestershire, 1976, 1981. The only Asian cricketer to score 100 hundreds as well. You think of Tendulkar didn't do it.
Short, Byron looking to pull, and it's beaten the keeper. It looked like it came off the helmet. I think it did.
Yeah, we're going to have a little protocol break.
Just see it again. It was properly dug in from actor Byron, taking it on.
He's got through the shot too early.
Yeah.
He's got through the shot too early there.
As you say, less pace in the wicket. But for someone who obviously has struggled with the pace of the wicket, he's obviously doing all right for himself.
There's a 100 partnership as well. It's not often I watch games in the 100. You know me, Blake. I've got Metro Bank fever.
Yeah.
But I watched one last night and I saw Tom Alsop get a horrible one at Lord's, which went through the visor and cut his nose pretty badly off Jamie Overton. And it does happen. And I think players now, with helmets sort of getting so much better, there's still obviously a danger, but they're more inclined to take on the hook shot. I think when the guys from the 70s who didn't wear helmets, I think they had far more to lose should they get it wrong when they were hooking off the end of their nose.
Yeah, protection is so good these days, and as you say, we've got this concussion break now. Physios, club doctors, they're all there to help out.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just having a drinks break as well. I'm sure probably have 2 drinks breaks today.
Yeah, Eddie Byron will be okay to carry on as well.
Yeah, he's fine. It's just a sort of glancing blow, wasn't it, really?
So what happens, you're an umpire in your spare time, Dan?
Yeah.
If that happens in a club cricket game, that's dead ball, 4 runs not given, isn't it? As soon as someone's hit on the head, it's dead ball.
Yeah.
So in a way, Glamorgan are fortunate there. Got the 4 runs awarded.
Yeah, goes down as leg byes. Does it become a dead ball straight away?
Not sure.
No, I think it might still be leg byes in club cricket as well. If it hits a fielder's helmet, it becomes a dead ball straight away, doesn't it?
Right, okay.
Unless it's, well, it becomes a dead ball, especially when it's behind the keeper and becomes 5
Yeah,
penalty
of course.
runs.
Yeah. I thought it was any blow to the head, I thought, but then you get the farcical scenario of fielders going around headering it. Well, play to resume, and as you can imagine, the next ball was a bouncer. Byron successfully out the way of this one, not attempting the hook. A few more people filtering in. Remember, the tickets available on the Gloucestershire cricket website. Particularly after 5 p.m, you can get in for just £11. So if you're at a loose end, well fielded, one-handed pickup on the price. Yeah, why not come down after work on a Friday? Oh, no plans for the evening. Come and enjoy Gloucestershire's second innings under the lights. We'll see what they're chasing, which Wasp is currently predicting to be 321. I think Glamorgan will have to do well to get that many.
Yeah. Made a good start though.
Oh, clipped aerially for a time. Just on the one bounce to Bancroft, who's in tight at mid-wicket, but a good over from Zamanakta, of course, the 4 leg byes. But just the one run off the bat. 109 for 1 after 19 as Glamorgan have brought up their century partnership.
Yeah, on Sunday, Gloucestershire were 107 for 1 at 20 and ended up getting 286. Different scenario at Cheltenham, different place, different wicket.
Well, Carlson and Will Smale don't hang about when they come in.
Graham Van Buren is coming into the attack. Shaved head, thanks to the lovely Ruth Charville, who I believe lives in Wales. She lives in Chepstow. She's a Gloucestershire fan, goes all around the country, and she's had a tough old summer, Ruth, with being diagnosed with cancer and going through chemotherapy. So Graham Van Buren shaved his head in support and raised a few quid for not only cancer charities but also for the Sid Lawrence Fund as well. As that's tossed up by Van Buren. Latest episode of Being Glorious, the Gloucestershire podcast with me, James Bracey, said Graham Van Buren is the best dancer in the side. He's got the moves, got the snake hips. Oh, that's well bowled. Going across, Byron. And Byron, he normally goes over the wicket to left-handers, but he doesn't want to with a short boundary. As Byron targets that one and plays it out to Charlesworth at deep mid-wicket. With the left-hander, if he goes over the wicket, he'll be turning it into the left-hander towards the short boundary. He doesn't want to do that, so he's angling the ball across the left-hander.
Yeah, he's not really looking to turn it, is he, to Byron? I'm sure he'll just look to dart them in flat.
Tickled round the corner to Josh Shaw, no run. Yeah, but then the odd one does really rip. He got Ollie Sykes at Guildford off a wide, stumped down the leg side, one that turned miles when Sykes gave him the charge. Again, turn round the corner, but only to Shaw. Byron turns northeast down.
Oh, he's just setting fielders on the edge of the ring here, so happy to give one to North East.
That's a good over from Van Buren. 20 overs gone. The score's on Nelson. 111 for 1. And that's a good start. Just 2 off the over. The spinners have been the best bowlers so far, along with Zaman Akhtar, who's going to probably take the next one from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, looks as though he is. Hat handed to Ian Blackwell. I'm going to see Akhtar with another burst. He tends to be used in short bursts for, you know, probably one of the quicker bowlers in the side, so try and get the best out of him, keep the pace up. Oh, he's into his 4th.
Yeah, well, the Ajit Singh Dale and Marchand DeLong are probably the quickest. Morgan fans remember Marchand from his time there.
And Ajit Singh Dale's playing for the Welsh Fire in the 100, so
he is, yeah.
Glamorgan fans that do follow the 100 will probably be familiar with him as well. Nicely run off the face with deft touch by Eddie Byron, who's going along nicely. 62, he has slowed up slightly, now 68 balls when he was going at a run a ball for, or quicker for the first 50 of his runs.
But we don't talk about the 100. James Healy has got Metro Bank fever here so much he thinks Welsh Fire was what happened to his Pembrokeshire holiday home back in the day.
Short from to North East, up on his toes. Just bowls that heavy length, doesn't he, Zaman Akhtar? Quite a tall side of Gloucestershire, with Van Buren aside.
Yeah.
There's a fair bit of height. Price, Charlesworth. Akhtar's not short himself, gets that extra bounce.
Bancroft.
Yeah.
Matt Taylor.
Who's that on the cover boundary as well? They're quite tall.
Borman. Miles.
Ah, Craig Miles, yeah. Of course, Marchand, when he's in the side, he's not short.
It's very odd seeing Marchand and Graham Van Buren are inseparable, and watching them go round together is they're very funny together. They're very amusing chaps.
Full and driven, and North East disappointed to not find his way through the gap. Bancroft like a wall in there, extra cover. Good spell so far this from Akhtar, who's just varying his length. Which is bold, bowling to the shorter leg side boundary to North East, but North East as well. It's just stayed contained. 39 from 51. Well, there's the staying contained. That's over, long on for 6, into the seats beneath the flats, and ends what was an economical over from Zaman Akhtar with a maximum. Well struck, no more than a chip really from North East, one you'd see on the golf course.
Yeah, he likes that area, doesn't he? Straight into the Jack Russell stand. Went over the back there, I think, actually. Went into the Legends Walkway here at Gloucestershire. $118 for 1. Byron's just Being becalmed a little, hasn't he, since reaching his 50? Still keeping the scoreboard ticking over, but he obviously likes pace on the ball. So he tries to cut that one, but can't get it past Cameron Bancroft. Backward point. Oh, he jams that one into his pads. Thick inside edge. Turned and just open the face and run down to Josh Shaw at short third. Clever bowling this by Van Buren though. It's gone for 2 runs off 9 balls. Shaw pulled, but only to pick out Borman. Deep backward square.
Gets through his overs as well, doesn't he, Van Buren?
Yeah, certainly does.
Psychological impact that can have when, you know, the batters just look up and all of a sudden another over's passed and another one.
Yeah, he's pushed down the ground by Northeast for another single. Yeah, he's it's not unusual to see in the county championship Gloucestershire's scoreboard if he has a good long bowl, sort of looking at sort of +7, +8. Byron whips this one to Charlesworth at deep mid wicket. End the over, 122 for 1. Almost at the halfway stage. But Glamorgan have got wickets in hand here, and I expect them to set Gloucestershire an imposing total from here. Drop us an email as well. Our address will pop up on your screen. At some point. There we go. As if by magic, the shopkeeper appeared, as they used to say on Mr. Ben. There it is, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. And let us know where you've seen cricketers in unusual places. And I don't mean on a cricket pitch. I want to hear stories about Zain Ul Hassan doing his shopping in Lidl in Cardiff.
Change of bowling, Josh Shaw back into the attack and starts with a bouncer, and Byron top edging. And just gets one down to
that's off the helmet as well.
Deep third. Yeah, another one off the helmet. So we're going to have another concussion break. Another chance for Dan to tell any more anecdotes. Any more?
It's like watching Will Pukowski bat here, isn't it? The poor old Australian who's had to retire through numerous concussion injuries.
Any other meetings other than Nasser Hussain on a North Wales beach?
Yeah, I did actually. I mean, I covered Surrey last year for BBC London and shared a hotel with them, which down at the Utility Bowl down at Southampton, where everyone stays there. That hotel on the ground, the Hilton, and yeah, it had a strange conversation, well, a very nice conversation with Sean Abbott, whilst we were both there waiting for our toast to do over breakfast. But yeah, let us know where you've seen cricketers in unusual places. There's the email address. Have you ever seen them filling their car up with petrol? Have you ever seen them doing their shopping? We want to know. Drop Blake and I a line.
I feel like in an airport it's always a common one with sports people, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're always on holiday. And it's a a place where everyone commonly sort of congregates, isn't it?
Unless they're very rich cricketers who tend to probably go club class and go into a club lounge.
Yeah, well, all the 100 money. Well, we're back to resume again. Northeast facing up after Byron took the single off the helmet.
I think Byron might get some short stuff here.
Yeah, well, he's already been exposed a couple of times. He has pulled a couple of sixes, though. Let's not forget that.
He has, but they were waist height. This is, you know, some chin music. This is around the nostrils, and I think they might be testing him out to see how he plays it.
Yeah, well, he's got the deep third, the deep fine, and the deep square as well. And there it is, and he obliges and gets a couple of bounces for 4.
Pretty well.
He wasn't going to shy away.
Pretty well, then, is the answer to that one.
Yeah, Gloucestershire testing him out, but he was given a bit of room to free the arms. Not quite as well directed from Josh Shaw that time. But it's the next ball, isn't it? If he spears one in at the toes.
Byron looks like he bats.
And just running off the face, slight under edge from Byron, but nicely played nonetheless. 69 he's on to now, and Glamorgan really setting up to explode for the second half of the innings.
Byron bats with his bat outside off stump there, so he's obviously very strong off his legs.
Northeast closing in on 50, 47. All tucking into the leg side, could be a mix-up. Direct hit, he's gone, and it's a miss. Well, Byron set off, and it's the captain, Jack Taylor, who had all 3 to aim at.
I've seen him hit those a lot over the years as well, Jack Taylor.
And Byron would have been long gone. And it's those half chances that Gloucestershire need to take, with Glamorgan just 1 down. Clips nicely from Northeast, beats Van Buren, and that's going to be 4. And he brings up a 50 with it as well. Clipped nicely. Just the one chance really when he was on 19, Zaman Akhtar with a sprawling dive on the boundary after taking a catch, carrying it over the rope, throwing it back in, and a despairing dive unfortunately meant he put it down. So other than that chance on 19, Northeast has played beautifully. Second fiddle to Eddie Byron really, and he brings up 50 from just 56 balls, in Glamorgan well on their way to an imposing total already, 132 for 1 after 23.
Yeah, showing all his experience, Sam Northeast. 35 years old, still doing the business. Van Buren now going across Byron, who drives to Jack Taylor, extra cover. Picks up another single, just accumulating, moving into the 70s with that one. Driven pleasantly by Northeast. That middle stage of 50 over cricket where sides are content to pick up singles and bowling sides are content not to leak boundaries. Nudged into the leg side. Another single. Gloucestershire will do well to keep Glamorgan under 300 from here. I think what might be the crux of the matter is how many over 300 they get. Driven to Jack Taylor by North East. No real sense of timing. I think the difference between 300 and 340 might be match defining here. Oh, that's stumped. Van Buren strikes. North East walks past one and he departs for 52. James Bracey has the easy task of removing the veils, and a little bit of turn there for Van Buren. And Gloucestershire didn't half need that one.
Yeah, much needed for Gloucestershire. North East didn't really need to do that. They were going along nicely. I know they're going to want to up the rate, but he came down, realised the ball wasn't there and didn't really play a shot, and just gifted it to Van Buren, who's had a game-changing spell so far. He's come in and contained nicely, just when Gloucestershire needed to slow it down. However, things won't get much easier because Kieran Carlson comes in next, and well, he's a stylish player. Already had a century in the Metro Bank One Day Cup opener down at Neath, and has shown destructive batting at the top of the order in the T20 Blast, so this will suit him coming in now.
$127 those two put on. The drinks keep coming out. Big cooler, what are they called? Cooler buckets, cooler containers. Need them on a day like today. Temperatures 29, might even push 30. Here on the Cote d'Or field up in North Bristol.
Yeah, lovely sunny afternoon. Just an hour and 20 minutes away from those later tickets being eligible. After 5 p.m, £11 if you buy in advance on the Gloucestershire cricket website. So if you're at a loose end on this Friday late afternoon, evening, come down and watch some fine cricket in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, because I think we're going to have a good chase on.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a good game of cricket. These two often produce very good games of cricket. Who can forget that tie at Cheltenham College last year? Was it 5-9-1 Glamorgan chased, or 5-9-3? Something ridiculous.
Josh Shaw continuing. Byron, there is that run off the face. He plays so comfortably. Kieran Carlson will soon face his first ball. There was also a T20 here, wasn't it? A 6 off the last ball. Was that at Cardiff or was that here?
At Cardiff. At Cardiff, Josh Shaw.
Yeah, off Andy Gorvin.
Yeah, off the last ball. And without that, Gloucestershire would not have qualified for the quarter-finals and had that historic day last September.
Short. Carlson pulls off the mark with a single against his opposite number, Josh Shaw, both with number 5 on the back of their shirt. Kieran Carlson, Josh Shaw.
Both centre halves.
I'm not sure Kieran Carlson is. He's about 5'7". I think that's being generous. Shaw round the wicket, continuing. Short to Byron, and it's chipped up, and just can't quite make it. Craig Miles running in, he collects on the one bounce, but Eddie Byron not in control, and the short ball showing a bit of concern again.
Howell, is that how you say it? Howell? In Cardiff, he's been in touch. He's enjoying the coverage.
That'll be Howell.
Howell, just about to go out and do some shredding. Ooh, sounds ominous. But he's got his phone perched on the back of his Civic.
Short again. Carlson pulls and bisects the two fielders between fine leg and deep square leg. His first boundary. And I don't know if this is a predetermined plan, but the first two balls to Kieran Carlson, Josh Shaw's banged in halfway down. But Carlson played that one nicely, rode the bounce.
Hall says about Glamorgan and the weather, and before the deluge at Nice, Glamorgan hadn't lost any time to the rain in Wales this year. Our only loss was at Lord's earlier in the year.
This one Fuller, and busy player that is Kieran Carlson. Shuffles across his stumps.
Well, thank you for your email, and enjoy your shredding. Don't shred anything too valuable. Don't shred the kids' homework. Although the chance of them having homework in August is pretty slim, isn't it? But,
yeah.
you know, don't shred anything too valuable, mate.
Can Josh Shaw get this third breakthrough? Driving Carlson. And that was all hands. Not much foot movement, but it was powerfully struck. And it was past Cameron Bancroft, extra cover in no time. Another boundary to him, and a good over for Glamorgan with a couple of boundaries coming from it. 146 for 2 at the halfway stage, and Kieran Carlson already showing he's not there to mess about.
Harry Jones has been in touch. Glamorgan junior reporter. He says, come on Glamorgan, I think Glamorgan are going to win. And North East and Byron are batting brilliant, loving the commentary. Second email from Harry said he did bat brilliantly. Well, we've all been there.
Well, Harry's already learnt the commentator's curse.
Welcome to the world of sports media where you can be, you know, things can go wrong in the blink of an eye. Here's Byron facing Van Buren down the leg side, swept and gets that fine of Borman at short fine leg. And another 4 to the total. That's the 150 up as well after one ball into the 26th over. And the visitors are on the charge here. Swept. Only to pick out Actor, deep backward square, who now comes into backward point.
Well, he's bowling bravely, Van Buren. I think he's opting to go a little bit straighter to Byron now. He's trying to draw him into the short-sided slog sweep.
Oh, has he got a little feather on that? Yes, Sue Redfern raises the finger, and Carlson slowly has to trudge off the pitch. I'm not sure he was overly happy about that, but James Bracey was adamant that he'd got a little feather on it. Carlson has to go for 9, and Graham Van Buren has been involved in all 3 Glamorgan wickets.
Yeah, Carlson disappointed, but playing away from his body, and that's a big wicket for Gloucestershire. It's not the one of Byron, who's on 78, but Kieran Carlson is a damaging player. Already got a century in this competition this year, and they'll be more than happy to see the back of him.
Yeah, Carlson didn't look overly enamoured with that decision. Has to be said. And here's a man fresh off the back of 100 in the week, Will Smale.
Yeah, first century of his career, that was down at the Oval. Came in a spot of bother after a couple of quick wickets, although at an earlier stage than what it was today. And yeah, made a magnificent 100 to get Glamorgan up over 300 before the rain came.
Yeah, I've been covering Essex women this season, where his sister Sophia plays. Slow left armour.
Yeah, Will's a part-time keeper as well, so one of many in the Glamorgan ranks. Although he won't be on duty today, it'll be Alex Horton.
Some of the locals have sound like they've been on the local apple juice already. Van Buren. Smile rocks onto the front foot and pushes that out to Jack Taylor. Extra cover. Sort of slashy drive there by Smale.
Yeah, he likes to get on with it as well. He's another one who's a T20 opener. Him and Kieran Carlson often went together in the Blast this year.
Fall by Van Buren. And that completes the over. 151 for 3 at the end of the 26. Graham Van Buren fan club in full cry below us. Not surprised, he's 2 for 13. Or 4 overs.
Of course, avid Gloucestershire fans will be well aware of Will Smale. Spent some time in the second 11 here when he was trialling around before getting a professional contract with Glamorgan. He was one of those players who played at half the counties in the country, Gloucestershire being one of them. So maybe some players in this Gloucestershire side will have a couple of quiet plans to dismiss the new batter. Straight drive from Byron. Shot he's played so well so far. As there's another change. Craig Miles is back in after just 3 overs earlier on.
There's been a few over the years, haven't there, who've been right on the border, who could have joined either county. Kellaway is from Chepstow, I believe.
Yeah.
Steve James was actually from Gloucestershire, he's from Lydney, up in the Forest of Dean.
On the hips, Craig Miles, that's where he's been looking to bowl. He's got that long leg side boundary when bowling to Byron, so if he can just tuck him up, that's what his plan was in his earlier spell. Byron still there though, going along nicely, 79 from 85, and after a couple of quick wickets, he just wants to continue going at the pace he is, look to rebuild the innings.
If you ever read Steve James's book, From Third Man to Fatty's Leg, it is brilliant, and it talks about how he almost joined Gloucestershire, but it was always Glamorgan tugged at his heartstrings.
Flicked by Smell nicely. It was upish, but safe as deep square is paroling the boundary in front of the car park. And the shed bar, which isn't open. Can we expect to see that open at some point?
No, not today.
Is that a Blast thing?
Yeah. Yeah, but you've got the Steakburg, you've got Paolo's ice cream. They'll do a roaring tray today, I should imagine.
Slash. Byron, just one. Is there any Chris Dent coffee here today?
Yeah.
Down the far side, is it?
They're situated between the mound stand and the marker lane stand in the far corner. Best coffee I've ever had. And behind every cup There's 11,000 first-class runs.
Smale just getting himself slightly squared up as he flicks that one. A half misfield by Borman at mid-wicket, but no trouble as they come through for a single. Yeah, good to see Chris Dent go on to good things after announcing his retirement.
He's got an academy going as well, and if you listen to the podcast Being Glorious, there's a poem, an ode, the Ballad of Chris Dent.
Short, and Byron almost chopping onto his stumps. Good work by Bracey, rolling around behind the stumps. But Byron, again, just that one slightly shorter of length has caused him a bit of trouble, but nonetheless, still there. He's on 80. And Glamorgan, 155 for 3.
That's Ahmed Syed running on with a helmet there. On 12th's duties into the squad, replacing Ed Middleton. Some good youngsters coming through. Daz Ahmed, Tommy Borman, Joe Phillips. Phillips had a really good Cheltenham. 250s in the game against Lancashire. And then 100, his maiden first-class 100 against Middlesex. Van Buren. Tossed up. Oh, I thought he'd put that down Bancroft's throat, short mid-wicket. Seen a few full tosses get wickets over the years.
I suppose with a player like Van Buren as well, it's so deceptive of the height it's coming from. Even a full toss, I can imagine, it's difficult to pick up.
It's pushed back to the bowler, well fielded off his own bowling. You always field it well off your own bowling, though, don't you? You know, got more to lose.
Got to protect the figures.
Got to. It's another single for Byron, who moves on to 81. Ooh, a little bit of a wild throw from, scooted along the deck from Charlesworth. Rocking onto the back foot and scampering through for a single despite good fielding from Craig Miles. The prodigal son returned. Well, he joins officially next season, but he's on loan for this Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign. Byron adds another one with a drive to Ollie Price at long on.
I'm sure Gloucestershire supporters would enjoy seeing him on loan for last couple of county championship games, if that's feasible as well.
Yeah, it's weird, the loan system, isn't it? It's saw Nathan Gilchrist from Kent has swept 4 runs. Good placement there from Smale. And Van Buren just getting his line wrong for the first time today. And Smale taking full advantage, sweeping him back with a square. The loan system's a strange one, isn't it? Because Nathan Gilchrist is due to leave Kent to go and join Warwickshire, yet has joined Middlesex for the One Day Cup campaign. And it's a bizarre one, isn't it? And then you've also got players who play white ball cricket for one county and red ball cricket for another. Ben Green's one at Leicestershire and plays white ball cricket for Somerset.
Calvin Harrison
at Northamptonshire or Nottinghamshire plays red ball cricket for Northants.
Yeah, I spoke to the Kent director of cricket after a red ball game actually earlier this summer.
Simon Cook.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah, after a 4-day with, or one of the first day of a 4-day with Glamorgan, and this was recently after the announcement. And he said they were a bit disappointed as a club not to be able to keep him on. And he said in words to the effect of, "We're going to look to prepare for next year." So I think that's why there's probably no surprise in Nathan Gilchrist being moved on loan. Byron just looking to carve.
Canterbury.
Fortunate to still be there.
Canterbury can be a very tough place for a bowler. It's flat, there's a lot of runs in it, and they've had a few injury problems this year.
Well, even a player like Singdale here, I mean, everyone knows how exciting he is, but you look at the numbers, a first-class average of 37 with the ball doesn't really do it justice, does it?
Yeah, I think it depends on where you bowl week in, week out.
Byron's going to push for 2 here as he picks out the gap towards the long side of boundary and gets it comfortably, continuing to tick along nicely.
He's found the pockets nicely, hasn't he, Byron?
He has. He's played within himself, I think. He's driven well. Okay, he's had a couple of blows onto the helmet, but he's also pulled a couple for 6 nicely, and he plays the run off the face nicely as well. A much needed knock for Eddie Byron.
Yeah, on his return to the West Country.
And there is that run off the face, just taking a comfortable single. After a lot of time out of the first 11 this year. Been stuck in the second 11 due to Asa Tribe's strong form in the county championship. And he's on his way towards a 3rd List A 100 if he can complete one here. Will Smale at the other end. He's can be a damaging customer if he gets going.
I think he's Chepstow as well, isn't he, Smale?
Newport, I believe.
Newport, is he?
Newport. Yeah, the One Day Cup does tend to bring the Welsh contingent out of the Glamorgan side with some of the younger lads. For example, Henry Hurl in the squad, Ben Morris.
Romano Franco,
North Wales. He's already had a couple of appearances, the youngster. Flicked nicely up to mid-on, but no run.
Yeah, it's Northrop Cricket Club, his club, isn't it? Up
That's
from
right,
Mould,
yeah.
their way.
Franco, yeah. Just 18 years old, the left-arm spinner. Got Alex Horton still to come. He's a Welsh homegrown player. Carlson, of course, with the captaincy. Come through at Cardiff Cricket Club. Andy Gorvin's basically adopted now, was from Hampshire, but when he came to university in Cardiff, he's been Glamorgan ever since. 166 for 3.
Glamorgan have taken a few from North Wales over the years, haven't they? David Lloyd, I think he was from up there.
Yeah, there's not been too many though. Roman Walker was the last North Walian to debut for Glamorgan, and I think that was in 2017, so it's been a while.
Van Buren, that's slashed out square through point. Zamanakta doing the fielding. Matthew Maynard was from Bangor back in the day.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course David Lloyd was a servant for so long, but if we're talking recency in terms of debuts, it's been a while, but Lloyd left just a couple of years ago. He was Wrexham lad.
Driven, well fielded by Jack Taylor. Smale can't get that one through the covers.
And although not from North Wales himself, Nye Donald made history up at Colwyn Bay, we mentioned earlier.
Oh, that's off the chalk end there. Big heave across the line from Smale. Luckily, just about got something on that. Van Buren doing what Graham Van Buren does. Getting through his overs quickly. Another dot ball. Now, can he get out of the over with just one off it? He can. That's really well bowled. So, with 20 overs to go, Glamorgan 167 for 3. They're still on target for 300. But they'll have to go some to get sort of the 350, which looked on at one point when North East and Byron were sort of striking the ball to all parts of the West Country.
Yeah, well, I feel like you tend to say you double your score in a one-day game after 30 overs with, you know, you play it like a T20 for the second half, and 3 down is the best Glamorgan could be given the game's gone by. Slashed from Byron off the outside edge. Takes a single. Yeah, after their opening game being 6 down in the first half of the innings, and at Surrey as well, lost early wickets, and it had to be recovered by Smale and Alex Horton down the lower end. So it's the most favourable position Glamorgan have had so far in this competition to be able to explode to a score upwards of 300. If these two stay there.
Yeah. Byron holds the key. He's the glue, holding it all together.
Yeah, much needed knock, as I've said a couple of times, for someone who's been out the side.
But there's some power down the order, isn't there? I mean, Douthwaite.
Horton plays his shots as well.
Yeah, there are no slouches.
Well, and Byron's looking to accelerate himself. I'm not convinced that's the role he needs to play. Yeah, he's out of contract at the end of this year, Eddie Byron, so anything he can make in this competition could just be the competition that saves his Glamorgan career. We'll soon see how that develops. But he's going along nicely here, 87 from 97, just a couple of false shots in recent past. Slightly slower from Miles, and Byron waited on it well.
I've actually got Welsh roots, Blake. Do you know that?
I don't, Dan. No, go on.
Yeah, I've grandmother from North Wales, from a little place called Penmaen Mawr, up on the coast. I can say Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll Llogerich Windrobwyll Llantysilio Gogogoch.
Very good. I was not expecting that. Pushed aerially by Smelling Miles. Not quite there for the diving catch, but placed with very hard hands, Will Smale.
Glamorgan fans, how did I do? Was my pronunciation all right there, or?
Yeah, send us an email just to judge Dan Whiting's pronunciation of that place. I think just remembering it all rather than knowing how to pronounce it is the hardest bit.
Yeah.
Short, Smale through the pull shot too early. And another decent over from Gloucestershire from a containing point of view. Glamorgan 170 for 3 after 31.
It's an interesting passage of the game here at the moment. Gloucestershire battling hard on what looks like a very good wicket. Fast outfield. It's quite a big square on one side as well. I think they're going to be a lot of twos into that area. Here's Van Buren. Little reverse paddle from Byron. 12 shy of 100. Oh, pushed a little bit quicker through there. Good battle between these two Southern Africans.
He's varied his pace well, hasn't he, Van Buren?
Oh, he's a canny bowler. Slower. Ball gets a little bit of purchase off the surface. One more to Byron though. Smail's been looking to target Van Buren over mid-wicket like that. And this time he nails the shot. Missed a few of them in the last over, but certainly caught hold of that one.
Yeah, he does enjoy the sweep shot. Will Smail, as I said, he's an aggressive player. He's fetched it from outside off stump and watched it all the way. Don't want to let him get going, Gloucestershire. Byron, you can kind of contain from one end, even if he's going on to 3 figures.
Oh, big appeal. Well, for Bracey, Van Buren wasn't interested. Smail. Sweeping. Fired in by Van Buren in the over. 5 off it. 175 for 3 with 18 remaining. Morgan will still be targeting. That's 300. Oh, look, the Gloucestershire players at Drinks have got new hats. Get them in the club shop. I'd wear one of those down the Gloucester Road on a Friday night, wouldn't you, Blake? You go Ollie Price, Tommy Borman with ice on their heads.
I tell you, when could have done with that, Dan, was the drive here.
It was warm.
It was warm.
It was warm.
If anyone's planning on coming down, get your ice hat. Slashed by Byron, perfectly placed fielder. I got a little bit overexcited there off the shot, but he moves into the nervous 90s, Eddie Byron.
But it's a nice air-conditioned media centre here at Bristol. I think the 2 worst commentary boxes in the country, Canterbury, which just heats up in the morning and then never cools down, but at least the sun goes back over the city towards the cathedral there by about 2 or 3 o'clock. But Chelmsford, which both the sort of wooden boxes on the end of stands, and Chelmsford can get seriously hot. Seriously hot.
Advancing Smail, and no more than a flick.
Oh.
And that's the Will Smail who wants to get on with it. Was there a drop in the... I was going to say in the crowd, but in the car park.
It was a gentleman in a check shirt, and that's a really poor bit of fielding there, sir. I'd get down to fielding practice if I were you, pal. That was a dolly straight into the bread basket and straight back out again. Nice pick up from Smail though. He's in good touch.
Yeah, you don't want him to get going. Fresh off 100, of course. So he'll want to allow himself to get as many as he can again here. To come for Glamorgan, Zainul Hassan, he's due at 6, but I think that'll be dependent on when the next wicket falls, because you've got the power of Dan Douthwaite and Alex Horton as well. There's 7 and 8, and then you're into the bowlers, Andy Gorvin, James Harris, and Ned Leonard sharing his birthday with Jack Russell today.
Depends whether he's got to go and get his groceries from Lidl as well.
Advancing again, looking to pull, and it's a top edge. He's brought his own luck there, Will Smail. He's gone A couple of skips into the advertisement hoardings, but Craig Miles will feel aggrieved with that one.
Yeah, it was a little bit streaky. Taylor just bringing Graham Van Buren up from fine leg into the circle and dispatching Ollie Price out to deep mid-wicket.
Well, what I will say is Smale likes a ramp when there's pace on the ball. Although not that time, that's deft from Smale. Seeking out for two, but well fielded by Matt Taylor, who's not been mentioned in a while. He's patrolling the deep third boundary.
Gloucestershire's fielding in this tournament has been outstanding. It's a couple of the young guns, Borman, Daz Ahmed, Joe Phillips, along with the guys who are all quality fielders. You know, Ollie Price, people like that, Ben Charlesworth.
Driven not entirely with timing, Eddie Byron off the inside half of the bat. But no damage done, end of the over 187 for 3.
But even the experienced campaigners, you know, your Matt Taylors, your Josh Shaws, your Jack Taylors, Cameron Bancroft, they've all been excellent. They've all been really good. Graham Van Buren as well. 2 for 27 off 7 so far. In the context of this game, it's excellent. Here he comes to Smale. Oh, that's well bowled. He's asked a question for LBW, possibly a little high, but that was naughty turn from Van Buren. Again, turn, finds the outside edge. Saw Smale coming there and just holds it back, and all Smale can do is drill one out to Ollie Price at long off for a single. Price 29 here the other day on top of his 100 at Cheltenham against Derbyshire. There's one more. You think about a second, but Price is in quickly off that boundary.
I think there was a little bit of a slip there from Smale as well. These two will look to really push the fielders hard, but as you said, Gloucestershire have been magnificent.
Oh, that's a bottom edge which has saved Smale.
Van Buren's reaction was brilliant, head in hands. He's all theatrics, isn't he?
He's a funny man. He's a very amusing man. Again, another dot ball, just 2 off the over. Brilliant from Graham Van Buren. Yeah, he's an amusing man. He walks around. If he likes you, he refers to you as great man.
So I assume you've never heard those words.
Hey, great man. Yeah, no, he's and then a flash of that gleaming white smile. Matt Taylor's going to come in from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, just mixing up the bowlers. Gloucestershire still got plenty of overs in the tank. And Van Buren bowled the most with 8. Craig Miles 7. Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw 6 and 5 respectively. Some of the other scores around the grounds: Worcestershire 135 for 2 in response to Derbyshire's 315. Durham 102 for 5 in spot of bother in response to Northance's 321. Surrey even more bother, 66 for 5, chasing 418 at Chelmsford. Hampshire 102 without loss, chasing Leicestershire's 252 all out. So interesting one at the top of this table in Group A. Cutting Byron. It's uppish all the way down to deep third, where Van Buren keeps to 1. Byron just 1 closer to the century. Yeah, that's second v third, isn't it? Hampshire v Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Or third v fourth. Warwickshire 114 for 4. At rugby, they look set to beat Middlesex, who scored 217. And then in the other day-night game, Lancashire, who started so well, they are 203 for 3 off 34. So not too dissimilar to the position here. That one's against Sussex.
What I love about the Metro Bank Cup is sides like Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire have been the strongest sides in it in recent years.
Yeah, they do come into their own, don't they?
Yeah.
And another thing that's great is Hampshire, for example, who have lost a fair few players to the 100, as have sides like Surrey, but Hampshire are reaping the rewards of it best because some of their youngsters are remarkable. Ben Mays, I saw on debut at Neath, whack 70 in a partnership worth about 150 with Nick Gubbins. Sensational, and some good quick bowlers coming through there as well. Ramp from Smale, outside off stump. There's a half appeal for LBW, and Bracey has a shot at the non-striker's end in an all-action one-leg bye.
Well, Glamorgan has seen him take his glove off before in that famous tie at Cheltenham, where was it McElroy who was the number 11?
It was McElroy, yeah.
Who had a big swing when really probably should have just pushed one out into the offside and run through for the single, but he had a big swing and Bracey took a brilliant catch.
Clipped from Byron. Just going to get there in singles, it looks like, if he will do so. On the hunt for the first 100 of the year. Well, actually, it's his first half century this year. He had 48 in the county championship. Otherwise, been stuck in the second 11.
Really?
So he has had some runs in the twos, in fairness to him. Pulling a slightly shorter ball from around the wicket off Taylor. Yeah, he did had his career best in List A cricket in this competition last year, Byron, and a century in this competition the year before as well. So it's where he tends to come into his own when he's fully fit. Has had some injury problems, particularly last season, but he's still only 25. He pulls that one as well out to deep mid wicket. I'm sure Gloucestershire will be happy with 6 and over at this stage of what is becoming a T20-like affair in the late stage of the innings. 194 for 3, 15 to go. Yeah, they've just stemmed the rate a little bit, Gloucestershire. There's 48 have come off the last 10, as opposed to 63 off the previous 10. And 69 off the 10 before that. So Gloucestershire just getting themselves back into this contest. And with 15 overs to go, I think Glamorgan might have to give it some to get to 300 here. Here's the man who's been behind putting the brake on. It's Graham Van Buren as that's swept. And that's out. Ollie Price doesn't drop them. No, it's not Price, sorry. Tommy Borman. And that is the end of Eddie Byron for an excellent 94. But that's a really good catch from Borman. It's one of those that shows bravery. Often when you dive forward like that and they bounce just before, they're the type of catch that keeps dentists in business. And Graham Van Buren, another wicket, and he is bowling superbly, doing the dirty job, bowling to the short boundary to the left-hander. And Byron gets a
warm round of applause. I think quite a few have made the journey over the Severn Bridge. But here comes, fresh from his grocery shop at Lidl, Zain Ul Hassan. Aha, just hearing James Healy. James Bracey's been spotted at Lidl as well.
It's where all good cricketers shop, obviously.
Yeah.
And by that I mean myself and James Healy. Maybe they can have a little chat. Do you reckon Bracey will be giving a bit of chirp to Ul Hassan?
I think so, yeah. You know, about...
the middle aisle.
yeah, because there's a lot of sort of copy brands in Lidl, aren't there? There's a lot, yeah. Van Buren over the wicket. Ul Hassan weighing up his fruit and veg. Chips that one to mid-wicket. Oh, that's got to be. No, says Redfern. Oh. Maybe going down the leg side a little bit.
Well, she was quickly in her decision, yeah, going down. From our angle, it looked absolutely stone dead, didn't it?
Another dot ball. And the Graham Van Buren fan club. That's one down to Ollie Price. Something about him bowling like Morali, I believe.
And only being 5'3".
Yes. 5'3", bowls like Morali. Brilliant. I think it's doing Graham a disservice there. I think he's a little bit taller as that's pushed out to Jack Taylor. But 1 run and 1 wicket off the over, and it's the important one of Eddie Byron. Excellent stuff from Van Buren. He's only got 1 over left, but 3 for 30 off 9. He's playing his part. He was left out on Sunday. I don't know if that was for rotational reasons or rest reasons. I don't know, but he's certainly playing his part here. He's had 100 against Glamorgan in the past as well. Did he get one this season, I think, didn't he? Or did he get one? I'll have to have a look. Did Graham Van Buren get 100 against Glamorgan this year? He's definitely got one in the past.
Matt Taylor back in to two Glamorgan opening batters in different formats. Zain Ul Hassan, who's been doing the job in the county championship, and Will Smale in the blast. And for the first time, the Wasp has just notched under 300, you can see on your screen. 294 it's predicting now. Are we on about the county championship?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't in the one at Cardiff. Maybe the one here, was it? No, just the just the 48. Played nicely by Van Buren, just rotating after being 1 from 6 previously.
Maybe the season before at Cheltenham. I seem to recall him getting like a 165 or something like that. (2023).
Around the wicket comes Taylor, and has he found the edge? the celebrations, and the finger is raised. Brian Blackwell. Will Smale hung around. Bracey says, yep, that's carried, and Smale has to walk off for 26, and all of a sudden Gloucestershire are clawing their way back as two unexposed batters will be at the crease in any moment now. Glamorgan 196 for 5.
Yeah, Smale just checking with Sue Redfern, who is actually at point, but you know, he's normally at square leg. Whether that definitely carried, and James Bracey, he's an honest man.
Well, rebuild needed for Glamorgan with just 13 overs left. Do they stick or twist here? It will be Dan Douthwaite, who doesn't tend to hang around, as the Wasp is now predicting 278, which at one stage was reading 329.
Yeah, and it's been death by southpaw as the two left armers, Taylor with 2 wickets and Graham Van Buren with 3, have done the damage for the hosts. But there's still runs aplenty. There's still time for Glamorgan to rebuild here and get themselves up to the late 2s, early 3s perhaps. All it needs is someone to have a day out.
Well, Douthwaite has had a couple of good knocks in the T20 Blast. Recently played for a select county 11. Oh, and he's gone fishing outside the off stump first ball. Yeah, it was recently called up for the, I think it was officially called a PCA 11 or something against the Pakistan A. And was on 100 cover duty for Ollie Pope for the first game in the One Day Cup. So he's only played the one prior to this at the Oval on Wednesday. He's well behind that one to complete an over, going for just 1 run and the wicket of Will Smale for Matt Taylor. So a good one for the Gloucesters, 196 for 5 after 37.
Yep, keep your emails coming into us to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Where's this game going? Van Buren, last over. What's been a truly magnificent spell. Another dot ball. Zainul Hassan conservatively just poking that one to Jack Taylor at mid-wicket. Drives firmly, but only picking out Zaman Akhtar at mid-off. Decent crowd in. As one goes out to Borman. Yeah, I did think the gross domestic product of Bristol might be taking a little bit of a hit. Plenty of people seem to have taken a Friday afternoon off work. Quite right as well. This is the place to be at the Seat Unique, watching these two rivals split by the River Severn. Douthwaite gets off the mark with one pushed out to Charlesworth at deep cover. They always provide good games of cricket, these two. Oh, that's well bowled. A little bit quicker from Van Buren.
Yeah, varied his pace really well. And looks like he's going to close out well.
There it is, 3 for 33 for Graham van Buren. Really good spell. Getting high fives from his teammates. Samanakda runs 30 yards to give him a high five, as does Ollie Price. They know the impact that he's had on this game.
Yeah, he's spun the web that has faltered Glamorgan. 199 for 5. With just 12 overs to go. Well, Hassan is driving nicely, but to the fielders as he's just 4 from 13 balls now. We'll have to look to up the ante again soon. They have had periods, Glamorgan, where they've scored at good strong rate. Byron and North East's partnership in particular. Clipped by Ul Hassan, managing to evade the catching mid-wicket to safely get home. Glamorgan's 200 coming up in 38.2 overs, so they'll look to be adding another 100 if possible. 11.4 overs left. The wickets column could be the issue. Get Douthwaite here in the next couple of overs. Could be thinking about under 250. And I think he might know that. He's an all-action player, is Dan Douthwaite.
Harris can bat. Harris, all right.
Oh yeah, capable batters to come, but Horton is youngster, does like to score quickly, but again, it's the inexperience, and then you've got Gorvin and Harris who tend to be nerdlers, and if they are not with someone who scores quickly, they might just get bogged down. And that one just jagging away from Douthwaite. I think it was the off-cutter from Matt Taylor. It's well bowled from round the wicket.
What about Leonard? Can he bat at all?
Leonard can give it a bash.
Can he? Is he agricultural?
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it.
Like Ian Randall, an agricultural number 11.
Long levers, Ned Leonard, strong guy. Douthwaite pushing into the offside, nicely played. I think that's where Glamorgan need to not get bogged down here. Just keep rotating the strike. It's something they've struggled with the last couple of overs.
Ian Randall's got short levers. He's got short arms and long pockets.
Just 2 from the over so far. And quick single taken. Can Shaw pick up cleanly? He can't. So Ul Hassan scampers through, but another over which Gloucestershire will feel they had the better of. Just 3 from it. 202 for 5. 11 overs to go in this Glamorgan innings. It's approaching 5 p.m, so if you're in the area, remember you can buy tickets on the Gloucestershire website for just £11 for an after 5 p.m. entry. I'll have to check with the producer here. Will they be available to buy after 5 p.m. as well on the gate? So if you're at a loose end after 5 o'clock, just come down to the gate. You can buy a ticket there or in advance on the Gloucestershire Cricket website as well. What better to do on a Friday night? Watch a local derby.
Ollie Price coming back into the attack. There's an auction going on as well. Don't put your hand up too quickly, Blake. They'll mark you down for a bid. There's the pink for Sid shirts, which were worn here in the T20 game against Hampshire. Oh, monies go to a wonderful cause, the Pink for Sid cause for David Lawrence for motor neuron disease. And Ollie Price's limited edition pink facade shirt, which is match worn, is currently bidding at 155 quid. Josh Shaw's is currently £80. And Ed Middleton's is currently £77.50. So if you want to get your hands on one, you've got to beat those bids as Ollie Price comes into the attack, and El Hassan just gets a single off the first ball.
Put your hand in your pocket, Dan.
Yeah, well, you never know, but I think the Gloucestershire public will definitely want those shirts. They're that good. I'd wear one out on a Friday night on the Gloucester Road. They're that good. Here is Ollie Price.
I wonder if anyone's ever had that scenario of, we're mentioning bumping into sports people. Has anyone ever bumped into a sports person while wearing their shirt?
Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled by Price. A little bit of turn, a little bit of purchase. Yeah, James Healy's just quipped the whole team after the T20 win in Birmingham, who are in their kits, medals around their neck, and it stayed that way until about 3 o'clock in the morning as that's heaved out to long on to Zaman Akhtar for a single.
But my point is, did you bump into Ollie Price with a Price? Did you have Price 67 on your back though?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
So that's what one lucky fan could do.
He could do. Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled. A little bit quicker from Price. Yeah, so it's a wonderful cause. Get behind it and bag yourself a nice bit of Gloucestershire stash as well. Pulled, 4 runs from Zainul Hassan. Ruth Charville has been in touch. That's the end of the over, by the way. 208 for 5 at the 40 over stage. Ruth Charville, who we mentioned earlier, is why Graham Van Buren has got such a sharp haircut, because he's backed Ruth in a battle against cancer. And Ruth has said, just back from my final radiotherapy treatment, now watching the live stream and just loving what GVB has been doing. Great haircut too. Love from Ruth. And got to concur with you, Ruth. He's been absolutely superb, Graham Van Buren. And I've got to concur with you on his haircut as well. Although I believe his wife isn't a fan. She's not. She likes the feel, doesn't like the look. Now, before Ofcom get on to me, let me just clarify that. But yeah, that's his exact words to me. Zaman Akhtar is going to come back into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end.
Into the final power play now, so another fielder can go outside the circle if they wish. Galthwaite's in behind it, and it looks like Akhtar's going to look to bowl straight, even with the short leg side boundary. Either that, or he's feeling as though Douthwaite's going to look to target the short side because he's got a deep square leg, he's got a deep mid wicket and a long on, along with a deep cover and a deep third. Matt Taylor just below us talking to 12th man. Pulled, and there is that ploy to get Douthwaite to target the short leg side with the short one from Akhtar. Surprised we've not seen more of him. Just 4 overs bowled so far for Zaman Akhtar. Of course, we've gone spin heavy from this pavilion end, with Van Buren bowling 10 overs straight through. Ollie Price, who's bowled 5 as well. But yeah, I'm surprised to see Ollie Price return, actually. I thought with the seamers with plenty of overs left in the tank.
Jack Taylor's been bowling very well as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and often comes in sort of in the crunch stage. 12th is that Matt Taylor was just talking to Daz Ahmed.
Daz Ahmed.
Just joined from, I think, the MCCYCs from Golden Hill Cricket Club up the road.
Oh, Hassan in behind it. They take quick single, and Actor athletically fielded, but can't prevent the single. He's played a little bit for. Has he played a little bit for Saka as well? I saw there was someone.
Yes, he has.
Someone signed for Gloucestershire who's been playing in the Saka.
Yeah, he has. Where Zaman Akhtar came through. I think
yes,
he was
right.
from the first batch. Oh, loving this. Graham Ash. I've met Tom Smith in Waitrose in Westbury Park and Tesco Golden Hill in recent years.
Pushing drive, Douthwaite. A bit of energy in the field from Gloucestershire, something that was lacking at one stage, but they're feeling they're well on top now.
This is the sort of content we're after, Graham.
And Tom Smith doesn't shop at Lidl.
No, he doesn't. Stephen Constance as well. Greetings from the little-known county of Hereford.
Actor top of the mark, wheeling round. Ian Blackwell watching on. Douthwaite winds up helicopter style, just getting a bottom edge off the dug-in Yorker.
Stephen Constance said, I saw a very young Chris Wokes playing for Herefordshire against Wales minor counties at the lovely Brockhampton ground a few years ago. Not so relevant but interesting was that he and Josh Tongue were bowling at either end in the recent epic test match against India, and Tongue was from Bromyard Cricket Club, also in Herefordshire.
Powerfully struck over the top from Douthwaite. That's the one he wanted the ball before. This time he gets the reward, 4 runs.
Stephen continues that other players from Herefordshire were Peter and David Richardson. David Richardson of Worcestershire, who attended Hereford Cathedral School. Thank you so much for your email, Stephen. Great to hear about people on there. So I reckon in Hereford, who have got, there's a chap called Paul Mockler who's from that part of the world, who is a Glamorgan fan. I reckon you might have fans of both counties, and maybe mostly Worcestershire probably, but there's probably a few Gloss, there's probably a few Glamorgan there as well.
There is a Glamorgan player from Hereford as well.
Go on.
Jamie McElroy.
Ah.
He's, yeah, Hereford born.
Price. That's swept, that's in the air. Is it going to be out? No, it finds the gap just in front of Charlesworth and Borman. It's where the SAS is based, isn't it, Hereford?
Might well be.
I've been into I reckon the roughest pub I've ever been to in Hereford. Now, 2005, it was honestly the worst pub I've ever visited, as that's pushed by Douthwaite for a single.
Was that a football-related thing? Because I know
it was, yeah.
They've got a bit of a reputation, haven't they, Hereford?
It was round the corner from Edgar Street. It was like someone had knocked their house into a pub. That's over the top. And good work out in the deep from Craig Miles, keeps them to 1. My friend asked the landlord whether he had a cigarette machine, and he grunted no, and then produced a Gola bag full of contraband Russian cigarettes as that's pushed down the ground 4-1. Charlesworth collects, keeping it classy, you know, keeping it classy. But I think it's called the Moorfields off the top of my head. Not a place for the faint-hearted. As Zain Ul Hassan just whips one into the leg side. For a single, 219 for 5. 1 ball shy of 42 overs. Price around the wicket. Douthwaite can only drive this back to him. That's the end of the over. Good one from Ollie Price, just 5 off it. Mick's been in touch as well. Great to hear from you, Mick. Afternoon all. Watching the live stream, nice to see a few long shots of catches. Couldn't get there today, but he's got tickets for the Hampshire match. Come and say hello, Mick.
Thought 300 was on the cards, but Van Buren has dented that. Come on, Gloucester, keep up the excellent commentary. And he loved the nod to Andrew Simons. Well, you've got to, haven't you? Much loved in these parts, and sadly, no longer with us. But thank you for your email, Mick, and keep the emails coming through to Blake and I.
Yeah, loving these stories.
Yeah, we want to hear where you've seen cricketing royalty.
Actor continuing. Oh, Hassan just struggling to get it away at the moment. He's bettered his rotation, but still struggling to find the gaps on occasion. 15 from 23, Douthwaite 10 from 17, as the Wasp is approximating 282. I think Gloucestershire would be able to keep him below that. Giving himself room. Actor follows. It's well bowled to spot that.
The content we're after is, you know, like Tom Smith being spotted in Waitrose and Tesco's.
Yeah, the double.
Yeah, it's sort of opposite ends of the spectrum, isn't it, with regards to sort of retail class.
I think I wouldn't say opposite ends. I think Tesco is sort of middle ground.
Yeah, middle ground. Yeah. I expect a man of Tom Smith's stature. Oh.
Well, that's swatted by Dan Douthwaite. It wasn't too short from Actor, and I think that's hit a car full on brunt. Dan Douthwaite has.
Is it Jimmer's?
That.
Is it Jimmer's car? Blue Fiesta, by the look of it.
Well, if anyone in the ground is watching the stream, which I don't know why you would be, go and save your blue Fiesta, or go and move it before it happens again, because Dan Douthwaite can do that.
There is a gentleman over there inspecting it. Zaman Actor hit Ian Randall's car earlier in the season.
How dare he? Gloucestershire royalty. Well, Douthwaite goes big again, this time dead straight, but it's the same result. Back-to-back sixes, and this is what he can do.
Yeah, someone hit the tyre of Ian Randall's car. And found it of the highest amusement, so much so that he actually sent me a clip that evening of Ian Smith, the New Zealand commentator, when he gets his own car hit during his commentary. And Ian Randall said, "He's just hit my car, Zaman Akhtar."
Well, how on earth Douthwaite's got the ball there with so much power, I'm not sure, but he's dug out a wide Yorker. Well bowled from Actor, coming back from 2 sixes. Douthwaite ever so quickly has moved to 23 from 20, and Gloucestershire need to break this partnership. Well, at least Zain Al Hassan on strike now. Actor will be thankful for that. Who pulls a short ball, concedes a single with a bit of acrobatic relaying, just to give the fans something to applaud. And a good over for the visitors, though. 234 for 5 now, after Douthwaite took down Actor. 7 to go.
The Waitroses of Bristol seem to be an absolute autograph hunter's paradise, because Graham Ash has been back in touch, who's also seen Pat Lamb, the Bristol Bears head coach, spotted in Waitrose as well. So, you know, I mean, if you want a selfie with a sporting celebrity, then the Waitrose, was it in Oldfield Park?
I think Graham knows something we don't. He must know where everyone lives.
Westbury Park, sorry, Westbury Park. Yeah, Tesco and Westbury Park, that's the place to be for your sporting celebs. Take your autograph book, take your selfie camera.
There's plenty of sporting prowess in Bristol, isn't there? There's every chance. 2 football clubs.
Yeah,
Rugby club?
Yeah.
Cricket club?
Yeah. It's all happening here. Price. Oh, pushes it wider. Sees Ul Hassan coming. Cat and mouse here again. Pushes it. Oh, he's been given a wide this time. Just wide of the tram lines.
Yeah, I think he was a bit disappointed there because Ul Hassan shuffled across. He's obviously looking towards the short side.
Oh, that's going to be 4 runs. Ul Hassan looking to heave that into the leg side and gets a top edge, and Ollie Price probably feeling the world's conspiring against him at the moment. Ul Hassan goes reverse sweeping, but only to pick out Josh Shaw. Sure he'll be back into the attack pretty soon. Bowled 6 overs so far. Crunched by Ul Hassan. Jack Taylor has a shy. I think Zain Ul Hassan was toast there with a direct hit. It was tight.
Well, we've seen a couple of those from Taylor. One earlier in the innings to remove Byron. And Ul Hassan was struggling.
No, I think he might have got home actually, but it was...
It's hard to see. He was very left of screen, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Exit stage left.
Yes. Short pulled, that's 6. That's enormous from Douthwaite. That is a 6 on any ground in the world. And that's an absolute monster.
Yeah, third one of the innings. He doesn't mess around.
That's the 50 partnership between these two. And just 43 balls, 27 minutes. Douthwaite adding 29 of them. Zain Ul Hassan 20. Price. Douthwaite. Thick outside edge, but he'll get a single and he'll retain the strike. Glamorgan 247 for 5 with 6 to go.
Yeah, I think that's important. Douthwaite keeping the strike because he's striking it better than the better of the two. Hassan 22 from 29. Douthwaite 30 from 22. He's got 3 sixes to his name. 1 striking car in the car park. 1 straight down the ground and 1 over mid-wicket to the long side. Just shows the damage he can do at the back end of an innings. He's in at the perfect time for Glamorgan. He can play with freedom. And they're just on their way towards 300 once again. 301 is the Wasp prediction you can see on your screen. I'm going to see another change. Zaman Akhtar, who felt the brunt of Dan Douthwaite in his previous over from the Ashley Down Road end. Going to see a return for Matt Taylor, who has bowled well so far in his 2 spells, 8 overs, 2 for 37, the left armour. He'll be bowling round the wicket, utilising the off cutter, I'm sure. Douthwaite is just happy to take the single off the first ball.
Whatever Glamorgan are going to set here, though, it will need a decent chase by Gloucestershire. Chase down 285 on Sunday. I think they might be looking at chasing a few more. However, it is a shorter boundary over towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
Well, Zain Ul Hassan launches this high. Fielders coming under it. Taken by Craig Miles. Zain Ul Hassan goes for 22, but a very useful contribution to this partnership with Dan Douthwaite, worth 52.
Yeah, 3 wickets for Matt Taylor as well. That went a long way in the air.
Yeah, well gathered by Craig Miles. He was hitting towards the long side, Al Hassan.
I think that might have shown up on traffic control at Bristol Airport, that one.
Well, it was worth a go. Douthwaite proving how quickly he can score. Zain Al Hassan looking to go after it himself, but he has to go for 22, and it will bring Alex Horton to the crease. And he'll have the freedom of just 5.4 overs to have a swing as well.
Yeah, you say he likes to have a swing anyway, doesn't he, Horton?
He does. Batted 3 for a period in the T20 Blast in the second block of fixtures.
Born in Newport.
Yeah, another one who's come through the pathways and had a chance to come into his own in the white ball competitions.
I think it's fantastic that Glamorgan are, you know, looking at their sort of own leagues and their own pathways, as well as recruiting, you know, from sort of Cardiff MCCU. They just won the Bucks, didn't they? I believe
they did, yeah.
Yeah, you know, people like Tribe and those sorts of guys. So I think it's fantastic. They're building themselves a really nice young side.
Yeah, some players picked up from there over the years. They've had a fair few of them. Andy Gorvin was one, and Dan Douthwaite another.
Yeah, because Gorvin's from like Portsmouth or somewhere like that, isn't he? I think originally.
Winchester, I believe.
Is it Winchester?
Horton just fending the hands outside the off stump, but comfortably gets a single out to deep third, where Josh Shaw does the fielding. I was going to say Deep Shaw. I'm sure we'll see him come back on in due course. Rather expensive in his first spell, but did bowl well, hit a good area. Just came up against Eddie Byron and Sam Northeast going at him. Douthwaite launches it down the ground again, and long off has to watch it sail over his head, Ollie Price. Douthwaite's 4th maximum, and the damage is being inflicted at this latter stage. 37 from 24 he moves to, and he's still got 31 balls.
Yeah, I'm not sure he really got hold of that one either, if I'm honest with you. I think he sort of went a little bit inside out.
How does Matt Taylor come back? It's well bowled. Straighter, and Douthwaite happy just to take the single up to long on, and he'll keep the strike as well. 256 for 6, 5 overs to go.
Oh, there's one more.
Oh, we've had a miscount on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's normally me. It's normally me who can't count to 6, Blake.
Wow. When there's a wicket in the over, you get awfully confused. Slower ball, and Horton misses out on the full toss. Well, Douthwaite does have the strike for the next over, and the score is still 256 for 6.
Yeah, James is going to have to buy me an abacus for Christmas just so I can count to 6. 5 overs to go. They get 48 off the last 5. I think they'll be looking to target something similar here as well, especially with Douthwaite. I think they might be looking at 310 here.
Well, it's all about how many balls can he face, isn't it?
Yeah, Josh Shaw. Oh, he's so good at the death. Was outstanding in Gloucestershire's Vitality Blast win last year. Got better and better as the tournament went deeper. Quarter-final against Warwickshire, and then the semi-final against Sussex and the final against Somerset. So that goes into the pitch, but it doesn't matter to Douthwaite, who pulls it venomously, vigorously through mid-wicket. for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's just the sort of player Dalthwaite is. As little time as possible, the better he gets.
Yeah, both these sides beating Somerset in the final, white ball final last year. Not that we like to talk about it on the Gloucestershire stream. As Douthwaite's looking for 2 here. Are they going to take on the arm of Miles? No, they don't. He comes in quickly off the boundary and cuts off the second. Where's Horton going to go here? Is he a down the ground merchant, or is he a cutter and a puller, Blake?
I think he tends to be a puller. He likes to kind of set his feet early and just have a swing with the hands. So we'll see. They've got leg side field set.
Shaw goes into the pitch, and Horton just cloths that one, and the ball dribbles through to James Bracey. 261 for 6. 27 balls left.
Well, the field is set to go either into the pitch or straight onto leg stump, isn't it? 4 deep leg side to the longer side.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to be too full on it. Short pulled out to deep square where Ollie Price does the fielding. But I think both these sides will be experienced due to their home venues going into the pitch. You know, Cardiff's not one where you want to be too full. You might end up in the River Taff.
Yeah.
And Bristol's another one where you might end up in the Thatcher's Bar. Sure. That's in the air. That could be the end of Douthwaite. It is. Is that Van Buren with the catch? I think it is. And Douthwaite perishes in the pursuit of quick runs for 43. An enterprising cameo. And Josh Shaw strikes. And Gloucestershire needed that one, and that might be crucial. If Gloucestershire can keep this down to sort of under 300, they'll feel they've had a bit of a result, actually, I think. But Glamorgan, I think, might be well, when Douthwaite was there, targeting 310, 320. But has that wicket changed the landscape somewhat?
Well, yeah, I think that's the crucial thing, is removing him with as many balls as you can left, because that's the difference between potentially a score of 310, 320, and now, you know, another wicket might not be far away, and all of a sudden you're looking at 280, 290 even, because you're into the bowlers now. Andy Gorvin, capable with the bat to nurdle around, but I don't think he's the ideal coming in with 4 overs to go, looking for quick runs.
I think I described him when I first saw him. I think it was one of his first games, actually, here in a T20, and then he played against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Glamorgan brought loads over to Cheltenham, loads of fans who were all in the cider tent down by the chapel that year. I reckon there was a good 600-700 of them there every day. And I described Andy Gorvin as sounding like sort of name that sounds like he's been a Scottish midfielder that's done the rounds at Stenhouse, Muir, Arbroath, and maybe Kilmarnock. Here's Josh Shaw to Gorvin, who, as you said, nurdles. Gets that one nice and fine, but only to Matt Taylor down at fine leg. End the over, 262. 263 for 7. There's the worm. The run rate, you can see it's just been pegged back a little.
plateau, doesn't it? There was
Yeah.
the spike.
Yeah, there hasn't been
the power
there hasn't
play
been
yet.
sort of an acceleration. I expect Gloucestershire's to be different. I expect them to be quite conservative at the beginning, try and take the shine off the new ball, like they did the other day against Leicestershire, where they only had 9 off the first 5. But Bancroft and Bracey just setting the platform and then allows the others to come in and provide the biff.
Taylor goes straight to Gorvin, who takes a comfortable single, one I'm sure Glamorgan won't mind, and Gloucestershire won't be too disappointed with either if they can keep Alex Horton quiet, because a lot rests on the youngster's shoulders. Coming in at number 8, never easy as someone who is in the team to get runs. Of course, a wicketkeeper batter, just 21 years of age. Well,
That's a
don't
monster.
worry about pressure, because he's cleared the boundary by a long way. He's hit a flat on the 2nd or 3rd floor there.
3rd.
3rd floor.
Yeah.
One of the only flats where there's not someone in the balcony to take a catch. Could have had a Zaman Akhtar repeat.
Good, yeah. Yeah, that was Darcy Short. You know, Jack Taylor is actually underwritten into the insurance of the those flats over there.
Can Horton go again? As well bowled from Taylor. Goes straighter and fuller. And Horton just whips it out. Well, he's shown he doesn't feel any pressure though. That was a monster hit. Eight from the first 3 balls. Gorvin, whose role I'm sure he knows is just to get a single as quickly as he can. Well, and he's looked for the boundary instead. He's gone for the ramp, and I have to say I've never seen Andy Gorvin play that before.
Talking of Newport, I did a show down at Newport Cricket Club a few years ago. Took my Pushing the Boundaries show in aid of the Tom Maynard Trust and Melanoma UK, and did a bit with Eggsy from Goldie Looking Chain, who are Newport band.
Charging Gorvin, and just can't get it past Matt Taylor, who's taking the pace off.
And Eggsy's dad, Mike Rutledge, is a well-known individual at Newport Cricket Club, and he used to have all these Wisdons up on the bookshelf. And when Eggsy brought a mate back from school when he was about 11 years old, who asked him, "Why does your dad keep all those copies of the Yellow Pages?"
Charging again, Gorvin still can't connect, so Taylor gets out the over well with 3 dots, just the 8 from it. 271 for 7, 3 to go, and Glamorgan targeting that 300 mark. Taylor finishes with 10 overs, 3 for 54 in a good set across 3 spells for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, a couple of maidens in there for Matt Taylor as well. Been 3 maidens so far. You don't see many maidens in white ball cricket these days. Ollie Price bowling the other one. Right, this is going to be a good battle here. Shaw to Horton. Oh, he's ramped that. That's clever. One bounce into the side screen at the Ashley Down Road end. And Horton scoring in a 360-degree arc here. It's very hard to set a field as a skipper when someone's not only biffing you down the ground but ramping you as well.
Yeah, he looked like he wanted to go over the left shoulder, had to adjust, went over his right. Magnificently played, adapting. Still not going to see a fielder go back straight, so looking at deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. So he's got to bowl into the pitch, has he? Oh, he's having a change mid-off into the circle. Fine leg goes back. No, he definitely can't get too full.
Big shout. Angling down, I think. Shaw going slightly wider of the crease and angling it into Horton. Just not giving him the room to get the leverage towards mid-wicket where he wants. He has gone quite a long way across his stumps there, actually. But Sue Redfern having none of it. Shaw in the air, Jack Taylor with a catch. That's the end of Horton. He departs for an enterprising 13, and Josh Shaw picks up his second wicket. 275 for 8, and I think if Glamorgan don't get to 300 here, they'll be disappointed, Blake.
Yeah, I think so. Horton was just looking to shuffle on the crease, and as I said, I think he knew the responsibility for runs was on his shoulders, and now it's just about Gorvin, and I'm not sure whether it will be Harris or Leonard. It's going to be Harris. Well, do you just say, well, just try get a run a ball for the next 15, get to 290, or do you risk looking for those 10 and over still, and then risk of falling a couple of overs short?
It's an excellent point.
Well, it's 15 balls to go. Just Ned Leonard to come.
James Harris, wonderful career. He's a childhood protege. Won a county championship with Middlesex in 2016, part of that side. That one with that thrilling finale, that Toby Rowland Jones hat-trick at Lord's, the Battle Royale v Yorkshire. Shaw. Harris pushes this to Bancroft at mid-off. Wasp is saying 290. 289 now.
Just seen Craig Miles warming up at Dean Webb wicket. Potentially see him from the Ashley Down Road end for the last one.
Yeah.
Or the 49th rather, the last one from that end.
Turned off his pads to the aforementioned Miles, and good bit fielding. He's a good fielder, Craig Miles, actually. He's a big guy.
Yeah, fast bowlers often want to conserve their energy, don't they? But Craig Miles has been very energetic doing the boundary riding.
Yeah, I think the game's changed, hasn't it? You know, long gone are the days of Bob Willis just sticking a boot out. Sure. Driven. Jack Taylor's going to have a shy. Oh. Not far away. And Gorvin might as well have kept running there all the way back to the pavilion, because I'm not sure he was even in the frame. Two overs to go, 277 for 8. These runs could be crucial.
Yeah, I think if you're Glamorgan, you're just looking to bat the next 12 balls, aren't you? Take what you can, because I can't see these two being big boundary gung-hoers. But, well, I've been proven wrong before.
Big crowd in at Bristol.
the post 5 p.m. crowd.
Yeah, there's plenty down below us, just off your camera. Can't see them, but they'll be looking forward to this second innings.
If anyone's interested, you can still come down. Long way to go in this game. Craig Miles back into the attack for a 1-over burst. He's just stretching something out there. I don't think that was too comfortable. First ball. After 48 overs in the field, I'm not sure anything's comfortable.
No.
Gorvin just takes the single. Harris is 1 from 2. But as I said, yeah, plenty of game time left to go. So if anyone's listening in the Bristol or close to Gloucestershire area, come on down. Swing and a miss. If you had to try sell it, Dan, to someone watching who lives, oh, I don't know, half an hour away,
Yeah.
sell it.
28 degrees, Friday night. You haven't got to go to work tomorrow. You can either go to an average bar, or you can come down here and get some fantastic entertainment.
Harris looking to nerdle outside the off stump. Well, I think you've done a good job, Dan.
Or you can go to Waitrose, go celeb spotting.
Yeah.
But you can come down here and you can be within spitting distance of James Healy.
You may even just meet a Bristol celeb.
You might. Yeah, you might.
Harris just getting bogged down here. Forward defensive. He's being tied up by Craig Miles. Just 1 run off the over so far.
Good this from Miles.
I think if you're Harris now, last ball of the over, do you just step across, go for the ugly swipe to the short boundary?
He's good in the closing contests of a game, Craig Miles. Bat or ball. Back from Warwickshire. Swap Broad Street for Broad Plain. Or Broad Mead.
Change of field, mid-off comes in. Fine leg goes out, 4 back leg side. Craig Miles just waiting over this final ball. Short into the pitch and slower as well. Harris just drags it into the leg side for a single, and Craig Miles gets a big round of applause for a sensational penultimate over, just 2 from it. 270, oh, still a ball to go. Up and done again. I've not been watching too much of the 100, James Healy. That is insulting. I've got Metrobank fever.
I need to go and see a doctor because I've got a real bad case of Metrobank fever. In fact, so much that, in fact, I reckon there's about 2,500 people here who've called in sick to work today. Said, sorry, boss, can't come in. I've got Metrobank fever.
This time it is the final ball. Gorvin looks to reverse, and this one goes straight over the top of the stumps. Well, it is just 2 from it, and that round of applause can continue. 279 for 8. Craig Miles finishes 8 overs, 0 for 46.
Last over. Josh Shaw's going to bowl it. Two for 58 off 8. But he's bounced back well, considering he was collared a little bit earlier, wasn't he, by Byron and North East. But Josh Shaw's got character. Here he comes. Nails the Yorker straight away. They're going to look for 2. They're going to take on Zamanakta. who has a shy at the stumps. But Gorvin gets back to the danger end and they scramble 281 for 8, 5 balls to go.
Yeah, I think if you're the fielders on the boundary, you've got to be 10 paces off. If these two hit it over your head, I think you say fair play. But what you can't be excusing is 2 runs.
Pulled. I think it's only going to be 1. It's Ollie Price out there. Probably not a fielder you want to take on. I'm not sure if Glamorgan will be disappointed here or whether they'll be happy with 282 for 8. I can't make up my mind.
Ask me in 2 hours.
Exactly. Full toss. Jack Taylor. Oh, he's had 4 throws. All 4 have missed by the width of a Rizla. And all 4 would have probably been out.
Yeah, that was a great pickup, one-handed. He took the risk going for the run out. Could have easily misfielded that and they could have got through for another, but great work even if he didn't get the direct hit.
One up to Bancroft, or just get his body behind it and allow the single. 2 balls left, 284 for 8. Leicestershire the other day, 285 for 7. And what a corker of a game that was. Can Gorvin find the boundary here? He looks like he can. That's a real, that's a great effort by Zaman Akhtar. I thought he'd saved it. And he just flicks it back and the ball comes back off his knee and goes over the rope. What a magnificent effort. I tell you, Zaman Akhtar, that shows character. Yeah, he's signed for Essex. You know, there was, came out a couple of weeks ago. Be very easy for a lot of guys just to go through the motions. Zaman Akhtar's not doing that at all. He's giving everything out there. That's in the air, and Zaman Akhtar should catch this, which he does. So, 288 for 9. The Glamorgan innings finishes on. Gorvin is caught by Zaman Akhtar to give Josh Shaw his 3rd wicket for 9. Harris will end up 6 not out, but 288 for 9. I'm not sure. I think Glamorgan might be a little bit disappointed from the position that they were in. Blake, what do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree, Dan. I think with Byron and North East going so well, that partnership that was worth 127, North East went 24 over mark, still a long way to go, plenty of wickets in hand, and a flurry in the middle just kept pegging them back, and Dan Douthwaite, well, if it wasn't for his 43, I think Glamorgan would have fallen well short of 288 even, so I think they've got some things to be grateful for, but at one stage 310, 320 definitely looked on the cards.
Yeah, certainly was. Graham Van Buren, pick of the bowlers, 3 for 33. Josh Shaw 3 for 67, Matt Taylor 3 for 54. Come back and join us in about 25 minutes and we'll see if Gloucestershire can make it 4 from 4 or whether the Welsh Dragon breathes some fire. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Seat Unique in Bristol, where the umpires Ian Blackwell and Sue Redfern are making their way out to the middle, closely followed by Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan side, and James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft, who put on a century partnership here on Sunday as Gloucestershire chased down a similar total. They chased down Leicestershire's 285. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm here with Blake Bint. And Blake, how do you see this one going?
Well, I think Glamorgan will be somewhat disappointed to fall short of 300 with just 288 for 9 after their partnership of 127 between Eddie Byron and Sam Northeast. Nonetheless, Dan Whiting, definitely not Dan Whiting. Dan Douthwaite did bring them back into it with a quick fire 43.
I can bring you back into it, mate, no problem at all.
But Gloucestershire, the favourites for me.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much in the balance. I think we've got a really good game of cricket on our hands here. And
marginal.
Yeah, I think, you know, one thing Glamorgan do is they fight tooth and nail. They're street fighters. Same way as Leicestershire are as well, and that's why both those sides have been so strong in this competition. And Gloucestershire to a certain extent as well in white ball cricket. And that's why trophies, silverware, has made their way to Cardiff and Bristol last season. But James Harris, who did a little stint of commentary with last year down in Cardiff with Nick Webb, is going to take us away from the Ashley Down Road end. James Bracey's going to take the first ball. I expect Gloucestershire to go very conservatively.
Harris first ball then. Bracey just tentative to start. Glamorgan got one slip in. And already not great signs because they've just gone to pass the ball around the field and thrown it over mid-wicket's head. So a long chase for mid-on towards the longest boundary on the ground. But of course the dead ball means no...
As I said earlier, on Sunday, these two off the first 5 were just 9 without loss.
And Bracey's well behind that. Yeah, so you're looking at a conservative start, Dan? Is that the
I think so. I think so,
thinking?
because I think if you've got wickets in hand out here, I think you can easily get 8, 9 and over. I think there's a huge leg side boundary. I think there's plenty of 2s out there. I think under lights as well. I think the ball won't maybe stick in the pitch a little bit. It might sort of zip on a little bit more perhaps as well.
Well, Harris is into his rhythm nice and early here. Bracey just tucked up, practices the leg glance. So Harris has got one slip in, that's extra try. An offside ring of backward point, extra cover where Kieran Carlson is always positioned like the energetic terrier type fielder he is. Mid off, and then he's got 3 on the leg side as well as a deep square leg and a deep third. James Harris over the wicket to Bracey. Oh, he looks to drive, goes fishing. Harris just angling it across him. Goes through to Horton.
Yeah, flirting with that one. Two men out in the power play. One down at third. I think that's northeast down there, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's unusual to see northeast down deep third.
And a deep square.
He's normally a mid-off or second slip type man, northeast. Still just keeping them quiet. Harris in this first over. This pretty much standard sort of top 4 for Glamorgan, isn't it? Across all formats, Bancroft, Price, Charlesworth, Bracey, in any order, seems to be the 4 that operate.
Harris is he's just evolved, isn't he? I mean, he came on as this child protege. As I said, made his debut really young, didn't he? And then
now he's the wily old fox.
Yeah, exactly.
And Bracey off the mark, final ball of the over, and he'll keep the strike for the second. But a good start for Harris and for Glamorgan. 1 for no loss.
But he was an integral part of that Middlesex side. You know, the county championship side in 2016. It was a really good seam attack. Roland Jones, Tim Murtagh, James Harris. I think Stephen Finn was still going back then. And it was just, there weren't many bad balls bowled. Batters had to make the runs, you know, try and create something out of nothing, and yeah, they just strangled sides really. Zain Ul Hassan is going to take us away from the pavilion end. In he comes. Bracey drives handsomely, picks out Carlson at mid-off. Yeah, so drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We want to know, where's the most unusual place you've seen cricketers? And we don't want to know about cricket pitches. We want to hear stories, you know, from Tom Smith in Waitrose in Albury Park and stories like that. As that's pushed through the covers by Bracey, he's going to get at least 2. Douthwaite's in pursuit, and they'll settle for a couple. Or Blake seeing the bloke bowling here, Zain Ul Hassan, shopping in Lidl in Cardiff.
That's right. Not sure if he's gone more up market since then, though. He might be a Sainsbury's man now, I'm not sure.
Well, yeah. Oh, Bracey's got a thick inside edge. He's going to get the first boundary of the innings, but that's a moral victory to Zain Ul Hassan. That nipped back late.
Yeah, he doesn't bowl with a great deal of pace, Zain Ul Hassan, but he does nip it round, and he's been effective in the red ball this year, bowling as a fourth seamer generally. And he's got the option to bring the keeper up at times, but in this competition so far, he's taken the new ball, and he has bowled well. Just operating the medium pacer.
Bracey pumps this one through mid-on. Northeast won't catch that as it runs down towards the club offices for 4 runs. Strong area for Bracey through sort of wide mid-on, mid-wicket.
Yeah, you can tell that was what he was trying to do the ball before, wasn't it?
Yeah, 96 on Sunday on top of an 83 at Cheltenham in the first game against Derbyshire. Bracey again drives handsomely, but can't beat mid-wicket.
Zain Ul Hassan.
Smale lurking at mid-wicket.
Got the wicket of Rory Burns on Wednesday.
It's always a good wicket to get, Rory Burns. Just shaping it late back into Bracey here, Ul Hassan. 11 for none at the end of the second.
Yeah, Bracey off to a positive start. He did have the inside edge for 4, but looks to want to play his strokes. Bancroft, who's yet to face a ball, he's more than capable as well, of course. The Aussie international will face up to James Harris.
Yeah, Bancroft often starts quite slowly.
Well, there's nothing slow about that. That's pumped through the covers. Douthwaite's dive, can't stop it. Can Carlson haul it in? He can, but they do get 3, as we saw a couple in the Glamorgan innings, down to that long part of the ground towards the flats.
Yeah, over-pitched by Harris, and Bancroft just leant on that, didn't he, and placed it. But what you find often with Cameron Bancroft, boundary, gets a single, gets down the other end, and just slowly you look up and suddenly he's on 60 or 70.
He's got to change to the left-hander now, Harris. This one coming back into Bracey, looking to drive. He's a positive player. Bracey, of course, England international, as I'm sure Gloucestershire fans are all well aware.
Yeah, he deserved better. I think James was treated particularly well, it's got to be said.
There's a trigger across the stumps. Strong opening pair though this for Gloucestershire. It's no wonder why they're 3 from 3. Not too affected by the 100, but still more than some other sides. David Payne, Miles Hammond, Ajit Singh Dale, Marchant de Lange. Those that are absent. Short from Harris, pulled, controlled. Douthwaite is the man patrolling the boundary.
Bobson Dugner has been in touch on X. So he saw Ronnie Size. He's not a cricketer. Well, I don't know. He's a DJ, isn't he? Ronnie Size, Bristol DJ. Saw him in the Henleys Waitrose in 2004. They all shop in Waitrose, don't they, these celebs? Thanks for your message, Bobson.
Another drive, square of the wicket, handsomely by Cameron Bancroft. It was overpitched again. First one was through extra cover, this one through point. Eddie Byron with a sparing dive, can't get there. 4 more to Bancroft.
Talking of DJs, Bancroft fancies himself on the decks. Apparently, he's got the Ibiza vibe going on.
You can hear more on Being Glorious. Episode 6, was it? Dan Whiting.
Episode 5, I think it was, with him and Darcy.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh.
Driven straight, they take a quick single, direct hit. Probably would have been safe. Good positive running. And the end of another over from James Harris. Gloucestershire 20 for none in response to Glamorgan's 288.
The other one who DJs is Nathan Gilchrist. Goes by the name of DJ Giller, apparently.
DJ Giller.
Yeah. Yeah, he's DJ Giller in the house.
Some results from the rest of the games in the One Day Cup today. A lot of them already finished, so I'll quickly run through these rapidly.
Go on.
Worcestershire beat Derbyshire. See what I did there? Rapids.
Yeah.
Worcestershire
like
beat Derbyshire by 4 wickets. Northamptonshire Steelbacks beat Durham by 150 runs. Another big margin was Essex beating Surrey by 244 runs. A couple more to give you.
Ul Hassan to Bancroft. Just squares him up a little. Edge out to third, but Bancroft playing it with the old Nanette Newman's, the soft hands as the ball dribbles down.
An important one for Gloucestershire fans to know at the top of Group A. Hampshire beat Leicestershire by 7 wickets, chasing 253. And Middlesex beat Warwickshire by 28 runs, defending 217.
Wow.
That was at Rugby School. And Sussex Sharks are 11 for 1 in chase of Lancashire's 338.
Bracey screams one through point, who the power of it just absolutely goes through the fielder, Byron there, and it still goes for 4. Those who've listened to Being Glorious, that's the perfectly poured Guinness. Pushing that into the offside, Bracey. Yep, so keep your emails coming in. We'll give you the email address on your screen. It's commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and we want to find out where you've seen cricketing royalty. There it is, it's on your screen. Bracey, pick up, 6. Oh, and a drop in the car park. That's poor fielding from the chap in the green shirt. But what a pick-up from James Bracey.
Yeah, beautiful shot to the shorter side. We've already seen the car park peppered a couple of times.
Yeah.
It wasn't too far away from that blue Fiesta again.
No. That's going to need a little trip to the panel beaters, I think.
Yeah, what a pick-up that was. Zainul Hassan could only watch.
Oh, inside edge. There's a bit of a mix-up here. Bancroft gets home.
Wrong
I
end.
thought Byron and North East partnership earlier on, they put on 127. I thought it was good, but didn't think the running was particularly aggressive. I mean, you know, I think I've seen Gloucestershire. These two will run really well between the wickets. Ollie Price. Bancroft is feeling for that one outside the off stump, but at the end of the 4th, Gloucestershire 32 without loss.
Yeah, it's been a really positive start. Bracey 23 off 19, Bancroft 9 off 5. So both players striking at above 100. And Zainul Hassan and James Harris have just taken some time to get into their work here. If we look at Glamorgan's other options with the ball, you've got Ned Leonard, who has opened the bowling in white ball cricket on occasion. Andy Gorvin, who's more of a middle overs man in white ball cricket, bowls as sort of cutters, keeper up. And you've got Kieran Carlson, who's probably going to be the frontline spinner as Romano Franco was left out, and Dan Douthwaite is the other one who bowled at all sorts of periods of the game in the T20 Blast.
In fact, Horton is seeing the physio here, who I think might have just put his finger back in. I think he's had a dislocated finger there, and I think the physio might have put his finger back in, because I think Horton said, ouch, that hurt me rather a lot, judging by lip reading him there. Big shout out goes out to Mr. Daniel Porter, listening in from far in the east, and I'm looking forward to catching up with him in Chelmsford on Wednesday for Essex versus Glamorgan. I think he's doing some early spying on the opposition. But I hope you're well, Dan.
Or he just likes your voice.
No, he used to work here at Gloucestershire, now works at Essex. Well, he worked at Essex originally, came to Gloucestershire, now gone back to Essex, and he's a lovely man.
Well, if Horton is struggling, Glamorgan aren't short on wicket keepers. Will Smale in the 11, he can keep. And they've also got Henry Hurl in the squad as well, who's a keeper. So plenty of options. Chris Cook not involved today though. The usual red ball keeper at least. Looks like he's just having it strapped up though, Horton. I'm sure he'll be alright.
Glamorgan have had a player. Now, not many cricketers find their way into lyrics of songs. But the Manic Street Preachers.
Yeah, I know, Matt Maynard.
Yeah. I think it's called Mr. Carbohydrate is the song. And it's basically goes, have you heard of Matthew Maynard? He's my favourite cricketer. I'd rather watch him play than pick up my guitar, I think are the lyrics.
Welsh band.
Yeah.
Obviously appreciate
from
Blackwood.
Blackwood or Newbridge or Blackwood, I think, yeah.
Yeah, sort of in the Caerphilly kind of region.
Yeah.
Oh, great knowledge from me. Blackwood. There you go. Very patriotic, aren't they, the Welsh?
Yeah, that night that I was talking about earlier. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Ready to go again then. Horton's all okay. And the break has done no good for Harris because Bracey resumes as he left off. Beautifully cover driven once again, and he is looking in fine form.
Yeah, he's we spoke about his cover drive.
Well, how can Harris come back? Clipped over the top, not in control, but safe. Carlson's the man in pursuit. He'll just get 2, but Bracey rather precarious there.
Yeah, we spoke about his cover drive on being glorious.
Just running down. They're going to push hard. Settle for 1. Ned Leonard, the fielder at deep third now.
How's he been since his move from Somerset, Ned Leonard?
He's looked good, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, spent some time on loan last year. Permanent move this year. And, yeah, he's looked good, particularly with the white ball. He's played a little bit of red ball. He offers something a little bit different, a bit quicker than the likes of Harris and obviously Gorvin, Al-Hassan. Douthwaite's the only other one, really, who probably gets up above 80. Half an appeal for everybody. But yeah, Leonard probably pushes the 85 barrier. Douthwaite's probably more 82, 83 tops.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because they produced some really good young bowlers down the M5, down at Somerset in recent years. And they seem to have lost them all. Ned Leonard, Sonny Baker, Casey Aldridge is going into the season. Alfie Ogborn's been out on loan this season. I know they've got depth. They've got depth.
They're releasing 3, aren't they, after this year? Aldridge, Green, and one other. I can't think who it is. Josh Davey, yeah.
Yeah.
So Aldridge is going to Durham, isn't he? Is it Durham?
Yes.
Where he's going to join up with Archie Bailey?
Yeah. So Archie Bailey's first game, Middlesex chased down, is it 390? Sam Robson in his benefit year for Middlesex, going large with a 160.
Played nicely by Bancroft, but no run. Any Gloucestershire fans interested in how Archie Bailey did today for Durham?
Yes, please.
8 overs, 1 for 73.
It's been a little bit of an expensive time for young Archie. He's gone for 163 off 18 overs in his 2 games, but it's hard when he's settling into a new county.
Probably still got jet lag.
Here is Ned Leonard.
The birthday boy.
Yeah, along with Jack Russell. Same age.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
You listening in, Jack? Happy birthday from everyone associated with Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Here is Leonard bustling in. Oh, that's a pick up and almost caught down at short fine leg. A great effort, but Andy Gorvin, I think, just gets a hand on it and tips it round the post. He said he's like a Scottish midfielder. Well, he's done better than any Scottish goalkeeper used to do, put it that way. He actually got a hand on it.
Well, I was going to say, Premier League starts tonight. I'm sure there's a side looking for a keeper, but yeah, that could be an important drop.
Yeah. Bracey's on 34 from 23 balls. Just pushes that back into the covers. Crowd getting a little bit boisterous here, as they can do in Bristol when the sun shines and the cider flows. Here's Leonard. Oh, is that a little feather down the leg side? Bracey walks. That's good sportsmanship from James Bracey there. I'm not sure he was going to get given. I think Sue Redfern may have shaken her head here. And Bracey doing the honourable thing there and walking.
Yeah, she wasn't going to give it, was she? Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, Bracey knew straight away. He gets a round of applause, not only for the knock, I'm sure, but for the sportsmanship. But it was an important knock. Let's see it for what it is. James Bracey, 34 from 25 balls. And he's got Gloucestershire off to the perfect start.
He has, but that's a bit of a blow. Brings Ollie Price to the crease. Crowd favourite.
Oxfordshire lad, one of many.
Yeah, one of many in this side.
Yeah, not just one of many generally.
No. Around this side it's got the Taylor brothers, the Charlesworth brothers, the Price brothers. All Oxfordshire. Miles Hammond.
Yeah, Hammond spent some time at an Oxfordshire club when he was at university in Oxford. Zaman Akhtar went to university in Oxford as well. I think that's where he made his professional debut, I believe.
Oh, did he? Okay.
So when they still had the first-class status.
I know he did law, yeah.
Uncovering the important stories on the live stream.
Cutting edge. Here's Leonard into Ollie Price, who lets that first ball go. Well, that was an interesting one there. I'm not sure Sue Redfern was going to give that. In fact, she shakes her head here, but Bracey does the right thing and walks.
She must have thought it'd come off the thigh pad or something, because it was a clear deviation.
Yeah, good sportsmanship from James Bracey. Oh, that's gone. Price goes. It's parried by North East at second slip, and then is picked up at first slip by Asa Tribe with a diving catch, and Ollie Price departs for a duck, and Leonard has struck twice in an over.
Well, the dream birthday for Ned Leonard.
What
a
catch.
Catch that is by Asa Tribe. Saw a similar work of athleticism at Neath against Hampshire to remove Tilak Varma, and that one might be just as important.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. Ollie Price, 100 already in this competition this year, goes for a second ball duck. This game is in the balance. It brings Ben Charlesworth to the wicket. Couple of 50s. First two games of the competition. Got 19 in the third one against Leicestershire, but he got get a 980 or 90 at Surrey and Guildford. And against Derbyshire at Cheltenham, he got 60. Elegant player, pretty player. And I've seen Ben Charlesworth evolve as well. When I first came here 4 years ago, you know, he was a youngster, and he's matured as a cricketer and as an individual as well.
2 slips and a kind of leg gully on the attack.
Leonard bustling in. Charlesworth hits one to that sort of leg slip gully. And that is the end of a very, very good over from Ned Leonard. Happy birthday. Let's have a look at this catch again. Northeast parries. Tribe has to make a lot of ground there and takes it one-handed over his head. And the celebrations. Glamorgan just letting Gloucestershire know that they're in town. Imarahid, as they call it in Wales. We're still here.
I'm sure there's some Welsh fans singing that to their monitors watching this. Harris continues, and Bancroft just not finding the pace of that one as he rehearses at a square drive. And, well, the Gloucestershire fans have got oh so quiet, need to back up the team with a bit more noise. There's plenty in here now for this Friday evening. Still plenty of time to come down if you're in the area, because you can guarantee a thriller. Always is between these two sides. Bancroft's just going to dig in. You can just feel he's got to be there.
Judging by the look on our producer James Healy's face, I think we've got an amusing email coming through.
Harris, metronomic. Charlesworth just shadow batting at the other end in front of Ian Blackwell.
Morgan need to win this to keep their hopes alive in this competition, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
The reigning holders.
Yeah, 5 wins is all they can manage if they go 100% from here, and even that looks like it could be ominous. Remember, just 3 sides qualify for the knockout stages in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, with first place in both groups getting an automatic bye to the semi-final, with second and third from second playing third in the other group, and vice versa, competing for a semi-final spot. Gloucestershire currently top of Group A. Struck on the pad, Overdue appeal. Ian Blackwell firm in his decision straight away. I think a bit of height, bit of leg-sidedness to it. I'm sure we'll see a replay when it becomes available. He does trigger across, but yeah, it's probably angling down.
Sarah. Years ago, she saw Andrew Flintoff, got his autograph outside a Starbucks in Bristol city centre. A few years ago, I also saw and had a quick chat with Michael Klinger in the Ashgrove Pharmacy on Ashley Down Road. Love it.
Clipped in the air. Square legs on the boundary. One of the 2 fielders to do so, and Harris expresses some frustration, but a good over, and one that Bancroft had to dig in for. 44 for 2.
Sarah continues, even after seeing and getting an autograph of Cristiano Ronaldo on a flight from Portugal to the UK when he first joined Man United, seeing Flintoff and Klinger was the best. Thanks for the commentary. Sarah, we love it. We absolutely love it. Adam Thomas, this is the sort of content we're all about here. My son once delivered a Domino's pizza to Miles Hammond. It was a large meat feast with garlic bread and a dessert. He did use a 50% off voucher, but he did give my son a £2 tip. That's from Adam Thomas. Leonard. That's played out to mid-on. Stubbo, loving the commentary as always, Dan, watching from home in Devon. Shout to those in the ground from Stoke Gifford Cricket Club and Gloucestershire over 50s, second 11s. Well, we concur with that one. Kevin Kirkland. I've always found Ashley Giles a really nice bloke, actually. That's turned round the corner. Bancroft's going to get 4 for that one. Down towards the marker lane stand. I think it was a thick inside edge, but he's got it into the right area. Gloss just too shy there, 50. Kevin Kirkland once sold Ashley Giles a camcorder when he worked for Sony Centres. He said Ashley never smiled once, and well, Ashley's a lovely man. He's a really nice guy, actually. But we love these emails. Keep them coming. Let us know where you've seen the celebrities. Bancroft turns that to Carlson at mid-on.
Do you think Miles Hammond will be watching the stream?
He might be. He might be.
Someone's got to get the news to him.
He might be even having a large meat feast with garlic bread and a dessert.
I'll have to trust James Healy to pass that on to him.
But will he be using his 50% off voucher?
As long as he tips.
Well, he does. He's a very generous tipper, Miles Hammond. Oh, that's a pleasant shot. Elegantly caressed, lovingly. Through to the cover boundary there by Bancroft. And that brings up the 50. What a pleasant way to get there as well.
Yeah, just playing his way in, Cam Bancroft. Watched a couple of wickets fall at the other end. Eddie Byron will be disappointed. There's 2 missed fields now.
That one popped horribly on him though, didn't it? Just before it got to him. Just hit one of the ends as Bancroft shows the full face of the bat, shows the maker's name to Ned Leonard. But I'm loving Sarah as well. Never mind Cristiano Ronaldo, possibly one of the finest footballers of all time, is Michael Klinger's autograph. She wants in the Ashgrove Pharmacy on Ashley Down Road. Pushed again down the ground, only to find Carlson. 52 for 2 at the end of the 8th. Listen to me, Dan Whiting, along with Blake Bint, talking a little bit of cricket and talking about where you've seen your cricketing celebrities in various places. I think we'll have to go some to beat Miles Hammond's being delivered a pizza. I mean, that's just, I think, I'm not sure you could topping that. I'll get my coat. I'm out of here. I'm gone. I'm sacked.
Moving swiftly on. Charlesworth off the mark. Flipping out to deep square leg. Harris going to bowl all the way through the power play. Back into the side after being left out at the oval. Just the one change for Glamorgan today, as he's in for the 18-year-old left-arm spinner, Romano Franco, or as Dan likes to call him, Romano Franco.
Yeah, he's got I noticed, I had a look at Northop Cricket Club, where he plays his cricket in North Wales. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Bancroft just struggling for the timing.
But he's got a brother that plays as well, I think. I can't remember what his brother's called. But Italy are starting to get themselves quite a decent little side. Grant Stewart at Kent. I think Gareth Berg's involved in the coaching setup there. Emilio Gay.
Joe Burns, captain.
Yeah, it's
Australia.
not a bad little side.
Although I don't think Romano Franco is Italian. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? He may be somewhere down the line, but
He's got a bit of Italian heritage.
Potentially, maybe not enough to. Do you just qualify based on your name?
Yeah, I think one of his ancestors used to skip a Madrid cricket club back in the day. Didn't allow any dissent in the dressing room.
Harris is getting across his front pad. There was the one that Harris had the LBW appeal for in the previous over. And he's safely up the other end this time, Bancroft. Wasp giving Gloucestershire just 34% chance. I think Wasp is undermining Gloucestershire slightly with that estimation. Still a long way to go, of course. Glamorgan players energetic in the field.
I think that's harsh. Don't know if it stands for what a silly predictor, but it's pretty much even Stevens. One ball shy of the ninth, Gloucestershire 54 for 2. At the end of 10 overs, Glamorgan were 59 for 1. I don't think there's a lot in this.
Yeah, it was the second wicket partnership that Glamorgan really built on, but there wasn't too much to come later on apart from Douthwaite's blistering 43. Well, he's bowled towards the drive and Charlesworth obliges. He brought the offside fielder up and Charlesworth carves it through. 4 runs, his first boundary, and Harris finishes the 9th over with a boundary. 60 for no loss. Oh, sorry, for 2. What am I on about?
Yeah, Charlesworth reminds me of a chap who had a fine career for England, was superb actually on the 86-87 tour. Started his career here before moving on to Nottinghamshire, and that was Chris Broad, father of Stuart Broad. Tall, upright left-hander, strokes the ball elegantly through the covers. Here's Leonard to Bancroft, who thinks about a run there, but Zainul Hassan moves as quickly in from mid-off as he did round the grocery aisles of Lidl in Cardiff, according to Blake.
I actually saw him at the till, so I'm not sure how quickly he did his shopping.
Oh, okay. Was he a scan and collect man, or?
No, I saw him packing at the end of a till, so I presume he lets them do the work.
Leonard to Bancroft, who pushes this. David Parsons. Hi guys, watching from sunny Cardiff. I live near Sophia Gardens and saw Australian overseas player Matty Elliott talking to my mum at the end of our garden. Love it. David's also got Metro Bank fever. Well, David, it's a very serious disease. Bancroft again rocks onto the front foot and pushes it out to northeast at extra cover. There's our email address. Drop us a line. We want to hear your stories about cricketers' unusual places. We've spotted them over the years. But Matty Elliott talking to David's mum at the end of the garden is pretty... yeah, we like that one. We like that one. Oh, driven again nicely. Northeast in quite close there. I think they're looking for that one that just sticks in the wicket a little bit, perhaps. But yeah, if you've got Metro Bank fever, David, then, as I said, it's a very serious disease. And Glamorgan play next. What? Give your boss a call and just say, I'm not sure I'm going to be into work today. Cut. but only to backward point.
Well, there's no need for that because it's Sunday.
Yeah, David might be a vicar.
Well, that's very true.
He might be a man of the cloth. His surname is Parsons.
Yeah, Glamorgan host Notts, so anyone listening from the Glamorgan fan base, it's Fire Gardens, 11 o'clock on Sunday.
Bancroft drives without any real sense of timing. That's a maiden. Leonard's been superb. 2 for 12 off 3. And he's enjoying his return to the West Country. End of the 10th, 58 for 2. At this stage, Glamorgan were 59 for 1. As they say in Kent, even Darren Stevens.
Going to see a change. James Harris just bowling 5 overs through the power play. 0 for 24, rather economical spell. Going to see Dan Douthwaite, the all-action all-rounder, who had 43 from 28 earlier on. Key reason why Glamorgan got to 288 for 9 that they did. Didn't have the best time with the ball on Wednesday, Douthwaite. Just bowling 3.5 overs, 0 for 40. And was unfortunately the man tasked with bowling the final over. But here he is.
Yeah, wet ball. You know, it's never easy, is it? At the Oval, especially.
Yeah, he did bowl a beamer and then a no ball to follow it to finish the game, which was unfortunate. But
both free hits, or it would have been a free hit.
Would have been a free hit anyway.
Actually,
yeah.
I think the free hit should have continued into this game.
Should have.
For his first ball.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be grateful it wasn't. But that doesn't do him justice. Been a good player for Glamorgan with the white ball over the last couple of years, both bat and ball. Was recognised for that with the replacement for Ollie Pope in the 100 for the first game this year, although wasn't involved, but he was still noticed for his performances nonetheless, along with Mason Crane and Ben Kellaway, who were with Welsh Fire. Charlesworth looking to drive. Douthwaite's got a deep third, deep cover, relatively square, and then he's also got a deep square leg and a fine leg. Now that you can have 4 fielders outside the circle for this second power play. I wouldn't want to field on the boundary here, not with the Thatchers flowing down below us.
They're a nice bunch, honestly.
Driving again, finds the gap, and because Eddie Byron is so square out there, he can't cut it off. 4 to Charlesworth, played handsomely.
Yeah, stick with us here because this is going all the way, I think.
Great work from Asa Tribe. Just goes for that shy at the non-striker's end as well, just keeping his other fielders busy.
Yeah, I think this one's going to go all the way. Besides, Friday night TV, you know, it's not like there's superstars or It's a Knockout anymore, or even the kids from Fame. Stick with us here at the Seat Unique, because as the kids from Fame told us, Friday night's going to be all right.
Finishes with a dot, and Kieran Carlson tosses the ball back to Ian Blackwell. 62 for 2 after 11.
Yeah. Gloucestershire go deep though. Jack Taylor probably in next, followed by Graham Van Buren, and then the young, talented Tommy Borman. Young lad from Dumbleton Cricket Club up on the Gloucestershire-Worcestershire border. Here's Leonard to Bancroft. Bancroft just watching the bounce there. He'll know all about bounce, coming from Western Australia. He's telling me the quickest he's ever faced is a guy out Western Australia. He's on the fringes of the Australian cycle, Lance Morris.
Oh yeah, Lance Morris.
Wild thing they call him, I believe. And yeah, he's rapid. Bancroft again can't pierce the covers. Alex Green was here on Sunday for Leicestershire, 18-year-old, 6'6", big boy, big unit, and he's going to be a real handful in a few years. He's a handful enough now. He's taken 2 fifers already in this competition, and he's a big, strong, strapping lad, and he gets it through. Ooh, thick outside edge from Bancroft, goes down to third. Bancroft moves into the 20s.
Yeah, he had no success today. I just had a quick look. 6 overs, 0 for 42.
I can imagine he can go around the park, but he, if he gets it slightly wrong, but he's got a big, big future ahead of him. Bracey just, sorry, Charlesworth just defending. The locals seem to be singing. I thought it was Wales which was the land of song.
Well, I think it was some Glamorgan fans. Oh, Glammy Glammy was being cried
Oh, was it
out.
Glammy Glammy?
It was.
Right. The Welsh male voice choir are here. Leonard Charlesworth drives, bit of a misfield there from Carlson, allows a single. And they'll stroll through for an easy one. A flock of birds are circling the house, the flats at the far end. Leonard just angling it into the pads of Bancroft, who plays it back with a square for a single. 65 for 2 after 12. Run rate currently is 5.4. Required just a shade under 6. So Gloucestershire just, the run rate's not a problem, but they won't want to lose any wickets. They'll want these two to just be there for another 10 to 15 overs. Here's the run rate. Even Stevens there on his screen.
I think if Bancroft can be there at 30 overs, Gloucestershire will be really well poised. All he's going to do is just work it around, and Ben Charlesworth's already had 2 50s in the first 3 games, so he's a player in fine nick. I think you have another couple of emails, Dan.
Yeah, Brad Whitley all the way from Wilson in North Carolina in the good old US of A. Met Pat Cummins during the 2024 MLC campaign in Cary, North Carolina. It's Major League Cricket, isn't it?
It is, yeah. The American T20
Liam Plunkett was
competition.
involved in that, I believe, wasn't he, I think?
Going to push hard. Ben Charlesworth is coming back. Good running. Zainul Hassan can't cut it off. Yeah, I think he was. Ian Holland is obviously one that's been playing in that as a local player.
Yeah.
The Leicestershire all-rounder.
In fact, Brad follows it up with saying he's the only cricket fan in his town and he follows cricket religiously. Well, Brad, you have to come over to the Cathedral of the Seat Unique here in Bristol.
Clipped and evades Carlson at short mid-wicket. And Charlesworth watches it all the way as it sails away for 4. Slightly over-pitched by Douthwaite, but well put away. 72 for 2. And Charlesworth going along nicely, 16.
Huge game for both these sides in their seasons.
Horn looking to cut Charlesworth under edge and a whisker away from his off stump. Douthwaite trudging back to his mark.
Yeah, I think for Glamorgan, I think it's a must-win now, isn't it? I think it's, you know, it's with that one washed out underneath and the loss at the Oval the other day.
Douthwaite just taking the pace off that one. He'll be someone Glamorgan look to utilise at the death with his cutters, such as that one.
And for Gloucestershire, if you can win 4 from 4, I think you need 6 to get out of the group. 6 wins will get you out of the group. If you win 4 from 4, you've got a little bit of wriggle room going into the tournament, haven't you? Going further deeper into the tournament.
And also, you never know what position you're going to be in with who's going to return. You've got Singdale and obviously Hammond not looking like playing too much in the 100, so it'd be nice to have them back.
Yeah, but you know, there's a big game here against Hampshire, which is on Tuesday week. Get your tickets at www.glosscricket.co.uk, and I think that could be the one where Gloucestershire qualify. We've got a big one on Sunday, local derby up the M5 up to Worcester. Sure, there'll be a lot of fans from the north of the county making the trip up to New Road. Kieran Carlson is going to come in from the pavilion end, bowling his off spin. Bancroft reverse sweeps, just watches it onto the bat, doesn't try and hit it with any force, and the ball just dribbles away for a single. 73 for 2 now, Bancroft on 23, Charlesworth 16. But yeah, I think Gloucestershire will take a big following up to New Road on Sunday. I think there'll be a lot who enjoyed the trip to Cheltenham, or lots sort of in that neck of the woods round Cheltenham who love, oh, that's naughty. Kieran Carlson. That turned, bounced, spat the lot. A little bit shorter, but Charlesworth can't get it past northeast extra cover. Yeah, I think a lot of people who really enjoyed the Cheltenham experience will, you know, want to sort of continue to support the boys. There's a big crowd for the game against Derbyshire at Cheltenham. I think people had a good time, and those who live in that neck of the woods, it's probably only half an hour, 40 minutes up to Worcester from that part of the world. As that's Fuller from Carlson, and Charlesworth digs it out. Gets a single. And it's always lovely, a trip to Worcester, isn't it? It's always
a lovely ground.
Pleasurable experience.
As you say, not too far for those, particularly north of the county.
Yeah. That's in the air from Bancroft, but gets into the gap. Well fielded by our Ul Hassan.
Yeah, Carlson's someone I've watched play a lot of cricket over the last couple of years, and I think he's really underutilised as a bowler. He varies his pace well, particularly in white ball formats.
One down the ground from Bancroft, just working it around, showing his experience. I think it's hard when you're skipper, especially in limited overs cricket. I'm not sure Jack Taylor bowls himself enough as a white ball skipper. Speaking with Graham Van Buren, who was the red ball skipper in recent years, and he's actually bowling a lot better this season than he has for a number of years. And I think it's very hard when you're captain to actually decide when to bowl yourself, when to withdraw yourself out the attack, and yeah, we're just sort of coming on at the right time, really.
Yeah, he can be a bit of a golden arm as well, Carlson, which potentially why he's brought himself on. Try buy a wicket from nowhere. He took one in similar fashion at Neath when in need of one. Douthwaite with a slower ball to start the over. Bancroft guides it nicely. They do just stick to one this time, with Ul Hassan patrolling the boundary. Charlesworth having to jump out the way of Alex Horton.
Yeah, he's got a good arm, Zain Ul Hassan. Must be from lifting all those groceries in Lidl.
Bancroft just coming down for a chat with Charlesworth. I'm sure he's just telling him about the pace varying. Just beware. Ticking along nice and easy at this stage now, after the earlier wobble of losing Bracey and Price within 3 balls of each other. An important partnership, this one, for Gloucestershire.
Certainly is.
Short, pulled, and there just wasn't enough in that from Dan Douthwaite. It was a little bit slower, a bit lacklustre, and it was bread and butter for Cameron Bancroft. 4 more to the total. Just well in control. You can't bowl there to someone from Western Australia. He's used to playing on those fast pitches. He's not going to be outdone by one halfway down in Bristol. And then there's a better length, finding the outside edge. Driven nicely, well cut off at mid-off.
Alison Sparrow has sent me a message. Listening to the James Bracey interview on the podcast. She said she loves eating too. We all love eating.
Can't beat the fielder. Douthwaite gets out the over with a dot, but one Gloucestershire will be happy with. 4 singles and a boundary. That's more than what they need. 85 for 2 after 15. Partnership building nicely.
The Gloucestershire Cricket Foundation, we're having a volunteer award ceremony in the Jessup Bar at 6 o'clock. Munchies in the Grace Room in the break, I believe. How did I miss that one, Alison? I can normally sniff freebies out a mile off. Alison's been shortlisted for an award. She says she won't get it, but it's very exciting. Well, we want to hear whether you got it, Alison. We want to hear whether you got the award. Carlson in, and Charlesworth gets this into a pocket where he's going to get a couple. Moves into the 20s. That's again finding the gaps, Charlesworth. Really good atmosphere here in Bristol. Both sets of fans getting behind their side. Cut away. He's only going to get one this time, Charlesworth, but continuing his good start to this competition. Shorter this time by Carlson, going into the pitch, but Bancroft adjusting, playing it down the ground. Remember, we want to hear from where you've seen unusual cricketing celebrities and where. It's just going to be one to Charlesworth, despite the despairing dive of Asa Tribe. I don't think anything's going to beat somebody's son delivering a pizza to Miles Hammond using a 50% voucher off. If it gets better than that. That's nicely played by Bancroft, but can't get it past James Harris at short third. End the over. End of the 16th. 92 for 2.
Yeah, it's one shy of the 50 partnership now, these two. Charlesworth and Cameron Bancroft, who's obviously been there from the start. 33 from 43 he is. And the left-hander 25 from 26. Rebuilding for Gloucestershire after Bracey got the hosts off to a strong start. And then a wobble of his dismissal, which showed good sportsmanship. And then Ollie Price falling 2 balls later. And you may be able to hear on the effects mic some chanting from some people who have had a few Thatchers, I believe. Pulled away, Charlesworth, Gorvin in pursuit from deep square leg, does cut it off. Yeah, I'm sure the Thatcher's bar's been well milked.
Well, I think there's the 50 partnership, by the way. 24 to Bancroft, 27 to Charlesworth. I think it must. I think they must have had a few for grown men to be singing "A Little Mouse with Clogs On."
Run down nicely by Charlesworth, showing plenty of composure. It's a shot that comes natural at this ground, it seems. It's been played very well today, isn't it? Just using the pace from back of the length. Game still in the balance. Yorker from Douthwaite just varying his length and his pace here.
But this is what it's about, isn't it? Both sets of fans, good-natured atmosphere here. Both sets of fans getting behind their side. A few beers, hot summer's evening. Oh, I've got Metro Bank fever.
Nicely played. They're going to look for 2 again. They're going to come back for 2. Eddie Byron can't cut it off. Fielding to the short side. And I think there's a slight difference in intensity we've seen from the running of Gloucestershire's pair at the crease at the moment, and what we saw from Glamorgan, particularly at the early stages of the innings when the North East and Byron partnership was going well. That is the difference. Bancroft flashing, and as you can hear from
That wasn't a million.
Crowd around Bristol, they enjoyed that one because it's raced away for 4.
I think Horton should have got that one. I think he was wrong-footed. That wasn't a million miles away from him there. He was wrong-footed because he was angled in. But I think Horton will probably be disappointed that he didn't get across to that one.
Well, 100 up nonetheless for Gloucestershire and Bancroft. On to 39. It's been a good innings so far. Deserves a bit of streakiness. And there's the square drive that he was looking for previously. And the end of the over, another expensive one from Douthwaite's perspective, albeit lack of fortune with the boundary, but nonetheless Gloucestershire 102 for 2 on their pursuit of 289.
There's a few of the Bristol crowd. Gentlemen in the Gloucestershire shirt there seems to have been enjoying the apple juice over the afternoon. I think he might have been the one who was singing, lamenting Graham Van Buren earlier. There's Bancroft, just turns that through square for a single. Singing he's only 5'3", he bowls like Murali. Oh, Charlesworth this time with the edge. All fielded. That short third, because I've seen those run away down towards the Ashley Down Road end for a single. Can't quite see that. Is that Douthwaite?
No, Douthwaite's got blue sleeves. It's Will Smale, I believe.
Will Smale. We do apologise if you might have heard some colourful language on our outside effects mic. $104 for 2.
I think Horton's going to have to go off it. We saw him get some physio attention earlier after what looked like a suspected dislocated finger. And well, maybe that's why Will Smale was rushing off. Yeah, he's going to put his keeping kit on, Will Smale.
Yeah, it's sad. That's probably why Horton couldn't get across to that catch, possibly. But, yeah, it's sad. So whenever anyone picks up an injury, they're all going to have been in the wars today, haven't they? Byron has tested out his helmet a couple of times.
Yes.
Horton has done his fingers. So we've just got a delay while there's a change of wicket keeper for the visitors. Big crowd in at Bristol. South of France End, just basking in the sunshine.
Not seen the lights come on yet.
I think they're just coming on, actually.
Oh.
Are they just coming on?
Oh, there we go.
Maybe, it's sun reflection.
Voice activated, obviously.
Yeah. I think it might be the sun just reflecting off them, actually.
No, they're coming on, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they are.
Still perfectly blue skies.
Being Glorious, the blog is, the podcast, sorry, is podcast Gloucestershire fans, hosted by me and the chap called Phil O'Rourke, and Phil's famous, he's the poet laureate, the unofficial poet laureate of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, and he wrote the ballad of Chris Dent, and there he is with Denty as Carlson comes in, and Bancroft doing Bancroft things and just working it around. Bancroft stays till the end. Gloucestershire win this game. Glamorgan have to get Cameron Bancroft out. Charlesworth drives pleasantly out through to long off.
Yeah, I'd like to see a bit of Andy Gorvin sooner rather than later. He's the only bowler we haven't seen, and he just offers something very different to everyone else.
Just rolling his fingers around the ball. Screamed to mid-off by Bancroft, but no run. Ball goes out to Ned Leonard. So who's come on as sub-fielder? Bancroft, there's a peel for LBW. I think he's smashed that to third man, but...
It's Henry Hurl, if he's at deep square leg, number 6.
Henry Hurl, he's probably going to stay on all game, isn't he?
Yes, he's he could have taken the gloves. In fact, he's one of the many wicket keepers at Glamorgan, Cardiff born and raised. Teammate of Tommy Borman, in fact, at the Cardiff University scheme.
It's quite interesting because a Huey Hurl is Australian slang for vomiting after a few beers.
Well, we're going to see Zainul Hassan return for a second spell from the Ashley Down Road end after bowling just 2 overs up top with the new ball. That was from the pavilion end, and it's fair to say he got some treatment from James Bracey. He went for 22.
Oh, Will Spry.
Cut away by Charlesworth. Another email?
Yeah. My friend claims he once saw John Lewis outside John Lewis and Cribbs Causeway. We never believed him. John Lewis without an H, outside the shop with an H.
Well, these are all shop involved, aren't they?
They are shop involved, but we're loving them.
Shorter from Al Hassan. Bancroft's looking for 2 out to the long boundary. There is the subfielder Hurl, hurling it in.
He did hurl it in, yeah.
That's a nice tester for Will Smale. First up, nice half volley on his shins.
Well, that's brilliant. Will Spry, we love that. John Lewis outside John Lewis.
Beautifully played, over the top, dead straight. Ben Charlesworth gets 6. Glorious shot. No danger with mid on and mid off up, and he's timed it to perfection. And Gloucestershire just motoring along now. Zainul Hassan getting no respite. Wonder if there's any similar ones you can make up out of, you know, John Lewis. What, Dion Dublin in Dublin?
Yeah.
Slow ball from Al Hassan, upish,
Yeah,
just evading him.
Well bowled. Fox Charlesworth there.
Wonder if anyone's ever been called Wait Rose. Nicely driven again, but for no run. He's already got the runs he needs for the over. 2 singles and the maximum. That came off the bat of Ben Charlesworth, and Gloucestershire still going along well. 114 for 2 after 19. The equation is 31 overs left available to them, and they need a further 175.
Norma Craddock. Bancroft drives, can't get it past cover. Norma Craddock, she's a 90-year-old life member of Gloucestershire. Well, lovely to hear from you, Norma. As Bancroft pushes that into a pocket, he's going to look for two. They think about it, but they don't take on the arm of Andy Gorvin. When Australia toured England after the war in 1948, Norma was a 13-year-old schoolgirl. In those far-off days, you're allowed to sit just beyond the boundary rope on the grass at Lord's. Keith Miller was fielding close by. He pulled a sweet from his pocket and tossed it to me, saying, "Here you are, kid. I caught it but never ate it. I kept it until it disintegrated." Not an unusual placement encounter I still cherish, even if the sweet is long gone. That's driven again by Charlesworth. Norma, lovely to hear from you. And keep the emails coming into us.
That's a lovely story.
It is, yeah. I remember, even when I was a kid, you could sit on the grass. That's in the air. That's going to be out. Douthwaite makes no mistake, and Charlesworth departs for 37. A little bit of a tame end there, and Carlson deserves that. And this game is going all the way. 115 for 3 in the 20th, and I think this is going all the way. Stick with us.
Yeah, it just felt like a rather unnecessary end. Obviously had the 6 in the previous over.
He sort of just pushed it, didn't he? He didn't sort of really hit it. If it had done, it might have come through our window, but I think knowing Ben will be disappointed in that. It's good innings, 37, but that brings the Gloucestershire captain, Jack Taylor, to the wicket.
Well, there's plenty of experience at the crease now, isn't there? Taylor and Bancroft.
Yeah, and two players from sort of the diverse ends of the spectrum. Bancroft will sort of get the ball into the pockets. As I said earlier, Jack Taylor will try and pepper those flats. As I said earlier, his name is actually underwritten into the insurance policies of those flats.
Do you know what I fear for with Jack Taylor at the crease? The blue Fiesta.
He's more straight, he's more sort of...
I don't know, I've seen him swat some through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he has been known, but I think that his father Kevin and his wife and kids might be in more danger.
So Kevin Taylor is a very good dart player, actually.
Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Yes, he is, yes. It's just turned around the corner. He'll be delighted you said that, because he was telling me last week how he got to the final of some tournament. Down the leg side. It's a wide. Carlson theatrically appealing. And getting the bird from the crowd. Carlson again, just into the legs, but that's a good over for the visitors. So after 20, Gloucestershire are 116 for 3. At this stage, Glamorgan were 111 for 1.
Yeah, 173 from 30 is the equation you can see on your screen. Yeah, a little bit about Kevin Taylor. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I used to do a bit of work. I was an MC for Oxfordshire County Darts. Kevin Taylor played, and I never realised he was the brother's father.
Yeah.
And then someone told me one day. I thought, well, there you go. Small world.
Yeah, he's down there. Pair of shorts under the gazebo. In the blue shirt.
Oh, yeah. Andy Gorvin. In to Bancroft and nearly pulled it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. It was a loosener from Gorvin to start. Real short ball, which you can't afford to bowl at his pace. Bancroft just about getting it over Sam Northeast. Gets 4 out to Klinger corner. Moves closer to his half century. Let's nip back on him, that one. And I've guaranteed Bancroft wouldn't have faced too many bowlers like Andy Gorvin in the suburbs of Perth. Wobbling up at 65 mile an hour. Covers the ball, Benny Howe style, something Gloucestershire will be very familiar with.
Yeah, he is from Pompey. Played his club cricket at Havant.
Havant and Waterlooville.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a canny operator, knows what he's doing. He's got his field well set for exactly what he wants to do. Just bowls those cutters. And if he can bowl the fine margins of bowling into the surface, where it might do a little bit and hold up without dragging it too short, he can be dangerous. And they're going to push 2 here. Henry Hurl, the sub fielder, can't cut it off, and that's Cameron Bancroft's 50. Balled up in 59 balls, and it's been a well-timed knock for the Australian. His first one of the campaign this year. And how Gloucestershire fans would love for him to kick on and be there at the end. Gorvin's first over comes to an end, 7 from it. 123 for 3.
Yeah, Gorvin is from Portsmouth, went to Portsmouth Grammar School. The Fratton Flintoff. Shame Hampshire don't play there anymore. He used to play at United Services Portsmouth, which was a quick old wicket. Not the best wicket, apparently, but quick. I believe it wasn't the best fun facing Malcolm Marshall on it back in the day. Ned Leonard back into the attack. Oh, Bancroft. Thick inside edge, goes past leg stump. I tell you what, one more wicket here, the door's open. These two have to put on a partnership. Daniel Roberts has been in touch. Daniel, good to hear from you. Still saw Steve Smith last year at Paddington Station. Managed to get a selfie. No one else had seemed to recognise him. Keep up the great work. Love it, Daniel. Love it, mate.
That's the sort of scenario I was expecting to see more of in these emails. Train stations, airports.
Yeah.
Instead, it's all been packing your shopping.
What about motorway service stations?
Yeah.
That's crunched to Carlson at mid-off by Jack Taylor.
Yeah, you often see football clubs when they're on the road to a long away day, they'll stop at a service station.
Yeah. In fact, my football team, Barnet fans came back from Fylde last game of the season and bumped into the Gloucestershire team. Oh, sick outside edge from Jack Taylor. Cruel bounce there, but James Harris watches it all the way. Can be a little bit bobbly, this outfield, lack of rain. 125 for 3. 164 needed off 28. Should be fine as long as you don't lose the wickets. That's the trick. Bancroft pushes this to Douthwaite at mid-on.
I'm just surprised Carlson's brought himself off here.
Yeah, I am a little bit.
Took a wicket in the previous over. Don't think he's gone for a boundary at all. I think it's all been sort of ones and twos. And, well, the overs are going to have to be found somewhere anyway. They've used 6 bowlers now, but Hassan expensive for 3 overs. And they bring Harris back.
Short and pulled by Bancroft with a plom, and hurls himself at the ball but can't cut that boundary off. Ooh, we've got a little band going. It's the DJ. Floodlights are on. Shadows lengthening here. As Bancroft drives into the over. 22 gone, 129 for 3. Get spectacular sunsets here in Bristol. Funnily enough, it sets in the west here. But keep your emails coming because they're keeping us royally entertained. We're loving them.
Gorvin going to continue to Jack Taylor. First time Taylor would have faced him after facing Leonard in the previous over, so 2 very different bowlers. On a leading edge first up, and just gets away with it, landing in the gap in the offside. Brings Bancroft onto strike. I'm not sure which of these two will be more comfortable facing Gorvin, actually. I know Bancroft is, you know, talk about him being a Western Australian, but he has been playing in county cricket a long time now. And he's picked up the length for this one, pulled. It's good work, actually, on the boundary to keep it to 1. I think that's Eddie Byron out there.
It is very good work by Byron.
Backing up his 94 from earlier today. One that might just keep his Glamorgan career alive, Eddie Byron. Struggled the last couple of years. Taylor with a flourish through the offside. And they won't take 2 to Hurl. It's a good fielder, Henry Hurl, actually. He's done some 12th man duties quite a bit. I remember him in the Blast last year on a couple of occasions, which is obviously under a lot of pressure for a young substitute fielder. Shorter from Gorvin, cut. But Hurl won't get to that one. Gorvin's just got no margin for error with his length. He's got to be bang on, and that one wasn't. Bancroft adds 4 to his total. He goes to 61.
Yeah, Bancroft's, I mean, Bancroft's in his 3rd year now in English conditions. He's been around the block.
Plus some time at Durham, of course, as well.
Yes, so sorry, 4th year, because he was here in 2016.
Right.
And then Durham and
then back here.
And back here.
Cut away again, just using the angle. We'll get 2. Well, Carlson's got some thinking to do. Gorvin doesn't look too happy. Another over in Gloucestershire's favour, 138 for 3. And the run rate up to a run a ball.
He's an intelligent cricketer, Bancroft. He runs well between the wickets. He gets the ball into unusual areas, and he's a touch player. He's not a biffer, he's a touch player. But I love watching him bat.
Do you find players like Bancroft and those of the like this format is what suits them best? Because they can use their red ball skills over a shorter period of time and just nudge along. Leonard's continuing.
In he comes. Oh, he's nearly got one through Jack Taylor there. One more here. The door is open. Yeah, I think 50 over cricket. I love 50 over cricket because it allows a side to rebuild. You know, and yeah, can the game doesn't swing as quickly, but still plenty there as Taylor pushes this back.
And there's a place for red ball players, isn't there, in one-day cricket? You know, top of the order in particular, or bowlers who just hit an area. There is a place for it.
Yeah. Christopher Westphal, who's a Glamorgan fan, loving the commentary, attended the South American Cricket Championship in Peru in 2019. Oh, Taylor almost turned there.
Got to be a big cricket fan to do that. Surely that wasn't the whole plan of the holiday.
Yeah, you've got to be. They mostly played on polo fields, about 45 minutes outside Lima. Coach of Argentina for this tournament was the great Roland Butcher. Well, I worked with Roland for about 12 days last year, 13 days, and he's a lovely, lovely man. Got a new book out as well, Breaking Barriers, which is a fantastic read. Oh, that's nearly got through Taylor as well. He's just... Leonard's just having the upper hand at the moment, but Taylor's still there. And he said Roland was incredibly engaging and a pleasure to meet. The final was played at Lima Cricket and Football Club on a proper grass wicket. Argentina winning. Did they use their hands? Beating Mexico. Brazil have an incredible ongoing cricket development programme going on. They won the women's tournament. There's a women cricketer, isn't there, who's sort of doing rounds on social media, Brazilian, a few years ago. Can't remember her name. It's just one to Taylor. Rob Sharp, who I believe plays for Gloucester over 60s, was part of the Uruguay team.
That's some good knowledge, if that's right.
That is serious knowledge. I mean, he doesn't sound particularly Uruguayan to me, Christopher. It has to be said with a name like Rob Sharp, but, well, I'll go with you. Well, it sounds like a great time, but Roland Butcher, I'll tell you a little story about Roland. As Bancroft, wants one, but Jack Taylor doesn't. End of the 24th, 139 for 3. So Roland lives out in Barbados, comes to England for the summer, stays with his daughter just to the west of London. And first game of last season, we covered Surrey v Somerset for the BBC at the Oval in the media centre there. And what we didn't realise is that the BBC box controls the whole media centre's temperature. Roland, having just arrived back from Barbados, has thumped it up to 33 degrees. A chap called Jake Utley, who runs the stream down there, came running in asking why it's so hot, and his streaming equipment was malfunctioning.
Gorvin, cutter, and despairingly puts his hands to his head as Taylor manages to get it fine for a couple. I've got a story about Roland Butcher as well, in fact. It doesn't link directly to me, but my father played in a testimonial of Roland Butcher's in rural Oxfordshire when a Middlesex side was taking on an Oxfordshire 11. And Middlesex, would you believe it, professional side that they are, turned up with 10. Oxfordshire had 12, my father being 12th man, you know, average cricketer. It wasn't the Oxfordshire 11, it was an Oxfordshire 11. So my dad played for Middlesex for a day.
Marvellous.
Roland Butcher and a young Mark Ramprakash, who I'm told hit a massive 6 over, you know, basically into the village, as it were, out of the ground as a 17-year-old.
Well, Roland was a fine player, played for England. First black man to play for England, and was a serious player.
Bancroft just working it away. Again, off Gorvin. Usually someone who can really buy a wicket for Glamorgan, but it doesn't look the way at the moment. Gloucestershire just milking it around with no sense of urgency, really.
Yeah, Glamorgan need another wicket here because Gloucestershire are just strolling.
Same thing for Jack Taylor, working down the ground. Just need to up the energy a little bit. Glamorgan really need to get their campaign off and running today. Otherwise, questions could be asked. As for Gloucestershire, looking well on their way for 4 out of 4. What I'd like to know, actually, if Christopher is still listening, can I request a follow-up for if he was out there for the competition or if he was on holiday? Because if you're going out to watch South American Cricket Championship, I'm intrigued.
You've got to be a serious cricket geek, haven't you, to go out to South America for a holiday to watch that. Player's just getting a little drink at the moment. But Christopher, hats off to you, because we're all cricket badgers here as well.
I think Nick Friend, a journalist at the Cricketer, was Argentina coach actually for a time.
He's here today. He's here today, yeah, we're going to go and ask him. I know Ollie Price went out to Argentina. I think he did a gap year out there.
Halfway stage, 145 for 3, so near enough. Yeah. Exactly in the balance, 289 the target, so halfway in overs, halfway in runs, just over.
Yeah, Glamorgan at this stage were 146 for 2, so pretty much even, but he was the ex-cricket Argentina coach, Blake Bint. That is extraordinary. But yeah, I mean, I think cricket's thriving. I can't remember that lady's name from Brazil, Roberta Avery, is it, or something like that? She was doing rounds on social media. I think she follows me on X, actually.
That's why you know. I tell you what, you're right.
Roberta Moretti Avery.
She's got a Wikipedia page.
Oh yeah.
Nickname Big Mum.
Big what?
Is it? Would it be Mum or Mom? Do you think? Do you think that's Big Mum in South? Is that the South African spelling? South American tended spelling. Well, she's got 53 T20 internationals to her name.
Yeah.
Bowling average of 7.
Decent.
It's not bad.
Yeah, decent. Yeah.
Up there with Alistair Cook.
Yeah. Yeah, but keep your emails coming. We're loving these. They're keeping us entertained. And
oh, here we go. We've got another one straight away.
Oh, Nigel Smart.
This is brilliant.
Greatly enjoy the YouTube streams and your commentary. A couple of years ago, I actually had the pleasure of Marchand de Lange moving in next door for a while. regularly saw Graham Van Buren visiting there as well. Both absolute gentlemen. The credit to the club. Keep up the good work. Nigel, we love it. We love it. Steve West from Abertillery, 1980. Old Tillerian, RFC. He owns the 66-yard kick for the longest drop goal ever in Wales. Well, well, well. Oh, he's in Abertillery in 1980. Harris is coming back from the pavilion end and, as usual, is on the money straight away. Steve, good to hear from you. Dennis from Cardiff. He was a Glamorgan supporter, but used to live in Bristol in the 80s and often frequented the White Swan in Westbury-on-Trim, which is known as the Dirty Duck. That's got into a gap again by Bancroft. Now he'll pick up another couple, moves on to 67, 147 for 3. Zahir Abbas, who we spoke about earlier, was often holding conversations with the locals at the bar. Extremely modest, why should he be? And affable. It was a pleasure to be in his company. He's a lovely, lovely man, Dennis. Thank you so much for your email. Keep them coming. We want to hear where you've seen professional cricketers. Oh, that's got to be close. That has to be close. Oh my word. Let's have another look at this one. Bit of late nip back here. Bancroft is susceptible to that. We've seen him out LBW this season.
Well, she's just signalled a bit of bat, I've just seen.
Ah.
She's done the universal signal.
Good decision then.
Bat.
Harris onto the legs, straying onto the pads. And Bancroft, who just doesn't miss round there. Meat and drink.
Elsewhere, a good game is shaping up between Sussex and Lancashire. Lancashire got 338 for 7. Sussex are 200 for 1 in reply. Tom Clark with a century. Still going, they need 139 from 23 overs.
Charlie Tier playing in that. He was on loan here at Gloucestershire last season. Bancroft Taylor goes. He's not particularly happy about that one. I wonder if that was off the pad. Let's see if that's LBW or caught behind. I think this comes off his pad. It definitely hits the pad. Whether he's got an inside edge onto the pad, I don't know. Let's see if we can have another look. It's caught behind. Let's see if we can have another look. Oh, I think Jack Taylor might feel slightly aggrieved there. It's gone down as caught Smale. Bowled Harris. But whatever it is, Glamorgan needed that one. And Jack Taylor, the skipper, departs. Brings Graham Van Buren to the crease.
Well, they'll be grateful it's not Cameron Bancroft, but a wicket like that falling at a crucial time. And, well, if it's not the right decision, then that could be really costly. Mind you, Graham Van Buren, solid player. Had 100 against Glamorgan, we were talking about earlier, back in 2023.
Yeah.
Albeit in a red ball game. But 148 for 4. still a lot of work to do. 141 needed. We're just past the halfway stage.
Just to confirm, that has been given out, caught behind for Jack Taylor. So I don't know if he's got an inside edge onto his pad, but it definitely hit the pad. Here's Graham Van Buren, first ball. Watch this guy, he can cut Yorkers.
That's just picking up length, isn't it?
Yeah. Often the small guys are hard to bowl at, just as the big guys are, you know. They mess with bowlers' lengths. Anyway, that's a good over for Glamorgan, 148 for 4. Will Spry. It's a small world because Will's brother actually captained Peru in that tournament that we discussed. Listen, never mind the 7-side derby. Let's talk about small South American countries. Battles.
Argentina against Peru.
Bancroft.
Gorvin continuing.
Yeah.
3 overs for 22 so far. He's been a bit expensive.
Yeah, so Will and his brother played for Frampton Cotterell and Churchways. Frampton Cotterell's just, I think, sort of out to the north of Bristol, isn't it? Out near Chipping Sodbury.
There's a link to the scorecard as well if we want to have a look. Here we go. Matthew Spry for Peru. 40-20 internationals, 7 wickets. Average of 8, not bad. Thank you for your email, Will. Another single being milked off Andy Gorvin. This time it's Van Buren getting off the mark by doing so.
150 up.
Still a lot of work. Carlson will persist with Gorvin. He's a trusted member of the side.
Yeah, but misquote John Bon Jovi, Gloucestershire are over halfway there.
You can see the run rate required on your screen, just a smidge under 6. Down the leg side, Smale can't get there. Anything on it?
Runs.
4 runs. Bancroft gets them given to them. And I'm sure Gorvin will prefer that than it going down as 5 wides.
Yeah, or the extra ball.
But the anchoring knock continues. 73 now for the Australian.
There's still plenty of batting. Tommy Borman, Zaman Akhtar, Craig Miles. They bat to 11. Josh Shaw. Glamorgan fans will know all about him. That's 6 at Cardiff.
End of the over, 154 for 4. Van Buren and Bancroft at the crease. And you're listening to myself, Blake Bint, and Dan Whiting for the remainder of this game. 23 overs to go. We'd love to see it go all the way.
Oh, we would. Harris to Van Buren. Yeah, so I don't know if Jack Taylor, he may have got an inside edge onto his pad. And that's why he was given out caught behind. But I thought it definitely came off the pad. The real crux of the matter is if there was an inside edge onto the pad. Oh, Graham Van Buren, that's a pleasurable shot. Just for one though. Byron tidying up out on the cover boundary. 155 for 4, 134 to win. Off 22 and a bit. Inside edge by Bancroft, runs the first one quickly, but they don't take on Hurl's hurl. Lovely summer, late summer's evening here. Oh, Van Buren trying to cut one too close to the body there. He does love a cut shot. Plays it well, gets a lot of runs there.
He just decked back a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Harris is one of those, he doesn't do anything fancy with the ball, he just nags away. He's not typically a white ball bowler, but he's just doing that role. As I said earlier, there's definitely a place for red ball bowlers.
And Byron just covers up. Harris just on the money. Glamorgan just squeezing here. There's fire left in the Welsh Dragon. $133 runs for Gloucestershire to become glorious. Again, just angled into the body. That completes the over. 28 gone, 22 to go, 133 to win. I think Glamorgan might be slight favourites now.
Yeah, that run rate's just crept above a run a ball, hasn't it?
Yeah, but that won't worry these guys. I think there's plenty of twos out there anyway, especially into the long boundary.
And you've got Bancroft going well as well.
Yeah, it's how tired he is though. I mean, he's done 50 overs in the field. He's been on the field for every ball of this game, Cameron Bancroft. He's the key.
Well, we're going to see a change again. Andy Gorvin's been removed after a 4-over spell. Dan Douthwaite's going to return, who was costly himself, 29 from 4 overs from the Ashley Down Road end. Bancroft just nerdling again. He's going to push Hurl. No, he won't. Thought about it? Another email.
Adam Thomas. He was in Lahore on a business trip, and he once saw the umpire, David Shepherd, once of this parish, I believe, haggling over the price for a rug at a market stall. Wasn't that surprising to see him there? There was a test match starting a couple of days later. He was delighted a couple of weeks later to see Shep again lifting the rug off the barrage carousel at Heathrow. Brilliant. Chris Westphal's been back in touch, who's married to a wonderful Mexican lady. He met when teaching in Mexico City. Our son played for Mexico.
Slashed by Van Buren. Ace of Tribe, he's always in the key positions for Glamorgan, one of the better fielders in the side. Took that magnificent catch to remove Ollie Price. And there he is again.
Chris's wife despairs of his love of cricket, but does understand the game and completely agreed with me when I used the word geek. As for Rob, his wife is Uruguayan, hence the connection.
Pulled by Van Buren, didn't get much of that. I don't think he read the length all that cleanly. Douthwaite's got his hand over his mouth in despair.
Chris did actually go for the tournament, but also spent time visiting a beautiful city. Chris, lovely to hear from you, and
I was not expecting to hear South American cricket stories today, but
no,
you never know what you're going to get, do you? Bancroft solid in front of it. Just doesn't look like anything's going to faze him on this stage.
Lovely emails from Chris Westphal there, but Senora Westphal, your husband is a geek. Only joking, Chris, only joking. Thank you so much for your emails. We've loved these. Keep them coming. Keep us company till the end of what promises to be a cracking game here at the Seat Unique.
Oh, an appeal for Abu Dhabi, but quickly halted. Douthwaite's getting a bit overexcited there. Ian Blackwell was never going to give in to that one. We are going to see a replay anyway. As you can see, that's probably missing a 5th stump down the leg side and probably a stump on top of a stump for height.
Apart from that, I thought it was quite a good shout there, Blake.
Yeah, I think so. Dan Douthwaite seemed to think so anyway. 158 for 4 off 29. Getting into T20 territory, aren't we? 131 from 21 needed.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be happy chasing 130, wouldn't you, in a T20 game? Kieran Carlson back into the attack from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I like this decision from Carlson. Harris did have a good little burst, but I think the change of pace again. Carlson had a good first spell.
Oh, full bunger first ball. Only one off it though. What I like about this from Carlson, he's got 5 inside the ring here, isn't he? I think you only have to have 4, do you? 4 inside the ring.
No, second power play.
Oh, second power play, sorry. That's down the ground. Bancroft peppers the stand, peppers the picket fence, and moves into the 80s with a 6 over long off.
I think there's a lady whose life just flashed before her eyes.
Yeah.
I'm sure that either landed in her lap or hit the bench next to her.
Oh, intelligent, innovative, clever cricket from a Western Australian. Shows the biff and then the brain. I think you're right about that lady. She's possibly, I can't see her properly, but the way she's dressed, I presume she's probably an elderly lady. That could be 4 more. No, it's cut off down on the rope, but it's going to be 2 more to Bancroft. It's been a good over this.
In the white hat.
In the white hat, and yeah, I think she is an elderly lady. See, the gentleman next to her didn't move a muscle as the ball.
I think she did evade it.
She did, yeah, hit the fence right in front of her, but the chap next to her could have actually. Oh, it's a man. We do apologise. Do apologise, sir. Oh, dearie me. Anyway, lovely weather for the time of year. End of the over, 30 gone, 171 for 4. At this stage, Glamorgan were 167 for 3. In mitigation, they have got their back to me, so, you know, and a rug over them. Sort of, is it a rug? No, it's not a rug. It's actually a pair of trousers.
Douthwaite finds the outside edge of Van Buren. Well, I thought you were loved in this part of the country, Dan, but no longer.
I'm finished. I'm done. I'm cooked.
Well, there's only one way to find out. We need to send someone down there to report back.
Get Jim with his camera on it.
Nicely played by Bancroft, just getting in line. Saw a couple of times earlier, he just played round his front pad, and I think that's the sign of someone who's settled now. He's played that full face.
It is a man. It is a man.
Another one finding the edge. Good work by Tribe.
I do apologise if you're listening back to this later on, and I can only pray that you aren't.
Cut away firmly. And they'll only get one. Hit it too well, did Bancroft. Six is the run rate required, as you can see on your screen. Driven, uppish for a moment, but Carlson's dive can't stop it. Races away for 4 off the bat of Graham Van Buren. And a boundary just to ease the pressure somewhat.
Yeah, speaking to the players on the Being Glorious podcast, they've all said how important the crowd here is as the 12th man, and if this gets close, the crowd will get louder and louder.
Pulled too short from Douthwaite, and it finds the gap. Another boundary for Van Buren, and the crowd have enjoyed that one. Back-to-back boundaries to finish the over, 10 from it, 181 for 4.
Song of "Oh, Graham Van Buren" goes round, similar to Michael Van Gerwen chant at the darts. $181 for 4.
Just the one over for Carlson as well.
108 to win off 19. You should do that, but it's the wickets. And a quick bang bang. Glamorgan right back in it. Oh, that's a nice shot by Bancroft again. This time Gorvin.
Well, another issue is as well, if it goes all the way, if you look at the overs bowled from the Glamorgan 6, either Carlson or Zainul Hassan are going to have to bowl 2 more.
Yeah.
And that's,
Gorvin.
sorry.
Gorvin just bowling wicket to wicket, gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, and that's providing that, you know, Gorvin, Douthwaite, Harris, Leonard all bowl their full allocation as well. That's the difficult thing with 50 over, isn't it? You can't rely on 5 bowlers at all.
No, you have to have 6. Oh, that's well bowled by Gorvin. He's a wisp of a man, isn't he, Gorvin? Not a big guy at all, but he's skillful bowler.
He just kind of shuffles in very slowly, takes small paces.
He looks innocuous.
Almost like the modern penalty taker.
Yeah. Does he do a panenka? Does he do a statue ball? The panenka.
I reckon he could. It's in the Andy Gorvin variations.
1 down to deep backward square there. 184 for 4. And Byron 14. Bancroft on 90 now.
But he actually has 2 different actions for red ball and white ball cricket.
Does he?
Yeah.
Van Buren cuts away. What is it with you guys in Wales? You've got guys bowling with different arms in Kellaway. Got guys with different actions. What in the blazes is going on?
Well, it's T20 cricket, isn't it? Yeah, Gorvin, you'll notice he shuffles in both formats, but red ball he doesn't hide the ball, and he has a slightly longer run up than in white ball.
Oh, he's nearly chipped one to mid-wicket there. Gorvin, hands on head. In the over, 185 for 4.
104 needed from 18 then for Gloucestershire, with Bancroft into the nervous 90s.
As long as they keep the wickets in hand, I think they'll be sort of pretty confident.
Who are we going to see? It's going to be Douthwaite to continue. 6 overs for 41 so far. Normally a real wicket taker, if costly at that, but today nothing in the wickets column and an economy rate of just under 7. He could do with getting a wicket, an important time right now. Bump ball back to him. How Bancroft would go on, he'd love to go on and get his side home with 100 here.
Yeah, and a big one, like a 135, 140. That's what Bancroft's got his sights on.
Yeah, I did say earlier, if he's there at 30 overs, they've got to be well in it, but I think now he needs to be there right towards the end, as that one slashed away. Van Buren, we speak about people small in stature picking up the length. Well, there's the demonstration. Slightly back of the length. He's got the width, carves it away through the offside. 4 more.
Yeah, there's a saying, death by 1,000 cuts. And Graham Van Buren, it's a ferocious cutter.
And then there's the one off the legs. Douthwaite cramping for room. Van Buren deals with it very calmly. Partnership building up to 50. 42 now.
Well, he's had a good game, but Graham Van Buren will know the job's not done or anywhere near done yet.
Played nicely through the covers. Bancroft on the up, and Henry Hurl won't be able to cut that one off. Cameron Bancroft is in fine touch.
That was special.
Just moving Gloucestershire one step closer with every boundary.
Can hear the Gloucestershire fans singing "We're on our way to Trent Bridge, we're on our way." Song from Paint Your Wagon, I believe.
And gives that one a bit of respect. Showing the full face to Douthwaite. Just telling him there's no way through.
Bancroft will also know that Eddie Byron opened up for Glamorgan, was out on 94, which is the current score that Cameron's on at the moment. And the Glamorgan innings then fell apart a little bit, didn't it, after that? So Bancroft's role here is key, and it's important that he's there for the next 10 overs.
Yeah, and similarly as well, Byron, look at the fall of wicket. 35.1 overs was when it fell, in a really similar stage. So you're absolutely right, the job is not done, absolutely. So long way to go, 194 for 4.
Yeah, but that's after 33 overs. Glamorgan were 194 for 3 at 35, so Gloucestershire have got themselves 2 overs in front here. But as we said, the wickets are key. Here's Gorvin to Van Buren, who drives. Oh, Graham Van Buren, you Praetorian prince. That's a lovely shot. That's a 50 partnership as well.
26 of them to Bancroft, 24 to Van Buren, just 44 balls and in under half an hour. As intelligent, experienced cricketers hit the boundary and then just push one into the offside, get down the other end. Got the run rate down to 5.4 now. Current run rate is 6. Oh, Bancroft trying to get a little bit funky. Smale fancies the call behind. Sue Redfern having none of it. Oh, Bancroft gets to 100 with a 6 over long on. What a way to do it from this popular man from Perth. 11 fours, 2 sixes, run a ball 100, and Cameron Bancroft take a bow. Brings up the 200 for Gloucestershire as well.
Yeah, it's been an excellent knock from Bancroft, one his team needed.
Job's not done yet though. Gloucestershire fans think they're on their way to Trent Bridge. That's pleasantly driven by Bancroft. It's only going to be 1. Ball goes out to Byron, patrolling the cover boundary on the Kennington Avenue side. Bristol's buzzing here. It's the home side now, just need 83 to win. Philip Anderson has been in touch saying, "Hi Dan and Blake, hearing you speak of David Shepherd this evening reminded me of an occurrence at Lord's after a day's test match. I spotted David, who'd been umpiring, behind the pavilion. Taking the opportunity, I went over to him and engaged him in conversation. I said, you might not remember this, but last time we spoke, you told me to bleep off."
Another change in bowling. Ned Leonard from the Ashley Down Road end. And as ever, just content to rotate the strike is Cameron Bancroft. Sign of a proper innings. Gritty, while still accumulating quickly.
He was a bit nonplussed. So I explained that at Gloucester in his playing days, after he'd just been dismissed for a king pair, me and my mates asked him what had gone wrong. He told us to bleep off. He remembered the match and the king pair and found it very funny.
Van Buren just looking to run down, can't quite get the full face.
It's a great lasting memory of a special Gloucestershire player and a fine umpire. Best wishes, keep up the good work. That's from Philip Anderson. Lovely email, Philip. Sorry I couldn't use the exact words, but you know, I don't want Ofcom on to me this time of night.
Post-watershed?
Yeah, wait till 9 o'clock.
Leonard coming in from his long run up past the 30-yard circle. Van Buren driving into the offside. Just a single. I'd say the pitch has played relatively truly in the second innings, I believe. Some of the drives on the up have been, you know, particularly pleasant.
The one against Leicestershire got better as the game went on. I think the lights come into it as well. I think the ball just runs on a little bit easier as well.
Particularly as the ball is getting older now, you know.
Yeah.
18 overs old, this ball. And it's still coming onto the bat nicely, with Leonard bowling at a good pace. And this one finding the edge of Bancroft, taking a hand off the bat. Can't get it through the field.
Leonard's been excellent. 2 for 23 in his 7th over. Been very impressed with him. Running hard all day.
Yeah, he's looked good for Glamorgan this year. Been a real good signing.
Yeah. He looks proper bowler. He's brisk. I wouldn't say he's quick, but he's brisk.
No, early 80s, I'd say. Early 80s. Chance for a run out. Direct hit. Bancroft safely home. But you're right, I think he runs in hard and he's a well filled out figure, muscular guy. He'll get through the crease.
But look at Cameron Bancroft there. He's been out there in close on 30 degrees every ball this game. He's fielded for 50 overs. He's then batted for 105 balls and he's still running quick singles. He's as fit as a butcher's dog, I tell you.
Van Buren looking for that shot again down to deep third, but Ace of Tribe is there to cut it off. 209 for 4 after another decent over from Leonard, just conceding 3 from it. Gloucestershire will know they can afford to have a couple of overs like that though. 80 needed from 90 balls.
Yeah. Gloucestershire 15 runs ahead of where Glamorgan were at this stage. Glamorgan 194 for 3. They'd lost a wicket less, but 15 overs left, 80 to win. I think Gloucestershire might be disappointed if they didn't win, but saying that, Gloucestershire don't win games of cricket easily. They tend to have some cliffhangers. And I wonder if there are any more twists and turns in this. James Harris will certainly hope so as he's back into the attack. Bancroft again, circumspect, drives to cover.
And I like that Carlson's chopping and changing the bowling as well.
Yeah,
just a quick burst of Gorvin and then himself for an over, and now Harris. So got a lot of different bowlers in the side today. So he's really keeping the batters guessing.
Yeah, I wonder, with McIlroy.
He's not been in the squad for any of the games. I'm not sure if he's injured. I think he had a niggle in a second 11 game, but I'm not sure if he ever returned from that.
Bancroft pushes that up to mid-on. Just think a left arm over changes the angle a little bit and offers something a little bit different perhaps.
He was someone who did well in this competition last year, so I can only assume,
yeah,
for him to not even be in the squads, I can only assume he's injured, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Romano Franco would have, of course, been a left arm option with spin, but James Harris was preferred with the extra seamer.
Played up to Douthwaite. Harris just nagging away. Line and length. Good principles. Gloucestershire have got a little bit stuck actually last couple of overs. It's under control, but they wouldn't mind a boundary. As Bancroft just tucks one off his hip there, moves on to 104.
Wow, the crowd's gone quiet, haven't they? It's all a bit too much, a bit tense.
Yeah, I think people are just in the zone, in the cricket zone, which is what it's about, isn't it? Off the legs by Van Buren. There's a misfield, but they don't run on the misfield. Andy Mills. Legendary commentary for the team tonight. Stronger binoculars needed for Dan after the misidentification earlier of a lady wearing a blanket, which was actually a man in trousers. Keep up the good work, guys, and up the shot. Andy, I'm never going to live this one down, mate. I'm really not. That's turn around the corner, just short of the fielder at fine leg. Bancroft nearly put a long hop down his throat there. Yeah, I'm I have no words, Andy. I've got nothing to say.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, yeah. There's the Manhattan. Let's change the subject. Andy, I'm going to plead the Fifth Amendment, mate. No comment.
Well, it's an important time, as you can see from the Manhattan. This is exactly where Glamorgan lost 2 wickets in consecutive overs. Byron and Smale, who both got going. So if Gloucestershire can just get through this period with Bancroft and Van Buren, another 5 overs, get it down to 40 needed from the last 9.
Yeah. Leonard has got 2 more after this. Douthwaite's got 3 more. Harris has got 2 more. So they have to find those 2 overs, don't they, from...
Pulled, and in the gap, deep square, can't get there. It was pulled well in front of square, well controlled by Cameron Bancroft. And there's someone who's grown up playing in Perth again, latches onto the short ball, and it's going to race away to the boundary. It's only about 50 yards. Easy pickings. No one's carried through, and playing a miss from Bancroft.
This is what a really good contest. The wily old fox Bancroft. The young pup after him in Leonard. Fascinating contest. Gloucestershire fan Matthew Lee down below us. Shouting up the Bemmy. Up Shire.
Cutting, and, well, off the outside edge, down to deep third. Play and miss the previous ball, then finding the edge. I'm sure he'll be happy to be at the other end. Bancroft, Leonard, enjoying this battle.
For those wondering what up the Bemmy means, it's Bedminster Cricket Club, colloquial term.
Driven, no run. Bedminster sitting second in the Whipple. Travel to Thornbury tomorrow.
Local derby. Ollie Price and Joe Phillips both turned out. Tom Price occasionally turns out for them as well.
Cut by Van Buren through the hands of Asa Tribe at point. They'll take a single to end the Ned Leonard over. 218 for 4. The equation, 71 needed from 78 balls for Gloucestershire.
There's the worm. Shows Gloucestershire just slightly ahead of the run rate. Yeah, Chris Dent has been turning out for Thornbury. He's had a little injury in recent weeks, though. I don't think he's played for a few weeks. Harris in. Bancroft, Van Buren's got that one back with a square into a pocket where he'll manage to get two. Clever use of the wrists there from Van Buren, just opening the wrists, opening the face, and getting it back with a point.
Yeah, just a couple of overs though until Glamorgan can have an extra fielder outside the circle, which could be crucial actually coming into the back end of the chase. But if Gloucestershire keep going the way they are, they'll just be needing around 5.5. So
Harris, short. Bancroft. Sorry, Van Buren pulls out of a hook. Gloucestershire fans still seeing that they're on their way to Trent Bridge. They haven't got there yet. A win tonight will put them in a very strong position to have a home semi-final here. Van Buren again chops one out to deep point for a single. Home semi-final would be, if they win the group, would be here on Sunday the 31st of August. If they came second, they would play the third place side in the other group. Is that right? Yeah, the other group.
that'd be at home as well, wouldn't it? If they
that
come
would
second.
be at home on Thursday the 28th, I believe. Oh, Bancroft. A rare mistake from Bangers.
Well, currently third in Group B is none other than Somerset.
Ho, 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 ho.
Tight at the top of Group B, 3 sides on 12 points. Still a long way to go, we're only halfway through.
Well, Somerset have got good pedigree in white ball cricket. Nice drive, nice pickup from Harris. Somerset here 2 seasons ago conceded, I think, 470. James Bracey got 224. Their fans on social media described it as being a second-rate competition. But it seems to have gone up slightly in their estimation since reaching the final last year, and now that they're in with a shout in the other group. Cut by Bancroft. .38 gone. 222 for 4. Run rate required 5.6. These two not really doing anything out of the ordinary. They're just picking up the ones here and there, picking up 4, 5 and over the odd boundary. Glamorgan need to split this partnership.
The other game going on, day-nighter in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Sussex were 200 for 1, chasing Lancashire's 339 to win. Now 283 for 4, needing 56 from the final 10 overs. Tom Haynes is still at the crease though. John Simpson, latest man to be dismissed. Leonard again enjoying this battle with Bancroft.
Yeah, he's
on 111.
He's a good player, Haynes. Played for the England Lions earlier this year with Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale in the game at Canterbury, where he got 100.
Still young as well, 26. Got plenty of time left in his career to make the next step. Short, pulled, in front of square, mid-wicket. Not quite there, and Eddie Byron not quite there at deep square. 4 more towards that shorter side, and with every boundary, the cheers just get ever so slightly louder.
Yeah, this Bristol crowd have got right behind the side tonight, bringing them home.
Short, ducking away is Bancroft. Well, there was a slight difference between the ball before that got pulled away and that one from Leonard.
A little bit quicker, wasn't it?
Just going by around head height to Bancroft, as opposed to the one getting pulled from the chest of Bancroft. No, they need to break the partnership. Glamorgan digging in a Yorker. Bancroft gets it out to mid-on. Just one over left at Leonard's disposal after this one. Bowled well so far, 2 wickets to his name. On his 23rd birthday, I'm sure he'd love to take a win back over the bridge. Van Buren slightly squared up. He's not looked overly comfortable against Leonard.
Well, I tell you what, if Gloucestershire do win this game, Ned Leonard has done everything humanly possible to try and haul Glamorgan back into it. I think he's run in with heart all night, and credit to him. He'll have easier birthdays in the future than running around in 30 degrees.
Well, hopefully it's a little bit cooler in the night sky now under the lights. Short pulled by Van Buren. Byron is on to this one though. He's been patrolling that boundary all afternoon. And that ends Leonard's 9th over and Gloucestershire's 39th. 228 for 4 now. As Van Buren and Bancroft close in on this victory with an 80-run stand still ongoing.
What's Harris got up his sleeve? Can he roll back the years? Ten overs left. Last call for emails to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We've loved your company today. We've had some brilliant emails. Harris. Oh, Graham Van Buren. Elegance personified. That was special. Fans getting right into it here in Bristol. Warm night. Gloucestershire on the brink of making it 4 out of 4. The Shire on fire. Oh, that's got to be close. It is out. Sue Redfern raises her finger and oh, there's some twists and turns in this game because Graham Van Buren departs for 36, which brings young Tommy Borman to the crease, who finished the game off the other day, but can he do it twice in a week? Well, let's have another look at this. Graham Van Buren getting a warm round of applause. Ooh. Ooh. It's hit him on the back leg, but possibly just taking the outside of leg stump.
Yeah, nip back from James Harris. Still running in hard into his 10th over. Due reward for Harris, I'd say.
Yeah, he's running. He's running.
After getting the wicket of Jack Taylor earlier.
Yeah. Here's Tommy Borman. The new kid on the block, 20 years old. And what a special innings he played on Sunday here against Leicestershire. He's coming into the side.
Well, what an important time to come in. 57 needed, just over 10 overs to do it.
He won't be fazed by it though. Honestly, he was the coolest kid around on Sunday. We were all so nervous. The whole ground was nervous. You could have cut the atmosphere here with a knife. Didn't bother Tommy Borman. Plays a solid forward defensive up to mid-off. Peter George, watching the match stream tonight, plays for Falkland Cricket Club, your neck of the woods, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not too far.
In Newbury, yeah. In 2009, he was part of the only visiting team to ever visit the Falkland Islands. So it's Falkland CC against the Falkland Islands. On the way home, they played 3 lovely matches in Chile. Short, Borman cuts venomously, and Northeast just about saves his tibia and fibula, getting hands on it, and they scamper through for a single. So they played 3 lovely matches in Chile on the way back, and Peter says cricket is truly international, which it certainly is. Lovely email, Peter, great to hear from you. We've had some great emails today.
We have.
Bancroft, again, just defends. Tell you what, if Bancroft goes though now,
then where's your money?
the Glamorgan cat will be amongst the Gloucestershire pigeons, I tell you. It's still on Gloucestershire because I know how deep they bat. But cricket's a funny old game. Oh, Cameron Bancroft lets the ball come to him, whips it through mid-wicket. There's a touch of the Vivian Richards about that. .237 for 5, 52 to win of 10 overs. Again, Gloucestershire well ahead of the rate. Glamorgan with 208 for 5 at this stage, although it was around now that Douthwaite started to tee off, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But the back end, of course, Glamorgan did slow down after Douthwaite got out, with Gorvin and Harris just getting a little bit stuck. If Bancroft can be there at the end, you know what the result will be. Good spell from James Harris, who's bowled out now, 2 for 45 from his 10. Remember, Glamorgan still have 2 overs to find, as well as bowling out Leonard, Douthwaite and Gorvin. Need 2 from either Carlson or Ul Hassan if the game is going to reach the 50 over mark.
I think it's got to be Ul Hassan, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. And they're bowling Leonard out now as well, which could be a risk, but it could be try buy another wicket. Got 6 balls to do it. And a no ball, that's not what he would want to start. That's worth 2, and it'll be a free hit to come.
Yeah. Leonard just striving there.
And Glamorgan might just rue having the extra fielder in the circle. They need a minimum of 4. They've got 5 inside the circle for Borman to try squeeze the pressure. But now he's got a free hit. Steps across, flicks, backward of square. Fine leg will come round Gorvin and just goes for 1. So not too much damage done, but 3 from the first legitimate ball.
I saw in one of the women's 100 games the other day, someone was run out off a free hit, weren't they?
Yeah, I saw that, yeah. Chaos.
Yeah.
And the extra fielder goes out for Bancroft, deep mid-wicket. So will Leonard look to bowl some short stuff again, or is it just for protection of how well Bancroft has played the pull shot this evening? 120 from 123, and it felt like he's not broken a sweat. Nudged up to mid-on, quick single.
That's all he needs to do. Doesn't need to do anything flash. There's nothing flash about Cameron Bancroft at all. He's just good, solid overseas pro.
That's why it's felt hard to believe that his run, you know, his strike rate's not far off 100, but it felt like it's not really felt like he's hit many big shots, does it?
No, he's been reasonably quiet in the competition as well.
Short to Borman. Another single. And I'm sure the conversation between Bancroft and Borman at the start of the over would have been, let's just get through this over of Leonard.
Yeah, Bancroft started it with just a single against Derbyshire. Didn't get many against Surrey, at Guildford, and then 40 in the game against Leicestershire.
Another quick single. And an applause for every run taken now.
That's his get-out shot, isn't it? Just leans on it, pushes the 1. They bring the mid-on in, and he goes over the top.
.46 needed. 9.2 overs. Bancroft the key for 4 wins from 4 and top spot in Group A. For Glamorgan, win needed. Borman happy to defend. And getting funky is Kieran Carlson slightly with Tommy Borman on strike, doing all he can to contain and look aggressive for the wickets, because he knows a couple of wickets does just add pressure to Bancroft.
Yeah, it does, but Borman's not worried about that. I think if you're 17-year-old can score 70 in a National Village final at Lords, I think you've got something about you.
Pulled in the gap, and that might have just gone all the way. It has. Flat over the rope in a flash, and Tommy Borman has just relieved all the pressure in that, and it's not the end to Ned Leonard's spell he would have wanted. He's bowled really well, but he's just come up against some classy knocks. He finishes 10 overs, 2 for 49. Gloucestershire 249 for 5.
Yeah. Gloucestershire fans, another boundary nearer booking their train tickets to Nottingham. Douthwaite into the attack. Bancroft doing Bancroft things. Just getting down the other end. There's a 250 up for Gloucestershire in the 42nd over. And Cameron Bancroft just absolutely outstanding. Douthwaite. Borman just adjusts and pushes one into the offside. He'll learn a lot batting with Cameron Bancroft. Tommy Borman, youngster in the side. He'll bat higher than 7 sooner rather than later, and he'll learn from Bancroft how to manage a chase like this. Pleasantly driven, but only up to Gorvin. I think what will be really pleasing from a Gloucestershire perspective is the runs they scored in this competition. 344 against Derbyshire at Cheltenham, 290 against Surrey at Guildford, 286 with an over to spare against Leicestershire last week. Oh, that's a rare mistake from Bancroft. And then obviously if they chase this, another 290, and they've set targets twice where they batted sides out of it, but they've also managed the run chases so well, and I think that'll be really please Mark Thorburn, the Gloucestershire head coach, standing in for Mark Lane. Oh, Bancroft again whipping this through mid-wicket. It's not going to go all the way. Leonard's in pursuit, but he'll pick up 3. 35 to win. The crowd getting right behind the side.
Well, Glamorgan are taking the extra risk to both batters now with 5 fielders inside the circle. They know something needs to happen.
Yeah. And again, you can't, because I think if they have the men outside, as Bancroft just pushed that into the offside in the over, 42 overs gone, 8 remaining, 35 to win. I think they have to stop Bancroft and Borman just working the ones and just running down the clock, and you know, all of a sudden it's going to be 10 to win and bish bosh over the top, and they have to stop that. They have to actually force Gloucestershire to play shots and to try and create pressure.
Well, we're going to have another change. Carlson's going to do all he can to take this as deep as he can, and Andy Gorvin, okay, 6 overs, 0 for 44 today, but he's the man they look to for a wicket often. Just to buy one from nowhere, Andy Gorvin.
Yep, couple of emails quickly. Thanks guys for the fabulous commentary tonight, so entertaining and informative. Very new cricket fan and hadn't realised what I've been missing all these years. He's a proper Metro Bank fan after seeing Gloss at Cheltenham.
Short and wide from Gorvin, and Zainul Hassan won't be able to cut that one off. 4 more to Bancroft, and just a little bit easier for Gloucestershire.
That's from Andy Beecham, who, Andy, it sounds like you've got a case of Metro Bank fever. Anthony Parfitt went to his very first game, which was Glamorgan v Gloucestershire in the old Sunday League at Cardiff.
Bancroft is looking for that cut again.
All the way back in 1978. David Shepherd of umpiring fame made exactly 100 for Gloss, and the great Zahir Abbas made 60 odd. Glammy chase 223 to win with Alan Jones.
Firmly driven, just happy to take a single.
What a player he was, Alan Jones, making 110 not out, and Gwyn Richards making 70 odd. I'll always remember the great Mike Proctor coming back to clean bowl Richards, set up a nervy finish, but Jones brought us home, though, for a great Glammy win. I've been a massive Glammy fan ever since, with all the ups and downs, but I'll always remember that sunny afternoon in 1978 in Cardiff. That's from Anthony Parfitt. What a lovely email, and we loved the John Player League, Anthony.
Borman looking to cut, finding the outside edge, the deep third. Ned Leonard giving his all still.
Alan Jones went into coaching at Glamorgan later on, and Steve James in his book said he used to refer rather strangely to a cricket ball in the female form, which was a bit strange.
Gorvin just able to tuck up Bancroft.
Saying when she is out there, leave her alone, pointing to an imaginary spot outside the off stump.
I was working with Andrew Davis, former Glamorgan player.
Yeah,
last week.
Diver they called him, didn't they? Andrew Davis. He's a nice guy.
And yeah, some of the tales he had about Alan Jones is worth working over.
I met him at my cricket club at Southgate in North London. And I think he was taking a team from Wales schoolboys, possibly. I can't remember. But I remember having a good chat with him over a bacon sandwich, and he's a very nice chap.
His son's a very good cricketer as well. Joe plays for Wales National Counties and Bridgend in the South Wales Prem. Anyway, Gloucestershire 260 for 5. The equation now, as you can see on your screen, 29 needed from 7 overs, or 42 balls. And Bancroft and Tommy Borman, the two at the crease, looking to see it home.
$29 to win. I think Gloucestershire should go for a couple of day nights next year. I think it's been a huge success. As Borman just runs that one down. It's collected by the substitute keeper, Smale, but Borman still scampers through for a single. Yeah, there's been talk this week about the amount of days floodlights can be used here on the ground, and I believe that there's some decision coming out of the club shortly regarding that. I believe it's already been done, and it's good news for Gloucestershire fans, as there's another one whittled off the total. So, but I think Gloucestershire should go for 2 day-night games next year. I think it's been a roaring success. I think it's been creative marketing from the ticketing office as well, with that post 5 p.m. I think it has to be a Friday as well. Short. Borman doesn't connect. Not sure why that's not wide, but let's have another look at this. Is this down the leg side? Or is it just...
Unless she's saying it went over the shoulder of Borman. We'll see.
Well, there you go. 262 for 5. Douthwaite in. Oh, thick outside edge from Borman. Runs away for 4. Down to the Ashley Down Road end, and the crowd in full voice here. Tommy Borman fan club in full flow down below us. There's a chap called Dilcox leading the way. There's a young lady with red hair there in a Gloucestershire top as well, seems to be at the heart of
mistake again.
No, all right. That's well bowled by Douthwaite. There's an individual in a Gloucestershire top down there. I'm so fired at the end of this. I'm done, I'm cooked. Again, another single. Bancroft, Borman this time. Doing Cameron Bancroft things and just Pushing the single, running it hard and putting the pressure back. There's the fans on your screen. There they are. The gentleman looks like Jesus. In a black and white shirt. He is risen. There he is, waving his arms.
Just 22 needed now for the hosts to see home a 4th win in the competition. And Borman cuts away Gorvin. He's got 2 fielders backward of point, and he still evaded them. Tommy Borman, the finisher last time out, he looks as though he's doing a very similar job today to expert ruling.
I think
same again. This time, bisecting the 2 fielders, Tommy Borman. This is a player for the future. Gloucestershire fans, get used to seeing this guy bat.
Jesus down below is currently turning the water into wine. Maybe champagne.
Maybe Thatcher's Gold.
I think he might have had a few of those already.
Gorvin, 2 boundaries from 2 balls. Comes back well, but the damage you feel is done. It's been a tight contest for so much of the game, and you just have to feel now, did Glamorgan leave a few out there? 5.5 overs left, just 14 needed. And there's that shot once again. This time Gorvin's got the deep 3rd in place.
Borman for England is the chant. The Dumbleton Dravid. The Gloucestershire Wall. Tommy Borman. But Glamorgan have played their part. I'll come on to it after this ball, actually.
And there's that square drive from Bancroft. Zainul Hassan does the fielding. He's done a lot of the hard graft out there on that long boundary. Al Hassan for the majority of this 2nd innings.
Glamorgan have played their part in a fantastic game of cricket. You know, I know they've come out on the wrong side, but they've shown why they were champions last year, and they have really played their part in what's been a really entertaining day's cricket here in Bristol.
Happy to defend. And it does look as though Glamorgan, even though they won this competition last year, to go looking like a 3rd defeat here, plus the no result. But the 3 defeats they've come up against something special every game. Nick Gubbins, century at Neath. Big one, carried his bat all the way through. Ben Folkes with a rapid fire knock on Wednesday night, and Cameron Bancroft tonight.
Yeah,
That's what stood in between them and victory.
I just think their attack could do with maybe a little bit of extra firepower, perhaps, or something a little bit different. You know, as I said, McElroy earlier, the left arm perhaps, or something just out of the norm. There's a lot of right arm over, medium pace on offer. $12 to win. There's one of them. Bancroft moves on to 134. Party time here in Bristol.
Well, this is aggressive. Just 2 fielders out.
Borman sweeps. to Al Hassan on the deep square leg boundary. Bancroft pulls, and that's a misfield, much to the delight of the locals. 50 partnership between Bancroft and Borman. Bancroft providing 22 of them, Borman 27, just 38 balls, 26 minutes it's taken, and the score is now into the score required is now into single digits. Been some, what the Metro Bank offers. Oh, that's in the air. Oh, and Al Hassan can't quite get there. Party time in Bristol. Look at the fans go. They're enjoying themselves. Carlson defended by Bancroft, now into the 140s. There they go. There's a rather elderly gentleman there, probably should know better perhaps, but he's enjoying himself. There he is, beer in hand, Gloucestershire shirt on.
.287 for 5, 2 needed to do it rather comfortably in the end. Tommy Borman. Now, has this come off anything? Because if not, that's game over. No, it's a leg bye. And well, how fitting would it be to see Cameron Bancroft hit the winning runs? 142 from 141 balls. With scores level, Andy Gorvin. And the fans have to wait just a little bit longer. Cameron Bancroft in no rush. The fans are willing it home in a packed out Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol on this Friday night, and why not? The Metro Bank is really going their way this year. And this one hit back at Gorvin, still no chance of a single. And well, for Glamorgan, it looks like their reign is going to come to an end. This will be their 3rd defeat in 4 games with a no result. And well, you don't feel 4 from 4 wins will be enough to close out. And there it is, Cameron Bancroft clips away the single to win Gloucestershire a magnificent 7-side derby. 289 chased down for 5 wickets, and it's been led by that man. 143 carrying his bat. He was on the field for every ball of the game, and from just 144 balls has anchored the innings, along with very useful cameos for Ben Charlesworth, Graham Van Buren, James Bracey and Tommy Borman. It's been steady partnerships all the way through for Gloucestershire that have got them to 4 wins from 4 games and top of Group A.
Yeah, outstanding from Bancroft. Really mature knock again from Borman. He's the finisher. He's the new man who comes in and just sees the guys home, shows no sign of nerves, but this day belongs to Cameron Bancroft. Absolutely outstanding. 143 not out, 144 balls, and it was an innings which was an absolute privilege to watch, and fair play to Glamorgan as well, who played their part. Ned Leonard, I thought, was excellent for them. But I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's been involved today on the emails, everyone who's contributed to today. I hope you've had a fantastic day. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. I hope you think we've also been fair as well, which is really important to us. Big thanks to James Healy on production. Blake, thank you very much. Hope you've enjoyed yourself. And all I can do is wish you a very good Friday night. And Gloucestershire fans, I think you might have one eye on the final. Trent Bridge, 20th of September. Have a good Friday.